that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Wookiee is a leader. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, I was in a hurry at the time, so I just took it from the hanger. I didn't expect it to be this. It took Sitting Huan a while to recover. Even though she was a person who had experienced many ups and downs, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed when she saw her underwear being played with by a man. But she couldn't reveal her identity, so she could only pretend to be calm and pretend that the underwear had nothing to do with her. If the underwear worn by the leader of Xuanzang was auctioned, I'm afraid it would have to sell for a sky-high price, right? At this time, Lu Chuan's idea appeared in Sitting Huan's mind. Sitting Huan's eyes widened, and she couldn't pretend to be calm anymore. She didn't expect that this shameless person actually wanted to auction her underwear. How could she agree to this? So she reached out and grabbed the underwear in Lu Chuan's hand without saying a word. After all, even if Lu Chuan didn't have such a dirty idea, she couldn't let Lu Chuan use the underwear to track and locate. Otherwise her identity would still be exposed. Seeing that Wookiee was trying to snatch the underwear from his hand, Lu Chuan quickly dodged and asked vigilantly, what are you doing? Sitting Huan said with shame and gloomy expression, this is the sect master's underwear. How can I let you touch it casually? Give it to me quickly. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, I can't touch it, but you can. Even if you are really the sect master's pretty boy, you can't be so serious as to take care of the sect master's clothes, right? What's more, I just use it to find the sect master's whereabouts, and I don't do anything else. What else do you want to do with it? Sitting Huan's face was full of anger, secretly hating herself for having lost all her strength now. Otherwise she would strangle this guy to death. Lu Chuan looked surprised and said, why are you so excited all of a sudden? I feel like something is wrong with you. Sitting Huan realized his loss of composure and took a deep breath to calm down. He said, give me the underwear and I'll take you to see the leader. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. Really? Sitting Huan nodded. Of course it's true. Okay, then I'll give it to you. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and handed over the underwear. Sitting Huan breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to take it. But Lu Chuan's hand was halfway out and he withdrew it. Sitting Huan frowned. What do you mean? Lu Chuan laughed and said, do you really think I'm so easy to fool? Although we are brothers who share the same bunk bed, I don't know much about you, and your behavior is also abnormal. I can easily find the whereabouts of the sect leader with this underwear, but if I give it to you, you may not really tell me the whereabouts of the sect leader. Rather than trusting you, I might as well believe this underwear. Sitting Huan suddenly became anxious and vowed, as long as you give me this underwear, I will definitely tell you the whereabouts of the sect leader. A gentleman never jokes. Anyway, I'm a woman, not a gentleman. You can't blame me if you regret it later. Lu Chuan smiled and said, seeing that you are so anxious, I can't give it to you. Wookiee, who are you? Sitting Huan quickly thought about how to deal with it. She originally eavesdropped on Lu Chuan's thoughts and thought that this guy was stupid and should be easy to fool, but she didn't expect that the other party's mind was so meticulous. She really underestimated him. She tried hard to think about how to stabilize Lu Chuan and prevent him from using her underwear to find her whereabouts, so as not to expose her identity. At this moment, she suddenly felt a dizziness in her head, and the things in front of her began to spin, and her body could not stand steadily. Oh no, he used his mind too much, and his mental power was overconsumed. I am going to faint. She took a last look at Lu Chuan and fell to the ground, fainting. Lu Chuan was still waiting for Wookiee to explain to him, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly faint, leaving him confused. What's the trick? Are you trying to pretend to faint and take the opportunity to attack me? He walked carefully to Sitting Huan, kicked him with his foot, and after confirming that he was really fainted, he squatted down to check his condition. The fainting was caused by the serious consumption of mental power. He just chatted with me for a while. Why did he consume so much invisibility power? Is chatting with me so brain burning? Lu Chuan frowned, Thinking that Wookiee's fainting was a bit weird, he stared at the unconscious Wookiee for a while and finally leaned over to pick him up, carried him on his shoulders, and rushed to the nearby county town. Although Wookiee seemed very suspicious, after getting along with him for a few days, he could feel that he was not a bad person, and there must be a reason for his abnormal behavior. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the sect leader, and he might be able to help him in the future. It would be inappropriate to abandon him in the wilderness, so he decided to take him to find a safe environment to settle down. It was not until dawn that Lu Chuan took the still unconscious Wookiee to a county town. He found a hotel, checked in a room, and took Wookiee upstairs. The staff at the counter saw him holding a man to check in, and his eyes were full of weirdness, as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and he almost asked him directly if he was gay. Lu Chuan was too lazy to explain, so he took Wookiee into the room and put him on the bed. Strange, why does it feel like his clothes on his chest are much thicker than other clothes? When he carried Wookiee back, he felt that there seemed to be thick fabric inside Wookiee's clothes, but only on his chest and back. The waist was just a thin coat. When he put Wookiee down just now, he touched the guy's clothes under his chest, and there was another thick layer. Could it be that he hid some treasure in his clothes? We are all men anyway, so it shouldn't matter if I see what treasure he has hidden. Thinking of this, he reached out and lifted Wookiee's clothes. The white skin and vest line caught Lu Chuan's eyes, making Lu Chuan couldn't help but complain. Damn, if I didn't know that Wookiee was a man, just looking at his belly, this is definitely a woman. His eyes moved up, and the next second, he was stunned. Wookiee's chest was wrapped in several thick layers of cloth, tightly tied up, making his chest and back flatter. And these cloths look very much like the chest wraps that Lu Chuan had seen on TV before. A bold guess appeared in Lu Chuan's mind, making him uneasy. No, it shouldn't be. Could it be that Wookiee is a woman? He hesitated for a moment, stared at the chest wrap, and murmured, I just want to see what treasures Wookiee has hidden in it. We are all men, and it's not taboo to take a look. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and untied the chest wrap on Wookiee's chest. As the cloth was taken off one circle after another, Lu Chuan finally saw the two things that should not appear on a man. Although it's not as good as my sister-in-law and earring, it's also quite good. Lu Chuan made a comment in his heart. The next second, he came to his senses and quickly pulled Wookiee's clothes off to cover the parts that he shouldn't see, and exclaimed, she is really a woman. Almost in an instant, Lu Chuan figured out many things. No wonder Wookiee was so effeminate and would act like a spoiled child from time to time. She would become reserved when she was close to him, and there was a faint fragrance on her body. It turned out that it was because she was a woman. He suddenly felt like he had discovered a secret that he shouldn't have discovered. He wanted to wrap Wookiee's bra back with a guilty conscience. However, he had never helped anyone with such a thing, so naturally he couldn't restore it to its original state, and even wrapping it was a bit difficult. He looked at the messy bra in his hand and murmured, Wookiee will definitely kill me when he wakes up, right? The next second, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. If Wookiee was a woman, what was the relationship between her and the clan leader? Thinking back to the fact that although Wookiee was an ordinary person, he had the body skills that only top masters had, and the other part is eager performance. After he took out the clan leader's underwear, he suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and instantly thought of a possibility. Wookiee. Could it be the clan leader? Lu Chuan stared at Wookiee lying on the bed, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then he quickly took out the underwear that belonged to the clan leader, and used the tracking and positioning method to verify his guess. Not long after, Lu Chuan finally determined the location of the clan leader by using the tracking and positioning method. It was in the hotel where he was. He looked at Wookiee and smiled bitterly, muttering, it's really you. No wonder you don't want me to use the tracking and positioning method to find the whereabouts of the clan leader. It turns out, you are the clan leader. He thought about the purpose of his search for the clan leader, and looked at the clan leader who was already unconscious in front of him. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind. Since Wookiee is the clan leader, she has become an ordinary person because of the formation of the Great Elder, and now she is unconscious in front of me. Isn't this the best time for me to end the cause and effect of the Great Elder? Xuanzang. The four elders Fengshan Yuxu led a group of disciples to search for the whereabouts of Lu Chuan and Wookie for a whole night, and finally confirmed that the two people had escaped from the sect. Elder Feng looked ugly and cursed. What a bunch of rubbish. Xuanzang cultivated you as strong men, but you couldn't even catch two living people and let them run away right under your noses. Elder Yu said. Elder Feng, calm down and don't get angry with the disciples. Lu Chuan can even kill the Great Elder. His strength is extraordinary. How can these disciples deal with him? It's normal that they can't catch him. Elder Feng snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the hall. Even the four elders Fengshan, Yuxu and Fengshan felt palpitations after feeling it. A handsome figure appeared in the hall. The four elders were all as if they were facing a great enemy and looked at this person vigilantly because they could sense that this uninvited guy had reached the level of a saint. Who are you, and what is your purpose in coming to my Xuanzang? Elder Feng asked with a stiff face. The figure stood proudly, seemingly not taking the people of Xuanzang seriously at all, and said lightly, I'm Lu Xuan from the Kunlun domain Lu family. I'm a friend of your great elder. Where is he? When the four elders heard the word Kunlun domain Lu family, their faces changed. However, when Elder Feng heard that Lu Chuan was a friend of the great elder, he thought and said quickly, Mr. Lu, you are late. The great elder was killed by a hateful person named Lu Chuan. Lu Xuan frowned, his voice became a little colder, and said, killed by someone. What happened? Tell me in detail. Chapter 377 Lu Xuan. Xuanzang. In the meeting hall, Lu Xuan sat in the position that originally belonged to the leader. After listening to the stories of several elders, he said angrily, this Lu Chuan is so bold that he dared to kill someone from the Lu family of Kunlun domain. Although the elder has been expelled from the Lu family, it is not something that these ants can kill casually. He did not care that Lu Chuan also had the surname Lu. After all, as long as they were not from the Lu family of Kunlun domain, the people with the surname Lu in the secular world were nothing more than ants in their eyes. Elder Feng hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, what you said is very true. This Lu Chuan killed our elder, and we hate him to the bone. However, this person is very powerful and difficult to deal with. Although we want to avenge the elder, we can't catch this guy at all. Please help, Mr. Lu, kill this beast and avenge the elder. The others also bowed their hands and asked Lu Xuan to deal with Lu Chuan. Since there is such a powerful being to command, there is no reason not to use it. The calculations of these old foxes in Xuanzang have always been shrewd. When Lu Xuan heard the words of these elders, he sneered. He could naturally see that these people wanted to use him to get rid of Lu Chuan, but he did not refuse, but agreed. Okay, in this case, I can help you get rid of this Lu Chuan. The four elders looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. But, Lu Xuan changed the subject. I never do business that loses money. Since I agree to help you, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Elder Feng looked at Lu Xuan and asked, what conditions does Lu Xuan want? Lu Xuan smiled and said, now that your Xuan sect's leader is missing, and the great elder is dead, the sect is leaderless. If this goes on for a long time, the sect will definitely be in trouble. As a friend of the great elder, I'm also half a member of the Xuan sect. In order to prevent the Xuan sect from declining, I'm willing to help him manage the sect. So from now on, I will be the acting leader of your Xuan sect. Do you have any objections? The faces of several elders changed. They thought that Lu Xuan's appearance would make dealing with Lu Chuan easier, but they didn't expect that the other party actually wanted to be the leader of the Xuan sect right away. This scared them. Elder Feng thought for a while and said, Mr. Lu, we know that you proposed this condition out of good intentions, but our sect master is just missing, not dead. We can't make this decision for her. Lu Xuan snorted coldly and said, this matter does not need to go through your sect master. You probably don't know that your missing sect master is a woman, right? What? Several elders heard this and showed incredible expressions on their faces. Lu Xuan sneered and said, it's normal that you don't know. After all, this is the biggest secret of your sect master. This matter was told to me by your great elder. I have a portrait of your sect master here. Let me show you. After saying that, He took out a painting and threw it to Elder Feng. Elder Feng quickly opened it, and after seeing the beautiful woman in the painting, like a fairy, his shock deepened a little. This painting was painted by the elder himself. Although he was not a master of calligraphy and painting, his skills were not bad. He perfectly reproduced the appearance of Sitter King Hun that he saw that day and added some embellishments, making the person in the painting lifelike and intoxicating. "Is this really our sect master, Elder?" you asked in disbelief. Lu Zuan nodded and said, "Yes, your sect master wears a mask all year round because she is a woman. Isn't it a joke that a woman is in power?" The secret that the sect master is a woman was indeed told to Lu Zuan by the elder, and the painting was indeed given to him by the elder. Although Lu Zuan is a second-grade saint, his strength and talent are not ranked in the Lu family, so he is not favored in the family. He is often looked down upon by the geniuses in the family, and is often bullied. Lu Zuan is arrogant in his heart. He is unwilling to be a joke in the eyes of others forever. He has always had a dream of becoming a superior person and being admired by thousands of people. It's a pity that his ability doesn't match his ambition. After all these years, he has been doing nothing in the Lu family and being bullied. He can't stand this humiliation, so he can only run to the secular world to find a sense of existence. After all, he is a second-grade saint, which is nothing in the Lu family, but he is definitely the top combat power in the secular world, and he will be respected wherever he goes. The elder is eager to be recognized by the Lu family. He is respectful to everyone in the Lu family and wishes to be their lackey. Lu Zuan enjoys the feeling of being flattered by the elder. After a while, the two became good friends. Whenever Lu Zuan was bullied in the family, he would secretly run out of Kunlun domain and come to Xuanzang to find the elder, to experience the feeling of being treated as a superior person and make up for the psychological imbalance. Not long ago, the elder told Lu Zuan that the sect master was a woman. After seeing the portrait, Lu Zuan was shocked and immediately became interested in the sect master. The elder told Lu Zuan about his plan to take action against the sect master and said that after he succeeded, he would enjoy this stunning beauty with Lu Zuan. Lu Zuan came to Xuanzang this time just to see if the elder had any tricks, and his purpose was not just women. Since the sect master was a woman, once this matter was announced, there would definitely be opposition within the sect, and he could rely on the elder's relationship to replace her and become the sect master of Xuanzang. Even if Xuanzang was nothing in the eyes of the Lu family, it was better to be the sect master here than to go back and be bullied. He also believed that the elder would accept his proposal. After all, he was strong, and the elder had no choice but to listen. However, after arriving at Xuanzang, he found that the elder was dead and the sect master was missing, so he had to change his strategy, and the current scene happened. Since ancient times, men have been the absolute controllers of power, and women are just toys to please us, so your sect leader should have been changed long ago. Lu Zuan looked down at the elders. The great elder and I used to be from the same clan, and now we are good friends. With our relationship, I'm more than qualified to be the acting sect leader of your Zuan sect. Of course, there is another most important reason why I say this, and that is strength. If anyone here does not obey me, just stand up. I will beat you until you are convinced. After saying this, the pressure of his second-grade saint realm instantly enveloped the entire hall, making everyone a little breathless. Elder Feng realized that Lu Zuan was not here to discuss with them. If they did not agree, someone would probably die on the spot today. In order to save his life, he had to quickly say, "Since Mr. Lu has made this proposal, we are naturally willing to accept it. From now on, Mr. Lu is the acting sect leader of our Zuan sect." The others also realized the current situation and echoed it. "We are willing to serve Mr. Lu as the acting sect leader." Seeing that everyone agreed, Lu Zuan smiled. "Very good. A man of insight is a hero. Since I'm the sect leader, I will naturally help you kill Lu Chuan." Elder Feng asked, "Sect leader, I wonder what your plan is?" Lu Zuan thought for a while and said, "In this way, you spread the news and pretend that the sect leader has never disappeared. I will be your legitimate sect leader, and that woman, say that she is my wife, because she hooked up with that Lu Chuan, so she betrayed me, and it was because of her that Lu Chuan killed the elder to demonstrate to me. In order to avenge the elder, I will set up a ring at the foot of the sect mountain in a week and wait for Lu Chuan to appear. If he has backbone, he will definitely come to fight with me to prove his innocence to the world. If he is a coward and dares not to show up, he will become a joke in the eyes of the world. Then I will think of other ways to deal with him. In fact, his real purpose was to force Tsundere out. After all, the relationship between him and the elder was just like that. Although it was not empty talk to avenge him, he was not so anxious. In comparison, it was obvious that Tsundere's beauty attracted him more. After listening to Lu Xuan's words, Elder Feng felt that this was not a very good plan, but the other party was strong, so he did not dare to say much and had to agree. The sect master is wise, and we will do it according to the sect master's instructions. Lu Xuan felt this feeling of being respected, and his heart was full of pride. He said lightly, "Go and find me a few good-looking female disciples in the sect. I want to teach them personally and instruct them in some advanced martial arts." Several elders looked at each other, and they knew what Lu Xuan wanted to do, but they couldn't refuse, so they sighed helplessly and agreed. In the hotel, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the floor, concentrating on practicing. Tsundere was lying on the bed, still in a coma. After careful consideration, Lu Chuan finally did not take advantage of others. Although he would be entangled by the cause and effect and die a miserable death, if he could not break off the cause and effect of the great elder, it was understandable that he would do anything to save his life, but he was not that kind of person after all. Besides, he still had 2 months left, so he could still think of a way to fight for it. If he could get the sect master to agree to help him, he would not have to have a despicable reputation. Although the sect master already knew that he was looking for her, she was not clear about the purpose of looking for her. So Lu Chuan wanted to take advantage of this time to get along with the sect master. If they could create some sparks and cultivate some feelings, then things would naturally fall into place. After a while, Tsundere opened his eyes in a daze, and after seeing himself lying on a soft big bed, he was stunned for a moment, then sat up suddenly, looked around, and when he saw Lu Chuan sitting cross-legged on the ground, he felt a little relieved. Although I fainted, I always presented myself as a man in front of Lu Chuan. Even if I seemed a little effeminate, he probably wouldn't be so perverted as to do anything to me while I was unconscious, so I should have spent this night safely. Tsundere, who was analyzing her situation, was very sure that she had not been taken advantage of, and her identity had not been exposed. But at this moment, she suddenly felt her chest was empty, and inexplicably felt a little relieved, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Strange, I have been wearing a bra for some time, and it often makes it difficult for me to breathe. Why do I feel relaxed all over now, and inexplicably feel a little comfortable? Thinking of this, her eyes widened, and then she quickly grabbed her collar and looked inside. Then, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, she was completely dumbfounded. Who untied my bra? Chapter 378 Confession. Tsundere twisted her neck stiffly, and her eyes finally fell on Lu Chuan. Besides her, there was only Lu Chuan here, so it was obvious who had untied the bra. She was very sure that Lu Chuan had not done anything just now, but she was suddenly confused. Since the other party had untied her bra, he must have discovered that she was a woman. This guy was also a lustful man. It seemed that she had been unconscious for quite a long time. The night was long, and this guy must have done everything he could. Faced with this situation, even though she was the high and mighty leader of Xuanzang, she couldn't remain calm at this moment. Lu Chuan, you beast. I will kill you. She lost her mind and picked up the pillow beside her and threw it at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan opened his eyes instantly, grabbed the pillow, and saw that Wookiee had woken up, so he stood up quickly. You're awake. Tsundere looked at Lu Chuan with resentment, gnashing his teeth and saying, You. What did you do to me? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said with a guilty conscience, I didn't do anything. Tsundere pointed to the neatly folded chest strap placed at the head of the bed and angrily said, Then what is this? Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, I really didn't do anything. I accidentally found it. If you don't believe me, you can check your body. If I really did something to you, let me be struck by lightning. Situ Kinghuan saw that Lu Chuan didn't look like he was lying, and she really didn't feel that her body had been touched by anyone. After all, she was still a virgin. If she was touched by someone, she would definitely feel it. But if this guy didn't have any bad thoughts about her, why did he untie someone else's chest strap for no reason? Suddenly, she realized a problem. If Lu Chuan hadn't noticed that her chest was wrapped with a breast strap, then in his eyes, she was actually a man. Under what circumstances would a man take off another man's clothes? After discovering the breast strap and taking it off, and finding out that the man was actually a woman in disguise and was in a defenseless situation, she did nothing. This made Situ Kinghuan suspicious of Lu Chuan. Could this guy like men? Apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of any other situation that would make a man not have evil thoughts after seeing a nearly perfect and delicate body. The look she gave Lu Chuan suddenly changed. Lu Chuan felt that Wookiee's gaze seemed to have become a little contemptuous, and he was very confused. He thought to himself, was she despising me for not doing anything after discovering that she was a woman? In order to verify his guess, Situ Kinghuan used his telepathy and then asked Lu Chuan, did you want to do something to me when I was a man, but found out that I was a woman, so you gave up the evil idea? Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, how is it possible? I didn't do anything to you because of my upright character and gentlemanly behavior. I can't believe that I was suspected of being gay, even though I didn't touch you. If I had known this, I should have taken you down while you were unconscious. After hearing Lu Chuan's inner voice, Situ Kinghuan realized that she had guessed wrong and felt a little ashamed. She didn't expect that she would be entangled because she didn't lose her virginity. She coughed twice and said, stop pretending here. If you don't have that kind of fetish, why would you take off the clothes of a man like me? Lu Chuan looked wronged and said, this is what happened. After you fell unconscious, I brought you to the hotel. When I was holding you, I felt that there was something under your clothes. I thought there was some treasure hidden. I was curious and wanted to take a look. At that time, I thought you were a man and thought it was okay to take a look, so I lifted up your clothes and found the cloth wrapped around you. I thought you were wrapped so tightly, there must be treasures hidden inside, so I untied the cloth, but I didn't find. You really had two treasures hidden inside. Situ Kinghuan thought it was normal and reasonable when he heard the first part, but when he heard the last sentence, he was stunned. He thought to himself that he didn't hide any treasures inside, so why did he say he found treasures? And there were two of them. The next second, she reacted, her face turned red, and she cursed, rogue. Do you want to die? Lu Chuan smiled and said, it's just a metaphor. Don't be angry, Wookiee. I really didn't expect that you are a woman. By the way, how did you get that Adam's apple? It doesn't look fake to me. Situ Kinghuan said unhappily, don't call me Wookiee. She didn't think the name was anything special before, but now it sounds like the homonym of my wife. Lu Chuan called her like that, making her sound like this guy's wife, which sounded awkward. Lu Chuan smiled and said, if I don't call you Wookiee, should I call you Sect Master? Situ Kinghuan's face changed, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he said, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I be considered a sect master? Lu Chuan laughed and said, Sect master, stop pretending. I have used your underwear to perform a tracking and positioning method, and found that the location it points to is the hotel we are in. In addition, I have been wondering before that you, an ordinary person, have the body skills that only top masters have. Considering that the sect master lost his power due to the formation of the Great Elder, I can be sure that you are the sect master of Zhuan sect. Seeing that Lu Chuan was so sure, Situ Kinghuan knew that there was no point in pretending anymore, so he simply admitted, so what, I'm the sect master of Zhuan sect. What is your purpose in looking for me? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Master, don't worry, I have absolutely no bad intentions in looking for you. To be honest, I'm actually attracted by your noble temperament and unparalleled beauty. It can be said that I fell in love with you at first sight. I'm looking for you to pursue you. Master, I like you and want to have a relationship with you. Is that okay? At this point, it is the safest way to have a relationship with the master first and then take her down. Situ Kinghuan heard Lu Chuan's voice, sneered, and said, like me. Want to have a relationship with me? I think you just want my body. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, thinking how did she guess my purpose at once? Was my performance so obvious? I do want your body, but I was forced to do it. If I don't want your body, I will die. But then again, your body is really good. Situ Kinghuan's eyes widened, and then he realized that, although this guy didn't do anything to him last night, he must have looked at him all over. She suddenly had the urge to dig out Lu Chuan's eyes. Lu Chuan explained, Master, how can you think of me like that? I'm not that kind of person. I really came to pursue you, because I fell in love with you at first sight. Situ Kinghuan was about to mock Lu Chuan, but the next second, she was suddenly stunned. She thought that she had never met Lu Chuan before, and the first time she met him, he was still in the appearance of a man. Why did this guy say that she had an unparalleled appearance and fell in love with him at first sight? Moreover, Lu Chuan also said that she had lost all her power due to the formation of the Great Elder. The only one who knew about this was herself, except for the Great Elder and the people who participated in the action. How did Lu Chuan know? The Great Elder died at the hands of Lu Chuan, so the possibility that Lu Chuan was the Great Elder's man could be ruled out. But in this way, this guy is full of too many confusing things. In order to find out, while Lu Chuan came to find him, and there was the trouble of dying, if he didn't do that kind of thing with him. Situ Kinghuan looked at Lu Chuan and said solemnly, Lu Chuan, seeing that you killed the elder, I'm willing to believe that you are not a bad person, but you must tell me why you came to me and how you know that my power was destroyed by the elder's formation, and also, I have never shown my true face to anyone. How do you know that I'm good looking? Lu Chuan looked at the other party's serious look, knowing that continuing to fool him might only deepen the estrangement, but it would be detrimental to breaking the cause and effect, so he sighed, talked about the grievances between him and the elder, and explained the magical power of the cause and effect and its side effects. After listening to Lu Chuan's story, Situ Kinghuan was surprised. She didn't expect that Lu Chuan actually had the means to control cause and effect, which was beyond her imagination. However, she got the magical power of telepathy from Lu Chuan, which was also very magical, so she didn't show too much surprise. So you have taken on the karma of the Great Elder, and what that bastard Great Elder wanted most in his lifetime was to get me. In order to end this karma, you have no choice but to get me, Situ Kinghuan said. Lu Chuan nodded and said, I only have 2 months left. If I can't get you within these 2 months, I will be entangled in karma and die a miserable death. Sect Master, since I killed the Great Elder and avenged you, you should bear with it. Situ Kinghuan immediately refused. Impossible. Even if you are really facing the trouble of karma, it was not caused by me. Why should I risk my life to help you? Lu Chuan said, I know that this matter has nothing to do with you. It is understandable that you don't help me, but since I have been frank with you, you should be able to feel that I'm not the kind of person who forces others to do things against their will, so I want to make a deal with you. Situ Kinghuan glanced at him and asked, what deal? Lu Chuan said, if I'm not mistaken, you returned to Xuanzang with the disciple recruitment conference to restore your strength, right? And the fact that you are dressed as a man shows that there are still remnants of the Great Elder's power within Xuanzang. You have lost all your power. Once discovered, you will be in crisis. It is safer to disguise yourself as a man to hide your identity. That gem should be the key to your recovery. I know a formation called the reversal of yin and yang, which is very similar to the formation designed by the Great Elder for you. If that formation is really the reversal of yin and yang, then your power should still be preserved in the formation. So you have to return to Xuanzang and use the gem to reverse the formation and take back your power. But if you want to recover your power, it will definitely make a lot of noise. At that time, the people under the Great Elder will definitely come to stop you. Once affected, you will fall into an irreversible situation. I can return the gem to you and act as your guard to help you resist the people of Xuanzang when you recover your power, but the condition is, you sleep with me. How about it? Situ Kinghuan frowned after listening to Lu Chuan's words. This guy's analysis hit the mark for her. It would not work if she wanted to reverse the formation and recover her power in Xuanzang by herself. but she didn't want to use her body as a condition for the transaction. Otherwise she would be no different from a prostitute who sold her body for money. So after thinking about it, she looked at Lu Chuan and said coldly, "I refuse." Chapter 379 Chance and Accident. Seeing Situ Huan's refusal, Lu Chuan was anxious and said, "Master, please be kind and give me a chance." Situ Huan snorted, "I'm not a female bodhisattva. Why should I give you this chance?" Seeing the master's firm attitude, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh. "This matter concerns my life. Since you don't want to, then I can only." Situ Huan's heart skipped a beat and her nerves tensed up. She realized at this time that she was powerless. If Lu Chuan wanted to use force, she would have no chance to resist. Damn it, I should have refused more tactfully. Now I have directly extinguished this guy's hope. He won't want to go to extremes, right? Lu Chuan approached Situ Huan. What do you want to do?" Situ Huan took 2 steps back and raised his hand to cover his chest. Lu Chuan stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed and said, "I was just kidding. You don't think I'm going to force you, do you?" Situ Huan then realized it was a false alarm. She looked at Lu Chuan angrily and cursed, "Asshole." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, although this matter is related to my life and death, I won't force you, as long as you don't want to." Situ Huan was slightly moved and said, "You are still a gentleman." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Since I'm such a gentleman, you can be a female bodhisattva for once, okay?" Situ Huan's face immediately fell again. "Get out." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. This kind of thing can't be forced, but I believe you will agree to me in the end." Situ Huan asked, "Where do you get this confidence from?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Intuition." Situ Huan rolled his eyes and said, "In fact, you can reach this level of strength at this age, and you killed the great elder. In my eyes, you are still a talent. I'm tired of pretending to be a man these years. In fact, I also plan to find a boyfriend. Your conditions are reasonable. It's just that for some reason, I can't have anything with you, so I can only say sorry to you." Lu Chuan hurriedly asked, "What's the reason?" Situ Huan said, "I can't tell you about this. Thank you for bringing me here last night, but if it weren't for you, my plan wouldn't be disrupted, and we are even. You keep the gem, just as compensation for that magical power. I have to leave, lest you can't help but attack me. It's too dangerous to stay by your side. Goodbye." After saying that, she was about to leave here. "Wait a minute," Lu Chuan said. Situ Huan glanced at him and asked, "Is there anything else?" Lu Chuan smiled helplessly, pointed at Situ Huan's chest, and said, "With your figure and a man's face, if you go out like this, I'm afraid others will think you are a pervert." Situ Huan looked down at her chest, and felt that what Lu Chuan said was indeed a little bit reasonable. Moreover, after what happened last night, Xuanzang would definitely hunt down Wookie. It would be dangerous for her to wear this face. Thinking that no one had ever seen her as a woman, even if she restored her appearance and went out, no one would recognize her, so she raised her hand and took off a string of beads on her wrist. The next second, her appearance began to change drastically. Her Adam's apple disappeared, her hair fell down, her skin became whiter and tenderer, and in the blink of an eye, she became the cold fairy that Lu Chuan had seen in the memory of the great elder. Lu Chuan looked at her face and was a little stunned. Although he had met many beautiful women, he still felt impressed at this moment. "Because Situ Huan was so beautiful, I didn't expect that your bracelet is a magical instrument that can change your appearance. No wonder I can't see any clues." Lu Chuan said, "Can I know your name?" Situ Huan raised his head, his eyes were cold, and his expression seemed to be asking why he should tell you my name. "There is no possibility between us." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, you are not willing to help me. It doesn't matter whether you know your name or not. If you don't want to say it, forget it." But Situ Huan said lightly, "My name is Situ Huan. We will say goodbye here, and I hope we will never see each other again in the future. Goodbye." After saying that, she left the hotel room without hesitation. Situ Huan, it sounds pretty good. Lu Chuan did not chase after her, knowing that it was meaningless to do so. This kind of thing, it is all about chance. As for why he felt that there was still a chance between him and Situ Huan, He didn't know, it might be a kind of mysterious feeling brought to him by the true dragon fate. Just when he was thinking about when he would encounter the chance between him and Situ King Hun, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open again. Situ King Hun came back again. Lu Chuan looked at Situ King Hun who had come back, thinking, didn't she just say that we would not see each other again in the future? Why did she come back so soon? Could it be that she changed her mind and was willing to agree to me again? An expectant smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, Miss Situ, you. But Situ King Hun walked quickly to the bed, picked up the bra, and then stretched out her hand to Lu Chuan, a little embarrassed but righteously said, give me back my underwear. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Situ King Hun came back because of this. Was it to prevent me from finding her by tracking and locating? It seems that she really doesn't want to meet me again. He didn't hesitate, took out Situ King Hun's underwear from his pocket, and put it in the other's hand. Situ King Hun snorted, turned around and left, and it can be seen that she really left this time. Lu Chuan smiled helplessly, and sat on the edge of the bed, not worried that he couldn't find Situ King Hun. After confirming that Situ King Hun was the leader of Xuanzang, he left a mark on Situ King Hun. After all, this was his lifeline, so he had to be able to find it at all times. So even if Situ King Hun took away all his personal belongings, it would not matter. Next, I have to wait for an opportunity to appear. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan took out his mobile phone to see if anyone had sent him a message recently. Because he was being hunted last night, he turned off his mobile phone to prevent someone from suddenly calling and exposing his whereabouts. When he turned on his mobile phone, he received dozens of missed call messages at once. Some of them were from Munanking, Chu Mingyao and Shen Yering, as well as Han Qingxi and Zanlinger. Even Ningxin, who he hadn't seen for a long time, called him several times. What's going on? Why are they all calling me suddenly? Just when Lu Chuan was puzzled, he suddenly saw several local news pushed by his mobile phone. Breaking news. The leader of Xuan sect revealed that his wife had an affair with someone, and the lover turned out to be the real murderer who killed the chief elder, Lu Chuan. Shocking. The leader of Xuan sect was cheated on, and the chief elder died tragically on the spot while seeking justice for the leader. The murderer turned out to be him. The leader of the first martial arts sect has been secretly married for many years and has a beautiful wife. The unknown young man Lu Chuan is shocked to be cheating on her. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Just looking at the headlines of these news, Lu Chuan felt his scalp tingling and gasped. He quickly clicked on those news and finally extracted some useful information from the news content and the comments below. A leader suddenly appeared in Xuanzang. Just like in the past, he wore a mask and his face was unknown. Situ King Hun became the wife of this leader who suddenly appeared. And I, Lu Chuan, became Situ King Hun's lover. I killed the elder because he caught me in an affair, and then I took Situ King Hun and fled Xuanzang. Now the whole Xuanzang is hunting for Situ King Hun's whereabouts, and the leader who suddenly appeared set up a ring at the foot of the sect mountain, waiting for me to go and fight. What the hell is going on? After reading these news, Lu Chuan felt a headache. However, he knew very well that something must have happened inside Xuanzang. After all, Situ King Hun was the real leader, and now not only did someone come out to pretend to be the leader, but he even said that Situ King Hun was the leader's wife and even released her portrait. There must be a conspiracy. In the entire Xuan sect, the only one who knows Situ King Hun's appearance is the Great Elder, and the Great Elder is already dead. This sect leader who suddenly appeared is most likely the Great Elder's friend or the person behind him, and he is releasing this news now. One is to avenge the Great Elder, so he set up the arena to wait for me, and the other is to capture Situ King Hun. And looking at the description in the news, Xuan sect dispatched a large number of troops, and the main purpose was to capture Situ King Hun. On the contrary, I was not mentioned much, and it was only said that the sect leader set up the arena to wait for me. This shows that the real target of the person behind the scenes is Situ King Hun, and I was just a byproduct. These news have been fermenting for more than half a day, and the troops dispatched by Xuan sect have already rushed to various places in Yunzhou, and this county town is the closest place to Xuan sect. There must be a lot of people sent by Xuan sect. Situ Kinghuan is in danger. After reaching this conclusion, Lu Chuan stood up. Situ Kinghuan is just an ordinary person now, and the disciples of Xuanzang don't know that she is actually the real leader. They all think that she is the wife of the leader who has been hiding for many years and has cheated on him. So when they see her, they will definitely not show mercy and take her back to Xuanzang. Could it be that this is the opportunity between Situ Kinghuan and me? It comes so quickly. Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile. Although this is an opportunity to perform well in front of Situ Kinghuan, he is actually more interested in the leader who suddenly appeared. This person can get Situ Kinghuan's portrait, and his relationship with the elder must be very close. The other party can successfully impersonate the leader of Xuanzang and let everyone in Xuanzang cooperate, which shows that this person's status and strength are not ordinary. Considering that the elder used to be a member of the Lu family of Kunlun domain, Lu Chuan guessed that this person behind the scenes is likely to have a relationship with the Lu family of Kunlun domain. So even if he doesn't need to break the cause and effect of the elder, he will definitely intervene in this matter. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan sensed the mark left on Situ Kinghuan, confirmed the other party's location, and quickly left the hotel and went there. As for the dozens of missed calls, he silently chose to ignore them. If he dared to call back now, he would surely be faced with endless questioning, so it was better to pretend he didn't see them. Chapter 380 Brother Lu. On the street, Situ Kinghuan walked out of the clothing store. At this time, she had changed into casual clothes, wearing a baseball cap on her head, long hair hanging down, and exuding a free and easy temperament. It was the first time for her to go out in women's clothes, and she felt an indescribable sense of ease and joy in her heart. But what puzzled her was that many people on the street began to stop and talk after seeing her, and some even ran away directly after seeing her, as if they were going to inform someone. Is it because I look too good? Situ Kinghuan thought narcissistically. She didn't pay much attention to the eyes of the people around her, but enjoyed the feeling of being herself. In the past, she always wore a mask and showed herself as the leader of the sect. At that time, she was cold, aloof, and kept people away. But she knew very well that it was not the real her. The current state was her truest appearance. In fact, it's not bad not to be the leader of the sect. If I can meet Brother Lu again, it's not bad to find a secluded town with him and live a secluded life. Situ Kinghuan said to herself. The Brother Lu in her mouth was the reason why she didn't want to agree to Lu Chuan. When she was very young, she ran away from home once. At that time, she didn't know what it meant to leave the protection of her family. It wasn't until she was on the street, became sloppy, became a little beggar, and was starving, that she realized how stupid her decision to run away from home was. But at that time, she couldn't find the way home, and she was so hungry that she had no strength and fainted on the street. When she woke up again, she found herself in a bridge hole. A boy who was a few years older than her was cooking porridge with clumsy methods. The boy saw that she woke up and gave her the cooked porridge. Although the porridge was half cooked, Situ Kinghuan still thinks that it is the best porridge she has ever tasted. After talking, little Situ Kinghuan learned that the boy was also a runaway child, but he ran away from an orphanage. Although Situ Kinghuan was young, she could see that the boy was a good person, and he saved her, so she was grateful. Because she was too young at the time, she didn't know how to repay the favor. She only knew from TV that a girl marrying someone else was the most precious reward, so she said she wanted to be the boy's wife. The boy was still in a stage of ignorance and felt that he had escaped the control of the orphanage and would settle down outside from then on, and he really needed a wife. So the two of them learned from the plot on TV and got married. Situ Kinghuan didn't know the boy's name. The boy said he was a deer, so she kept calling the boy Brother Lu. The two children depended on each other and lived in the bridge hole for more than half a month. Although the two were young, they were at the most innocent age, so they slowly developed the most sincere and pure feelings. Although Situ Kinghuan was younger than Brother Lu, girls were generally precocious. At that time, she made up her mind that she must be with Brother Lu in the future, no matter who stopped her. However, the happy life of the young couple did not last long, and Situ Kinghuan's family finally found her. When the adults heard that, little Situ Kinghuan said that she had married Brother Lu, and became someone else's family. They all laughed at her, thinking that she was a little kid who was poisoned by the TV series, and that the two children were just playing around, so they forcibly separated the two. She still remembers that when her family separated her and brother Lou, she cried heartbreakingly, as if she had really lost a loved one. Fortunately, before they parted, brother Lou told her that there were 3 moles on the soles of his feet and asked her to look for people based on this in the future. Little Sitakinghuan wrote down this incident and made an agreement with brother Lou that they would become husband and wife when they grew up. Although thinking about the things at that time now seems childish and absurd, Sitakinghuan really took this agreement seriously. To this day, she is still full of emotion about the days when she lived a wandering life with brother Lou and feels that she was the happiest at that time. Now, although she has become powerful and has become the leader of Xuanzang, she has never experienced the happiness of that time again. So she has been trying hard to find her brother Lou. If she finds him, no matter what he becomes, she will still be his wife according to the agreement they made that year. It is worth mentioning that, after she ran away from home and was brought back home, her family transformed their house into a maze to prevent her from running away again, making it difficult for little Sitakinghuan to find the right direction. Her problem of being a directionally challenged person was formed at that time. I just don't know where brother Lou is now. If I had asked him which orphanage he ran away from, I wouldn't have to look for him without any clues. Now I'm 25 years old. In order to wait for brother Lou, I have never dated anyone. However, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone based on the clue of 3 moles on my feet. I can't just look at the soles of someone's feet when I meet him. So I will wait for brother Lou for another 2 years. If I don't meet him in these 2 years, it only means that we are not destined to be together. I have been single for her for 27 years, which is also a compliance with the original agreement. By then, I will find another man and I won't owe him anything. Thinking about brother Lou in her heart, Sitakinghuan suddenly noticed that more and more people were talking about her around her, and many people were whispering, as if there was a lot of gossip about her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. In order to find out what was going on, she caught a passerby who was talking about her and asked about the situation. As the passers-by told her story, her face became more and more ugly, and finally she gnashed her teeth and cursed. Nonsense. It's really nonsense. When did I become the wife of the sect master, and I became a bitch who betrayed the sect master and hooked up with Luchuan? It's too outrageous. But she soon guessed the reason. There must have been a change in the Xuanzang. The guy who pretended to be the sect master was most likely the elder's man. No wonder they looked at me like this. I thought they looked at me because I was pretty. The damn elder. He even drew my appearance. He really makes people worry even after death. The king of hell should send him to the 18th level of hell. After cursing a few words inwardly, Sitakinghuan realized that her current situation was a bit dangerous. Just now, many people ran to inform her after seeing her, and they might have gone to inform the people of Xuanzang. In her current situation, let alone the people of the Xuanzang law enforcement team, even the most ordinary Xuanzang disciples, she couldn't handle it. So she didn't dare to hesitate and decided to leave here and find a safe place to hide first. If I had known this, I would have continued to come out disguised as a man. Although Wookiee's identity is also on Xuanzang's wanted list, at least it would not attract as much attention as it does now. It's all because of that bastard Luchuan. If I hadn't listened to him, how could I have shown my true face? Sitakinghuan cursed in his heart and walked through the streets and alleys, hoping to get rid of the people who had just discovered him and followed him secretly. Luchuan was standing on the roof of a 3-story building at this time, looking down at Sitakinghuan, who seemed to be walking in a maze in the alley. He had been standing here for half an hour. Although Sitakinghuan ran very fast, she ran around in circles in the nearby alleys. She didn't even leave this area for such a long time. Is her problem of being a road idiot a little too serious? Luchuan frowned and looked at Sitakinghuan, who was seriously trying to run away and couldn't help but complain. He didn't plan to show up in front of Sitakinghuan right now. After all, the other party probably didn't want to see him at this moment. Only by showing up at the critical moment and saving the other party from danger could he gain the favor of this woman and make her change her mind. With her poor sense of direction, it wouldn't be long before the people of Xuanzang came, and it wouldn't be too late to take action at that time. And he wanted to see how long this woman could stay in these simple alleys. Just as he was thinking, a group of people wearing Xuanzang's unique clothes came here and quietly approached Sita Qinghun. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's eyes condensed, and he was immediately ready to take action at any time. In the alley, Sita Qinghun muttered to herself while running, "I have been running for so long, I should be almost out of this county, but the roads in this county seem to look the same. Even the positions of the trash cans are almost the same. It's really strange." At this time, several disciples of Xuanzang suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. "Madam, the master ordered us to take you back. Please don't make things difficult for us." Sita Qinghun frowned immediately, thinking that you could catch up with me after I ran so far. It seems that the disciples of Xuanzang have become talents under my previous management. She snorted coldly and said, "I'm not the master's wife. The master you have now is a fake. You have all been deceived." The leader said, "The master's exit was confirmed by the 4 elders of Fengshan Yuxu, so the master cannot be fake. Madam, please go back with us. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude." Sita Qinghun frowned. She didn't expect that this fake master could make the 4 elders of Fengshan Yuxu cooperate. It seems that his strength is extraordinary. She snorted coldly. Of course, it was impossible for her to go back with these people. She turned around and ran to the back. However, a group of people from Xuanzang had already surrounded her on the other side and did not intend to give her any chance to escape. Sita Qinghun cursed inwardly, never expecting that one day he would be surrounded by a group of ordinary disciples and helpless. Since the sect master's wife won't cooperate, we have no choice but to use force. Everyone, go ahead, be careful not to hurt the sect master's wife. The sect master asked us to bring her back intact, and then the sect master will punish her personally," the leader ordered. The disciples of Xuan sect immediately surrounded Sita Qinghun. Sita Qinghun showed a trace of despair on her face. She knew very well the purpose of the sect master asking everyone to bring her back intact. If she was really caught, she would probably become the plaything of the man behind the scenes. However, she had lost all her strength and had no way to escape at this moment. The master had only given her one escape talisman, which was used up by the great elder last time. Seeing the disciples of Xuan sect getting closer and closer, Sita Qinghun became more and more nervous and helpless. "Really, are we going to be caught? Go." The command sounded, and the disciples of Xuan sect all stretched out their hands towards Sita Qinghun. Sita Qinghun sighed helplessly, knowing that she was powerless to save the situation, and the only way left was to surrender. But at this moment, a force suddenly appeared and directly overturned all the disciples surrounding her. The next second, Lu Chuan landed beside Sita Qinghun and blocked her. "If you want to catch her, you have to ask me if I agree first." Sita Qinghun was stunned and asked, Why are you here?" Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her, smiled and said, "Now there are rumors outside that I'm your lover, then you are my mistress. How can a lover sit idly by when the mistress is in trouble?" After saying that, he blinked. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 381 Sita Qinghun's Conflict. Sita Qinghun looked at Lu Chuan's appearance, and his face couldn't help but blush a little, and then he shouted, "Who is your mistress? Are you disgusting?" Lu Chuan smiled slightly, not caring, and looked at the Xuanzang people again, and said coldly, "If anyone is not afraid of death, you can come forward and try to catch him." The Xuanzang people saw Lu Chuan's appearance clearly, and they were all shocked, and no one dared to come forward. After all, the guy in front of them was the one who killed the Great Elder. With the strength of these people, going up would only be a death. The leader of these people stared at Lu Chuan and said nervously, "Lu Chuan, you killed the Great Elder of my Xuan sect, which was a provocation to the majesty of my Xuan sect. Now you want to kidnap our sect master's wife. This is simply unforgivable." If you really have the courage, go to the foot of our sect mountain and compete with our sect master. You are not a hero if you show off in front of us. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, when I have time, I will naturally settle accounts with your fake sect master. You don't need to provoke me here. Considering that Zuan sect still has some good reputation in the martial arts world, just disappear from my sight now, and I will not bother with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The leader hesitated, stared at Lu Chuan, and shouted, let's go. A group of people breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed the leader away. Seeing that everyone in Xuanzang had left, Lu Chuan turned to look at Sita Qinghun and said with a smile, fortunately, I came in time this time, otherwise you would be taken away, and it would be troublesome. But this is not a big favor, and you don't have to be too grateful to me. Just promise me your love. Sita Qinghun looked at Lu Chuan with disdain and said, first of all, thank you for saving me. Secondly, how did you know I was here? I walked so far after leaving the hotel, and you happened to rush here at this time. Are you secretly following me? When Lu Chuan heard her words, he was speechless and said, come with me. Sita Qinghun looked suspicious and didn't know what Lu Chuan wanted to do, but he still followed him to find out. After a while, the two of them left the alley and came to the main road outside. Why did you bring me here? You don't want to tell me that you passed by this road and happened to see me in danger? Sita Qinghun stared at Lu Chuan and asked. Lu Chuan pointed to a building about 300 meters away from here with a speechless face and said, the hotel we stayed in before is in that building. You walked less than 300 meters after leaving the hotel. Isn't it inappropriate to say that I followed you? Sita Qinghun's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, how is this possible? I walked for so long after leaving the hotel, how could I only walk less than 300 meters? But now she found that the building did seem to be where the hotel was, and she suddenly felt guilty. Lu Chuan looked at Sita Qinghun helplessly and said, Master, why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? Your problem of being a road idiot seems to be a bit terminal. Sita Qinghun was embarrassed, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and said, I just don't know the way very well. It's just that I took a wrong turn. What's the big deal? You were just a little wrong, and the wicked map has to call you a fellow Taoist when it sees you. When Sita Qinghun heard Lu Chuan's inner complaints, he felt even more embarrassed, and his toes were about to dig a villa on the ground. Lu Chuan was afraid of hurting Sita Qinghun's self-esteem, so he stopped discussing the matter of being directionally challenged and said, you should have known about the changes in Xuanzang. The main purpose of this person pretending to be the sect master is you. I'm only secondary. The other party can suppress all the elders of your Xuanzang, which shows that he is very powerful and has definitely reached the saint level. Such trouble is almost impossible for you to deal with now. I'm willing to help you solve this trouble, help you regain the position of sect master, and restore your strength. As for my conditions, you also know that it is the 21st century. As a young person, you should be more open-minded. If you treat this as a kind of enjoyment, maybe I can make you fall in love with that feeling. Sita Qinghun immediately glared at Lu Chuan and said, do you think everyone has such dirty thoughts like you? Lu Chuan smiled and said, just kidding. Now the situation has become serious. The person behind the scenes is not trivial. Even if I help you, this matter is still very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. I think it is enough to take such a big risk in exchange for you to help me once. What do you think? Sita Qinghun was entangled. The changes in the sect really caught her off guard. Without seeking help from her master and family, she really couldn't solve it by herself. At that time, she would not only lose the Xuan sect that she had worked hard for many years, but she would not even be able to get her own power back. There was basically no need to consider asking the master to help. The old man would definitely bring up the marriage contract. As for the family, from the moment she decided not to rely on the family and go out to make a living alone, it was destined that those people would only watch this matter coldly. It can even be said that they wished that the Xuan sect would fall into the hands of others, so that she could return to the clan and be the good girl they recognized. Under the current situation, it seems that the only person she can ask for help is Lu Chuan. But if Lu Chuan took action, She would have to go against the agreement she made with brother Lu, which put her in a dilemma. Seeing Sitoking Huan in a dilemma, Lu Chuan said, "You don't have to rush to make a decision. It's almost noon now, and you probably don't have money to eat, right? I'll treat you to a meal first, and you think about it carefully." Sitoking Huan curled her lips and said, "I don't need to think about this." As soon as she said this, her stomach started to growl loudly, and Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Sitoking Huan was embarrassed again. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Then I'll think about it first. Let me make it clear that I need time to think about it, and it's just right to have a meal. I'm not thinking about it just to eat your meal." Lu Chuan smiled slightly. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal." In a buffet restaurant, Lu Chuan looked at the piles of barbecue in front of Sitoking Huan and really thought that this woman must want to eat all the meals for the next week today. Although Sitoking Huan was embarrassed, she was really broke now. Her strength was gone, and she couldn't go back to the sect. It was really difficult for her to survive in this strange society as an ordinary weak woman. She could only eat enough for 3 days. While she was eating, his telepathy worked, and he kept listening to the thoughts of the people around him. A young man and woman ate and talked, and they looked very happy, but the man was thinking that the woman would go home after dinner and watching a movie, and his money for the day would be wasted, so he would not ask her out in the future. The woman was thinking that the man only asked her out to eat a buffet, which was much worse than the high-end Western food that a rich second generation took her to last time. After returning home, she would put this man on the list of spare tires and ask the rich second generation out for drinks at night, the kind that would stay up all night. On the other side, a family of 3 was eating together. The man was smiling and preparing barbecue for his wife and child, saying that he had a good performance at work recently and let the mother and child eat as much as they wanted. In fact, he was thinking about the bloody scolding by his boss during the day, and he was in a depressed mood. But thinking about his family and the mortgage, he didn't dare to contradict his boss, so he could only take the 2 of them out to have a hearty meal to comfort his injured heart. A man in a suit and leather shoes was entertaining a customer in the back. On the surface, he was smiling and saying all kinds of flattering words to please the other party. In fact, he was thinking about this incompetent, visionless, and tasteless idiot. If it weren't for the fact that the position you sit in is related to the fate of my company, I wouldn't even look at you when I see you on the street. The customer praised the man's company's business for its rapid development and great contribution to the industry, but in fact, he was thinking about the fact that you guys, who look like dogs, have made no contribution. Your company can reach this point today, but it's all because of my care. It's your blessing that you bow and scrape in front of me. It was only a meal, and Sitoking Huan felt the hidden hostility in this seemingly prosperous society. It turned out that everyone was suppressing their dissatisfaction in order to maintain the surface of decency. This made her feel the complexity of human hearts. Then she stopped using his telepathy and stopped listening to other people's inner thoughts, including Lu Chuan. Although being able to hear other people's inner thoughts is an incredible ability, people's hearts are sometimes not beautiful. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, it is better not to listen. Of course, she mainly felt that his telepathy consumed too much of her mind. If she suddenly fainted again, it would be too dangerous in the situation where Xuanzang was chasing her. What's more, there was a Lu Chuan who was eyeing her covetously and plotting something bad. It would be better to use this magical power after recovering her strength. Not long after, the 2 of them had eaten and drunk enough and left the restaurant. In the corner, a figure also quickly ate all the remaining food on the plate and then quietly followed him out. This person's whereabouts were strange. Lu Chuan scanned the surrounding situation with his spiritual sense, but he didn't find this person following him. In the evening, in the woods in the suburbs, Lu Chuan was lying on a branch of a tree, closing his eyes to rest. Sitoking Huan was circling a tree, considering whether he should agree to Lu Chuan's conditions. Although with Lu Chuan's strength, he was not afraid of those people sent by Xuanzang to hunt him down, but it is better to have less trouble than more. In order to reduce trouble, the 2 of them came to this sparsely populated suburb. Sitoking Huan had been thinking about it for a whole afternoon, but he had not given Lu Chuan an answer. Lu Chuan was not in a hurry. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and it was not so easy to make a decision. When the sunset was about to set, Sitter King Huan finally stopped, looked at Lu Chuan on the tree, and said loudly, "I've decided." Chapter 382 Master. Lu Chuan opened his eyes instantly, jumped down from the tree, came to Sitter King Huan, and said excitedly, "I will invite you to stay in a luxury hotel, the presidential suite. After I'm done, I will help you take back Xuanzang and restore your strength." Sitter King Huan showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said, "Listen to me first." Lu Chuan asked in confusion, "Any other questions?" Sitter King Huan said, "What I have decided is to give up Xuanzang and give up power." Lu Chuan's face was full of surprise, and he couldn't believe that Sitter King Huan had made such a decision. Sitter King Huan explained that, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't make this decision because of the conditions you proposed. In fact, I have been thinking about this problem for some time. When I took over Xuanzang from the old sect master, and step by step, built it into the #1 martial arts sect in the secular world, it was actually to prove to the family that I could make a name for myself. I have indeed proved myself over the years, but the price is that I have to wear a mask all the time. I can't show my true face to others, and I have to pretend to be aloof and arrogant to match the identity of the sect master. This is not the real me. Maybe at the beginning I thought it was very interesting, and I could stick to it, but after a long time, I became bored. Of course, Xuanzang has come to where it is today with a lot of my hard work, and I'm reluctant to give up, but the price to pay for regaining Xuanzang and regaining power is too high. Even if I agree to your conditions, this matter is still extremely dangerous. In the end, it may be a waste of our lives. So after repeated consideration, I think giving up Xuanzang is the safest way. In this way, no matter how hard the people behind the scenes try, it will be a waste of effort, and I can be myself again. As for those powers, I can practice them again, if I lose them, but it will only take some time. Of course, another reason why I can't agree to your request is that I already have a lover. I promised to be his wife, so it's impossible for me to have a relationship with someone else before that, so I can only say sorry." After listening to Sitter King Huan's explanation, Lu Chuan showed a helpless look on his face. The other party had already said this. If he still pestered him, it would be too shameless. Maybe he was destined to have this disaster. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the Great Elder, not Sitter King Huan. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, since you have made such a decision, I will not force it. Maybe I'm destined to die due to karma, and there is nothing I can do about it." Sitter King Huan showed an apologetic look on his face and said, "I'm sorry." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You have nothing to be sorry for me. After all, this is caused by the grudge between me and the Great Elder, and you are an outsider." Then he took out the gem from the Demon Suppression Tower, handed it to Sitter King Huan, and said, "Since you have made a decision, it is useless for me to hold this gem, so I'd better give it back to you." Sitter King Huan was full of surprise, but Lu Chuan stuffed the gem directly into her hand and said, "There is no but. I took the gem from you just to tease you. As for that magical power, since it took the initiative to choose you, it means that you are destined to be together. Just consider it as a gift from me to you. Also, take this talisman. In case you change your mind again, you can light this talisman. At that time, I will be able to sense it and come to find you. But if you really want to change your mind, you must change it within these 2 months. Otherwise I would have been entangled in karma and disappeared from this world." As he said this, he stuffed another talisman into Sitter King Huan's hand. Sitter King Huan did not refuse, but put away the gem and the talisman and said, "Okay, I promise you." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Okay, now that things have come to this, I can't continue to stay with you. Wherever you want to go, I can take you there. After that, I have to go back. I only have 2 months left. I have to go back to accompany the people around me. As for other things, I can only give up." Although he has not succeeded in avenging his mother, nor has he been able to clear his father's name, and has not figured out what happened between his father and the Lu family, he only has the last 2 months left. Even if he is unwilling, he can only use this time to accompany the people around him. If my sister-in-law Mingyeo Kingxi knew that I could only live for another 2 months, they would definitely be very sad. Situ Kinghuan felt sorry for Lu Chuan's desolate look, but she didn't say anything in the end. She asked Lu Chuan to take her to a place near the county town, and the two of them separated completely. In a corner not far away, a figure walked out. This person had grey hair, wrinkles on his face, and a wine gourd on his waist. He was the old man who had helped Lu Chuan and Chu Mingyeo and Shen Yuan get together in the Shen family. He looked at the scene of the two people parting ways in the distance, and couldn't help muttering to himself, it seems that there are still some problems with their progress. In this case, I, the old man, can only help them again. His eyes fell on Situ Kinghuan's back, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "My dear disciple, Lu Chuan is your destiny. In order for you two to achieve the right result, I will go to Xuanzang." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Not long after, the old man appeared in front of the Xuanzang sect gate. He walked slowly towards the interior of Xuanzang, his body full of murderous aura. After the disciples of Xuanzang spotted him, they were all alert. One of them shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing in Xuanzang?" The old man said indifferently, "Call out your fake sect master." A group of disciples felt that this old man was not easy to mess with, so they didn't dare to act rashly. One of them ran to inform the elders of the sect. After a while, Lu Xuan, wearing the sect master's robe and a mask on his face, came to the old man with a group of elders. Lu Xuan stared at the old man for a few times, feeling the momentum of the other party, and asked, "What is your intention? To break into my Xuanzang sect?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm Situ Kinghuan's master. I came here today to help her clear up the trouble and teach you guys a lesson." Chapter 383. Are you willing? Lu Xuan's eyes condensed, and he said coldly, "You are so arrogant. Situ Kinghuan is hiding like a turtle. Do you think I will be afraid of you just because you are her master?" The old man laughed and said, "It's useless to say it with your mouth. Let's see the truth with your hands." After that, he took a posture to attack. Lu Xuan snorted coldly and rushed towards the old man immediately. "I want to see how confident you are. You dare to run to Xuanzang and make trouble." He exerted all his strength and slapped the old man. The old man immediately performed his moves on the spot, and the people around him were dazzled and overwhelmed. However, before he finished his moves, Lu Xuan's palm had already slapped him. "Oh." The old man fell to the ground, looking like he was seriously injured, and said with regret on his face, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that I was careless." This scene stunned everyone around. They originally thought that this old man had a great aura and was definitely strong, and that there would be a world-shaking battle between him and the sect master. But they didn't expect that this guy was knocked down by the sect master with just one palm, which was really unexpected. Even Lu Xuan didn't expect that this old man would be so vulnerable. He could feel the aura of the old man, which was definitely not something that ordinary masters could have. However, he didn't expect that this old man was just an embroidered pillow. He had the aura, but his strength was so poor that he was simply vulnerable. Without thinking too much, he said coldly to the old man, "It seems that you are just a bluffing guy. I thought you were very capable." The old man sighed and said, "Alas, I'm old and my strength is not as good as it used to be. Young man, can you please not kill me? I can contact Situ Kinghuan. As long as you keep my life, I will help you contact Situ Kinghuan. How about it?" Lu Xuan was puzzled. He thought, "I didn't say I wanted to kill him. What does it mean that he is in a hurry to negotiate with me? And I was wearing a mask and my voice was changed. How did he know that I was a young man?" Although he was a little confused, he didn't think much about it. After all, being able to contact Situ Kinghuan was more important to him, so he quickly asked, "Are you telling the truth?" The old man nodded quickly, took out a communication magic weapon, and said, "This is the magic weapon used by Situ Kinghuan, and I to communicate. What I said is absolutely true, and there is no falsehood." Lu Chuan thought for a while, and then said lightly, "Okay, in this case, then I will spare your life first. If I can use you to attract Situ Kinghuan, it is not a bad thing." Then he released a force, and sealed the old man's danshan. "Take him back to me." No one noticed that a cunning look of success flashed in the old man's eyes. In front of a small store in the county, Situ Kinghuan walked here stealthily, and after confirming that there were no people from Xuanzang following him, he planned to borrow the phone here to call his family. Now she was penniless and being hunted by Xuanzang, so she could only ask for help from her family first, go back to rest, and then plan to find brother Lu's whereabouts. As for Lu Chuan, she still felt a little guilty, but she couldn't betray brother Lu, even if she knew that he might be gone in 2 months. She was powerless. Just when she wanted to make a call, the unique communication device between her and her master responded. She was confused, wondering why her master contacted her at this time. So she had to run to an empty alley, took out the communication device, and responded. Soon, a light appeared, and the communication device showed the picture of her master at the moment. The old man was tied to a pillar with his hands tied to his waist, his face was haggard, and standing next to him was Lu Xuan wearing a mask. Situ Kinghuan's face changed when he saw this scene, and he exclaimed, "Master, what happened to you?" The old man said weakly, "Kinghuan, Master is useless. After I heard about your situation, I wanted to help you solve the trouble. Who would have thought that I would be caught by these shameless guys using dirty tricks? Don't come to save me. I'm an old man, and I would rather die than die. You still have a lot of youth. Don't go to find that guy named Lu Chuan to save me." Situ Kinghuan frowned. He didn't expect that the master with such great magical powers was actually caught. It seems that this guy who pretended to be the master of the sect is indeed not ordinary. Lu Xuan looked suspicious, thinking, "Didn't I knock you down with one move? When did I use dirty tricks?" He just thought that the old guy was concerned about his face and was reluctant to tell the truth, so he didn't care and said to Situ Kinghuan, "Situ Kinghuan, your master is in my hands. If you don't want to see him beaten to death by me, come to Xuanzang to see me in person. I will only give you 1 week, which is the same time as when I set up the ring for Lu Chuan. If you don't come to see me before then, you can wait to collect your master's body." After that, the picture in front of Situ Kinghuan disappeared. Situ Kinghuan's expression suddenly became extremely anxious. Although she had become estranged from her master because of the engagement over the years, it was just that the apprentice and the master were in a bad mood. The master treated her with great kindness, no less than a reborn parent. Seeing that the master was arrested for solving the problem for herself, how could she not be anxious? However, she had no ability to rescue her master at all. At this point, it seemed that the only helper she could find was Lu Chuan. Do I really have to agree to that guy's conditions? After struggling for a long time, Situ Kinghuan gritted her teeth, took out the talisman that Lu Chuan gave her, and lit it. Although she and brother Lu had an agreement, it was just her wishful thinking. After all, after so many years, brother Lu might have married and had children. Compared with this, the life of the master is obviously more important. At the same time, Lu Chuan, who was already planning to leave for the Shen family and then return to Jiangbi, suddenly sensed that the talisman he gave to Situ Kinghuan was lit. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Why did the talisman light up so quickly? Could it be that she encountered some trouble? Without hesitation, Lu Chuan immediately sensed Situ Kinghuan's location and quickly found her. Not long after, he arrived at the alley where Situ Kinghuan was. Seeing Situ Kinghuan's anxious face, she was almost crying and asked quickly, "What happened?" Situ Kinghuan saw Lu Chuan coming over and quickly told him about the arrest of her master. Then she looked at Lu Chuan with a pleading look on her face and said, "Master has been very kind to me. Without him, I wouldn't be who I'm today, so I can't just stand by and watch him die. Lu Chuan, as long as you are willing to save my master, I will agree to sleep with you for 1 night, to end the karma on you. Are you willing?" Chapter 384 Cooperation. Lu Chuan stared at Situ Kinghuan in amazement. He never expected that the situation would take a 2-stage reversal so quickly. Originally, he had begged Situ Kinghuan to go to Xuanzang to solve the problem, but now it was Situ Kinghuan who came to beg him. This happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? He coughed twice and did not agree immediately, but asked, "But if so, wouldn't it be unfair to your sweetheart?" Situ Kinghuan said, "That's true, but my sweetheart is currently missing, and I don't know if he still has the same feelings for me as before, and the matter of my master is more important, so I can't care so much. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and said, okay, in this case, I can promise you, but after this matter is decided, you can't regret it. Are you sure you have considered it? Situ Kinghuan said firmly, I have considered it, and will never regret it. Okay. Lu Chuan's face was full of joy. This feeling of having a chance to save his life after a sudden turn of events made him feel like he had won the lottery. Then we have a deal. Situ Kinghuan quickly said, then let's go to Xuanzang to save my master. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, I know you are very anxious, but there is no need for you to be so anxious. The guy who pretended to be the sect master is now eager for us to rush over to save people immediately. If we go now, we will only fall into their trap. Situ Kinghuan frowned and asked, what do you mean? Lu Chuan said, although I promised you that I would go to save your master, we only have me at full strength. It is no problem for me to deal with the 4 elders of your Xuan sect, but if this person behind the scenes is added, the result will be very uncertain. This person behind the scenes can suppress the 4 elders, and his strength is at least above the 1st grade saint. I'm not afraid of him, but if we fight, he will join forces with the 4 elders and the people of Xuan sect to besiege me. I will have no chance of winning at all, so we can't just rush in like this. Besides, didn't he give me a week? After a week, he will set up an arena at the foot of the sect mountain to wait for me. That time will be the best time for us to take action. Situ Kinghuan calmed down and felt that what Lu Chuan said made sense. Then he looked at him and said, what you mean is, you go and accept the arena challenge of that imposter, and then the 2 of you will fight fairly, and the rest of the Xuan sect will not interfere. In this way, you will be more confident in getting rid of the imposter? Lu Chuan smiled and said, that's right. The root of all this is that fake. As long as he is killed, all problems will be solved, and your master will be safe. Situ Kinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Although she was anxious, she was the leader of Xuanzang after all, and her IQ was still online. She knew that Lu Chuan's plan was the safest. She looked at Lu Chuan and asked, then are you sure you can defeat that fake? Lu Chuan smiled and said, of course I'm sure, but for the sake of safety, we should use this week to improve our strength, so that the probability of success will be greater. Now he has reached the peak of the 9-turned realm of the Golden Core, and the foundation of the realm has been stabilized. He has the conditions to impact the nascent soul realm. Of course, the nascent soul realm is not so easy to reach. It is basically impossible for him to transform the Golden Core and form the nascent soul in this week. However, before impacting the nascent soul realm, the practitioner needs to condense the Golden Core first, so that the nascent soul of the life can reach the threshold of condensing the nascent soul. This is a small realm between the Golden Core Quiet and the nascent soul realm, usually called the Golden Core Perfection. The condition for achieving the perfection of the Golden Elixir is to condense and fuse the 9 cloud patterns on the natal Golden Elixir into one, so that the natal Golden Elixir can be completely perfected, and then it will be considered successful. Lu Chuan's natal Golden Elixir is much larger than that of ordinary practitioners, so it is more difficult to condense it, but thanks to the true dragon fate and the power of Long Yang, when he had sex with Munan King before, part of the Golden Elixir had already been condensed. Now Lu Chuan is only one step away from reaching the perfection of the Golden Elixir, making his strength even better. The condition for taking this step is also very simple. Only a 300-year-old spiritual medicine is needed. Part of the spiritual medicine obtained from the Ngui sect was used by Lu Chuan to make the elixir, and part of it was secretly absorbed by the cunning guy Tarling. According to Tarling, this is a rent for Lu Chuan to use the storage space of the demon suppression tower, so it is reasonable for it to absorb it, and there is nothing wrong. Although Lu Chuan was speechless, he naturally didn't say anything because Tarling had helped him many times. So the spiritual medicines in his hand have been used up, and he still has to find a way to find the 300-year-old spiritual medicine for breakthrough. Situ Kinghuan looked at Lu Chuan and asked, how do you plan to improve your strength? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'm already on the verge of a breakthrough. Now I just need to find a 300-year-old spiritual medicine, and I can break through. Although this is a county town, it is close to deep mountains and old forests. There are many people who go into the mountains, to look for spiritual medicines. If you are lucky, you may be able to encounter spiritual medicines of the required age. Let's find a place to rest tonight, and tomorrow we will go and ask who has a 300-year-old spiritual medicine. If we can't find it, we will go into the mountains and try our luck. Of course, if you still can't find it, there is actually another way for me to break through. Situ King Huan asked, what method? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I have a special physique. Sleeping with others can improve my strength. If you are willing to fulfill your promise in advance. Situ King Huan's face drooped and he cursed, get out. Dead pervert, don't even think about this before you rescue my master. Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly and said, I'm not a villain who doesn't keep his word. In fact, even if you fulfill your promise first, I will definitely help you rescue your master. Situ King Huan curled his lips and said, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you insist on doing so, then our cooperation will end here. Lu Chuan had no choice but to pin his hopes on finding the 300-meter spiritual medicine and said, okay, I'll go and find out the whereabouts of the spiritual medicine tomorrow. Situ King Huan said a little embarrassedly, also, you have to pay for the food and lodging during this period. Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay, it's really good for you, the leader of the Zuan sect, to fall into such a situation. Situ King Huan glared at him and said nothing. The two found a place to stay and made do for one night. The next morning, they began to ask around in the county for the whereabouts of the 300-year-old spiritual medicine. After a whole morning of hard work, the two really found an opportunity to get the 300-year-old spiritual medicine. Moreover, the conditions for obtaining the 300-year-old elixir just happened to match Lu Chuan's abilities. Chapter 385 Forbidden Love. The eldest daughter of the Sun family, the most famous family in our county, has been quarreling with her family in recent days. She even threatened to commit suicide. She drank paraquat when her family was not paying attention. I heard that no famous doctors could cure her. Now the head of the Sun family is almost going crazy and is recruiting talented people from all over the world to save his daughter's life. The promised reward includes a 300-year-old elixir. In a herbal medicine store, the owner looked at Lu Chuan and Situ King Huan and said. Lu Chuan bowed to the boss and said, thank you for telling us the news. We will go to the Sun family to check out the situation. The boss sighed and said, actually, it would be a waste of time for you to go there. Paraquat is more powerful than the most poisonous poison. No one who drinks that stuff can survive. If it can be cured, with the background and financial resources of the Sun family, it would have been cured long ago. Lu Chuan smiled and said, just because others can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. Although paraquat is difficult to cure, it's no problem for me. After that, he took Situ King Huan away from the herbal medicine store. The boss sighed and murmured, young people nowadays are so arrogant. After learning a little bit of medical skills, they think they are the reincarnation of Huatuo and can cure any disease. Little do they know that they are still far from it. On the way to the Sun family, Situ King Huan looked at Lu Chuan suspiciously and asked, can you really cure the eldest daughter of the Sun family? Lu Chuan smiled and said, of course. How come even you doubt my level? Situ King Huan curled his lips and said, I just think that it is very rare for your age to have such strength. How could you have extra time to study medicine? Lu Chuan showed a hint of pride on his face and said, there's nothing I can do. I'm an expert in both medicine and martial arts. Are you worshipping me a little bit? Situ King Huan rolled his eyes and said, how shameless. Lu Chuan smiled but said nothing, not caring about it. He instead said, when we get to the Sun family later, we'll say that we are a couple who travel around and treat people professionally so that the Sun family won't associate us with the people that Emperor Xuanzang has been hunting down recently. That would be troublesome. Situ King Huan widened his eyes and said, who wants to pretend to be a couple with you? The Sun family must be busy finding someone to treat the eldest lady recently. How can they have the time to care about Emperor Xuanzang's affairs? Maybe they haven't even heard of it. Lu Chuan said, isn't this just in case? Situ King Huan said, then I don't want to pretend to be a couple with you. Lu Chuan thought about it and said, then let's pretend to be brother and sister. That should be fine, right? We can't be in trouble if someone asks, and we can't answer. It would be troublesome if we are suspected. Situ King Huan said, that's better. The two came to the door of the Sun family villa and told the guard their purpose. The guard immediately ran in to report. After a while, Sun Qinglian, the head of the Sun family, ran out. After seeing that Lu Chuan and Sita Qinghuan were so young, he was slightly stunned and asked, "You are the ones who said you can save my daughter?" Lu Chuan immediately bowed and said, "Yes, my brother and I have traveled around the world and cured countless difficult and complicated diseases over the years. When we passed by here, we heard that the head of the Sun family's daughter was in danger, so we came to see if we could help." Sun Qinglian doubted whether Lu Chuan's level was really good enough. After all, they both looked too young. But now his daughter has one foot in the underworld, so he must not let go of even the smallest hope. So he quickly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please come in. My daughter's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If we can't find a cure, I'm afraid." Alas. Lu Chuan said, "Master Sun, don't worry. Although paraquat is tricky, it is not a big disease for me. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the probability of cure is 90%. Sun Qinglian's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lu Chuan said lightly, "I never brag." Sun Qinglian quickly said, "Then please save my daughter." Lu Chuan asked, "I don't know why Miss Sun drank this paraquat." Sun Qinglian sighed and said, "This matter is too absurd. It is a family shame of our Sun family. Sir, you should cure my daughter's illness first, and then I will tell you about it." Seeing that he didn't want to mention it, Lu Chuan didn't ask any more questions. The three of them quickly entered the villa and came to the door of a bedroom on the second floor. There were several maids standing at the door of the room. All of them looked tired and helpless. Sun Qinglian asked, "How is the young lady?" A maid said, "It's still the same. She doesn't let anyone in. She got very excited when we went in and kept vomiting blood. We didn't dare to go in." Sun Qinglian sighed, walked to the door, knocked, then pushed the door open and said, "Mio, I'll bring a doctor to save your life." A water cup flew over and hit the door frame directly, shattering all over the floor, followed by a hysterical shout, "Get out. I don't need medical treatment. Just let me die. No one of you can come in. If you come in, I will die in front of you." Sun Qinglian said earnestly, "My dear daughter, let the doctor help you. If you die like this, I will be heartbroken." Sun Mio shouted, "If you really want to save me, let my brother come back to see me, otherwise I will never accept treatment." Sun Qinglian frowned immediately and finally sighed helplessly and closed the door again. He looked at Lu Chuan and Sita Qinghuan and said, "Forget it, you two go. Mio is like this. It seems impossible for anyone to treat her, and she has drunk paraquat, so there is basically no possibility of cure. I found countless famous doctors to treat her while she was unconscious, but there was no way. I asked you to come here just because I didn't want to give up hope. Now it seems that there is no need for me to insist. Just let her do what she wants." Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "Master Sun, I can really cure your daughter. This is a life. You can't just give up like this." Sun Qinglian said helplessly, "I don't want to give up either, but she won't even let anyone in the door now, let alone cooperate with the treatment. This will only make her die faster." Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Master Sun, your daughter just said that she would accept treatment if she saw her brother. Why don't you let her brother come to see her?" Sun Qinglian was hesitant when he heard this, and he seemed not to want to talk about it. But he finally sighed and said, "Forget it. Since you want to know, I'll tell you the reason. My daughter and her damn brother have been dating secretly without her knowledge. They have been dating for several years. The two of them are madly in love, but I discovered it not long ago. This kind of thing is a big joke, no matter when it happens, but after they were discovered, they didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, they vowed that they would be together and even get married. How could I agree to such a thing? That goes against the moral code. That day, my damn son was beaten half to death, and then someone sent him abroad. He was also arranged a marriage for him abroad, and was about to get married. My silly daughter couldn't accept this, and threatened to die. I thought she was just threatening me, and that she would be fine after a while, but who would have thought that she actually drank paraquat to commit suicide? Now my damn son doesn't know about this. If I call him back, who knows what tricks the two of them will play." After listening to Sun Qinglian's story, Lu Chuan was shocked. He never expected that there was such a hidden story. This sister was willing to commit suicide for her brother. It was obvious that she was not joking. Situ King Huan on the side was also stunned. She guessed at first that the girl must have committed suicide because of love, but she never thought that the person she liked was her brother. Even though she had seen all kinds of storms, she was shocked at this moment. Sun Kinglian said tiredly, "This is what happened. Now I haven't slept for a few days because of this. I tried my best to save my daughter, but she refused to cooperate. I had no choice. If she really died, then I can only accept it." Lu Chuan thought to himself, "You can't give up, otherwise where can I find the 300-year-old elixir?" He immediately said with a serious face, "Master Sun, I have a way to save your daughter. We have not given up on this matter yet." Sun Kinglian frowned and asked, "My daughter is completely unresponsive now. How can you save her?" Situ King Huan also widened her eyes, wondering where Lu Chuan got the confidence to say such a thing. After all, the crux of the matter is not paraquat, but brother-sister love. If Lu Chuan wants to treat Sun Miao, he must first convince the other party to cooperate with him. She really can't think of any way Lu Chuan can make a person who has touched a taboo love obedient. Lu Chuan said, "I don't have time to explain this to you. You just need to believe that I can save your daughter. I'm going to take my sister into the room to save people. You have to make sure that no one will go in and disturb us." Sun Kinglian didn't understand what Lu Chuan was up to, but since things had come to this point, he could only try his best, so he nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you can save my daughter, I promise to listen to you." Seeing that Sun Kinglian agreed, Lu Chuan immediately grabbed Situ King Huan, pushed open the door and walked in. Another water cup was thrown towards the door, and Lu Chuan reached out to catch it, and then closed the door. Sun Miao was lying on the bed, her face pale and weak, looking at Lu Chuan and Situ King Huan excitedly, shouting, "Who are you? Get out. I don't want treatment." After that, she grabbed the medicine bottle at hand and threw it towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan quickly reached out to catch it and said, "Ms. Miao, calm down first. I can understand your feelings very well. We are not here to upset you." Situ King Huan glanced at Lu Chuan, a little curious about how this guy could convince this misguided girl. Sun Miao said hysterically, "What can you understand? No one of you understands me at all." Lu Chuan said, "Who said no one understands you? You are in love with your brother, right? In this regard, we brothers and sisters can understand your feelings very well, and we can even say that we feel the same way." Sun Miao was stunned when she heard this. Situ King Huan stared, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Sun Miao stared at Lu Chuan for a few seconds and asked quickly, "What do you mean?" Lu Chuan said, "My meaning is very simple. My brother and I, like you, fell in love with each other and were ostracized by our family. That's why we left the family, traveled around, and lived a free life." After that, he hugged Situ King Huan into his arms and asked, "Sister, don't you think so?" Situ King Huan was full of resistance and immediately wanted to break free from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said in a voice transmission, "It's a matter of life and death. Now we can only follow her ideas and find a way to make her feel that we are her own people. Only in this way can we convince her and let her cooperate with the treatment. Don't let her down." Situ King Huan frowned and looked at Lu Chuan. Although she didn't expect Lu Chuan's method to be like this, she had to say that what this guy said made sense. She had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Chuan, and said a little shyly, "Yes, yes." Chapter 386 Force Kissing Situ King Huan. Sun Miao was surprised when she saw this, and then she asked quickly, "Are you two really brother and sister?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "It's true. If you don't believe it, you can ask your father." Seeing that Lu Chuan was so sure, Sun Miao did not doubt it and said, "Forget about asking my father. You two look alike. You must be brother and sister." Situ King Huan, "I'm so beautiful. How could I look like this guy? What's the look in your eyes?" Lu Chuan resisted the urge to laugh and said, "Since we are both in the same boat, you can listen to me for a few words." Sun Miao snorted coldly and said, "Even if you are brother and sister, it can't prove that you two and I are in the same boat. Maybe you just want to get close to me and deliberately say that you two are in love, you two liars." Situ Kinghuan looked at Lu Chuan with a guilty look on his face, wanting to see how he would respond. Lu Chuan looked at Sun Myomio and asked, then what do you have to do to believe that we two love each other as much as you and your brother do? Sun Myomio thought for a moment and said, then you two kiss in front of me, and I will believe you. It can't just be a light touch, it has to be a tongue kiss. Situ Kinghuan was dumbfounded when he heard this, and quickly reached out and pinched Lu Chuan hard, signaling him not to listen to Sun Myomio. Lu Chuan almost cried out in pain and forced a smile, saying, it's just a kiss. Situ Kinghuan immediately glared at him, revealing a look that said, if you dare to kiss me, I will kill you. Lu Chuan showed a look that said, please help us. If we don't do what she says, there is no way to save her, and begged Situ Kinghuan to cooperate. Situ Kinghuan was reluctant and showed a clear rejection. Sun Myomio stared at the two people and said, why are you still standing there? Why don't you kiss quickly? Or are you two pretending and can't break through the psychological defense of brother and sister? Hearing this, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and immediately hugged Situ Kinghuan in his arms. Human life is at stake, and whether we can get the elixir depends on this, so I can only offend you. If you are angry, please wait until we get the elixir before dealing with me, please. He sent a message to Situ Kinghuan, and then lowered his head and kissed her. Although Situ Kinghuan resisted, considering that Sun Myomio was watching, he did not dare to make any obvious resistance, and could only watch Lu Chuan kiss him. The two were entangled together, and Situ Kinghuan's body slowly changed from stiffness and tension at the beginning to relaxation. Later, she even closed her eyes and let Lu Chuan lead. She only needed to cooperate silently. Situ Kinghuan's kissing skills were quite awkward, and Lu Chuan was always controlling the rhythm, but this still made both of them drool. After a long time, Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan separated. Lu Chuan wiped his saliva and gave Situ Kinghuan an apologetic look. Situ Kinghuan blushed and didn't dare to look directly at Lu Chuan. No one knew what was going on in her mind. Lu Chuan looked at Sun Myomio and asked, now you should believe it, right? Sun Myomio's face was full of envy at this moment, and her eyes were filled with tears. Then she couldn't help sobbing, I envy you so much. You can be together bravely without being bound by worldly concepts, but my brother and I will never be able to achieve the right result. Woo woo woo. Lu Chuan took this opportunity to say quickly, Miss Myomio, don't be so pessimistic. No matter whether you and your brother can be together, you shouldn't commit suicide. Think about it, if you leave now, your brother will have to accept the arrangement of the family, marry and have children. Can you tolerate your brother starting a family with another woman? Sun Myomio immediately said angrily, of course I can't stand it. Lu Chuan said, so, if you want to change this result, the first thing is to live well. Once you die, not only will you get nothing, but you will also give your brother to others. Don't you think so? Sun Myomio nodded vigorously, looked at Lu Chuan and said, brother, after your enlightenment today, I suddenly realized that I should not have committed suicide on impulse. If I had known, I would have done the same as you. Taking my brother away and living far away in a place where no one knows us. Seeing that his deception was effective, Lu Chuan quickly continued, it's not too late for you to figure it out now. As long as you can survive, there is still a chance for everything. Moreover, after my observation, I feel that you don't look like your father at all. Maybe you are not his biological daughter at all. If you can survive, go and do a paternity test with your brother. What if you two are not related by blood? Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? Sun Myomio's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes. In fact, I have long suspected that I'm not my father's biological daughter. After all, how could a conservative man like him give birth to a daughter as avant-garde as me? Why didn't I think of doing a paternity test? Situ Kinghuan was stunned. He never expected that Lu Chuan could fool Sun Myomio like this. It was really an eye-opener. But soon, Sun Myomio's eyes dimmed again, and she said with a miserable face, but I have already drunk paraquat. They said that, after drinking this thing, even gods can hardly save you. I have no chance. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, my medical skills are better than those of gods. As long as I take action, I will be able to cure you, and then you can pursue your own happiness. Hope burst out in Sun Myomio's eyes. Really? Lu Chuan nodded. Of course it is true, but you need to cooperate with my treatment. If you don't cooperate, even if the gods really come, it will be of no help. Sun Myomio immediately said with determination, okay, cooperate with your treatment. As long as you can keep me alive, I will buy a plane ticket to a foreign country tomorrow and go find my brother. Lu Chuan smiled and said, even if I cure you today, you have to recover for a while first. There is no need to be so anxious. Let me take your pulse first. Sun Myomio nodded immediately and lay down on the bed obediently. Lu Chuan felt her pulse and found that her physical condition had reached a very bad point. Taking Beijidan was no longer helpful and acupuncture was the only way to treat her. So he asked Sun Myomio to expose her belly, then took out the silver needle, performed the 9 turns to rejuvenate needle, and treated her. After about half an hour, Lu Chuan put away the silver needle and ended the treatment. Sun Myomio looked painful, and soon she quickly lay down beside the bed, took the trash can, and vomited a lot of black and smelly liquid. After vomiting, her complexion obviously became much better, and she felt much more comfortable. Now the toxins in your body have been forced out by me, and the damage caused by paraquat to your organs has been reversed by me. You are fine now, but you still need to recuperate for a while. Sun Myomio nodded weakly and said, brother, thank you. Lu Chuan smiled and said, why thank you? We are in the same boat. As long as your life is saved, don't think about it again in the future. Sun Myomio nodded, then looked at Sitoking and said, you and your brother are really enviable. You must cherish him well. You two should be together for a long time. You are my role models. I will work hard in your direction in the future. Sitoking smiled awkwardly and said, thank you. Thank you. Lu Chuan said, Miss Myomio, now that your body has recovered, we have to give an explanation to your father. Let him bring someone in to check you. Sun Myomio nodded and didn't resist anymore. Lu Chuan and Sitoking left the room and asked Sun Qinglian to find a doctor to check Sun Myomio. Soon, Sun Qinglian came out of the room with an excited face, showing a grateful expression to Lu Chuan and Sitoking, saying, you two, my daughter is really fine. Her physical condition has fully recovered, but she is still a little weak. You two are really miracle doctors. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Master Sun, you are too kind. Sitoking glanced at Lu Chuan. Although she was very unhappy with this guy now, she had to say that this guy's medical skills were really impressive, and even she couldn't help but admire him. Sun Qinglian asked again, Mr. Lu, my daughter refused to accept treatment before. I wonder if you used your identity to make her agree to accept treatment? Sitoking heard this and remembered the scene of being kissed by Lu Chuan and glared at him with resentment on his face. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, it's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. He couldn't tell Sun Qinglian that he tricked his daughter to elope with his daughter, so he could only perfunctorily pass it over. Sun Qinglian thought this involved Lu Chuan's medical secrets, so he didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Lu, since you two have cured my daughter, I will host a banquet for you tonight, and I will give you the promised reward. Sun Qinglian said with a smile. Lu Chuan quickly said, no need for the banquet, we have other things to do, and we can't delay. As for the reward, Master Sun only needs to give me the 300-meter spiritual medicine, and forget about the rest. Sun Qinglian heard that Lu Chuan had something else to do, so he didn't persuade him anymore, and immediately went to get the 300-year spiritual medicine. After a while, Sun Qinglian came to Lu Chuan with a brocade box. Mr. Lu, this is the 300-year-old elixir. Lu Chuan took it and took a look. After confirming that the power contained in this herb was enough to support him to break through to the golden core perfection, he nodded with a smile and said, thank you, Master Tsundere. Since the matter is over, we two brothers and sisters will not disturb you anymore. They had to run away quickly before Sun Qinglian discovered that he had tricked her daughter into elope with her son. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Sun Qinglian took the herbs back. Sun Qinglian nodded and said, in that case, I won't keep you two any longer, but I will treat you well when you come again in the future. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and planned to take Sitoking away, but at this moment he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Master Sun, I was just joking. You said, is it possible that Miss Myomio is not your biological daughter? Sun Kinglian laughed and said, I know you sympathize with my daughter and want to create a possibility between her and my son, but I can be sure that Myomio is my daughter because my wife and I agreed on the time to have her. There is no doubt about it. But my son came very unexpectedly. My best buddy and I took her out to travel. We were young at that time, and we drank a lot every day, and were quite unrestrained. Not long after we came back, my wife said she was pregnant. At that time, she was still my girlfriend. We got married quickly, because of the pregnancy. Come to think of it, I feel that my son is a little bit unlike me, but more like my best buddy. Because of this, my buddy treats my son like his own son. At this point, Sun Kinglian was suddenly stunned. Lu Chuan also noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly said, well, Master Sun, we have something else to do, so we won't bother you anymore. You should handle your family affairs by yourselves. We'll see you later. After that, he hurriedly took Sitter Kinghuan out of the villa. Sun Kinglian took out his mobile phone, called his wife, and cursed, where the hell are you now? I give you half an hour to show up in front of me immediately, otherwise we'll say goodbye. Chapter 387 I'm doing this for your own good. Outside the villa, Lu Chuan said with a smile, I didn't expect that Miss Myomio and her brother could really be together. Situ Kinghuan was full of doubts and asked, why do you say that? Isn't the head of the Sun family very sure that Myomio is his daughter? Lu Chuan glanced at Sitter Kinghuan and said, didn't you understand? It's true that Miss Myomio is his daughter, but his son is very likely not his. Situ Kinghuan thought for a while, and when he thought of Sun Kinglian saying that his daughter looked like his best buddy, he immediately reacted and said with wide eyes, can it be like this? Lu Chuan smiled and said, this is all routine operations. Situ Kinghuan suddenly frowned, stared at Lu Chuan and said, I can't interfere in other people's affairs, but I must ask for an explanation for you kissing me forcibly. Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, you can't blame me for this. I'm also eager to save people. Besides, it was you who insisted on pretending to be brother and sister with me, but I didn't force you. Situ Kinghuan was full of anger, gritted his teeth and said, you, how can you be so shameless? Lu Chuan said with a guilty conscience, okay, since that's the case, I'll compensate you. Is that okay? Situ Kinghuan asked unhappily, how do you want to compensate me? Lu Chuan said, I'll let you kiss me forcefully. Is that okay? Situ Kinghuan's eyes widened, as if he wanted to eat Lu Chuan alive, and roared, what kind of compensation is this? Lu Chuan smiled evilly and said, isn't this fair? You don't suffer any loss. Situ Kinghuan clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth and shouted, you are looking for death. Then she raised her fist and hit Lu Chuan. As the leader of a sect, she had never lost her composure like this. Seeing this, Lu Chuan ran away quickly and made a face at Sitter Kinghuan, saying, if you catch up with me, I will let you kiss me. Ah. Situ Kinghuan went completely crazy. Lu Chuan, I swear I will not be a human being if I don't kill you. 2 days later, in the dense forest in the suburbs, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, with golden light shining brightly around him. His majestic aura spread out in all directions, forcing Sitter Kinghuan to run far away. He was relieved only when he was several hundred meters away. This guy is only at the 9th level of the Zuan realm, but the power and aura he showed are not even comparable to those of an early saint. Could it be that he is the cultivator that the elders of the clan mentioned? Situ Kinghuan thought to himself. After a long time, the golden light around Lu Chuan subsided, his aura dissipated, and the entire forest returned to peace again. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and showed an excited smile on his face. He had successfully reached the realm of golden core perfection, and his strength had reached a higher level. This was only secondary. The important thing was that, after reaching this realm, he could consider breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm was already considered a strong one in the cultivation world, not to mention the end of the law era, when the spiritual energy was thin and everyone was pursuing the martial arts. Once he breaks through to the nascent soul realm, he will not be as embarrassed as before when he encounters troubles like Tu Yaoming Xiu Niang. And as his strength increases, he will have the opportunity to go to the island country again. to settle the feud between Yunzangzi and Huangquan Patriarch. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan felt a little confused. It stands to reason that it is now the Dharma ending age, and the probability of a cultivator appearing is lower than winning the lottery. He has come to where he is today step by step, by relying on the inheritance left by his grandfather. But he still encountered cultivators such as Huangquan Patriarch, Tu Yaoming and Xi Yunliang. Of course, it is certain that, although they are cultivators, they do not belong to this era. Their strength is all due to their cultivation, when the spiritual energy was abundant in the past. After the Dharma ending age came, their realm stopped, and could no longer break through. And this is exactly what Lu Chuan was confused about. Since the Dharma ending age has come, it only brings about a stagnation in cultivation, not a catastrophic blow. Then those cultivators who existed in the past should still exist on the earth, instead of being like now, where people who know how to cultivate are rudimentary. Although Huangquan Patriarch Tu Yaoming Xi Yunliang and others are strong, they are only at the nascent soul stage. They can still survive in this world, but those practitioners who are stronger than them have not left any traces on the earth. This seems a bit unreasonable. Could it be that Huangquan Patriarch's original strength was not at the nascent soul stage, and it was the arrival of the Dharma ending age that caused their strength to degenerate to the nascent soul stage? Doesn't that mean that the current earth can only allow practitioners at the nascent soul stage to exist at most, and those who are above will be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot break through? But even so, the path of cultivation should not be cut off on earth. The practitioners I can meet now are rare, which seems a bit strange. Lu Chuan pondered for a while, and felt that there was no clue to this matter, so he stopped thinking about it. He had such doubts now, maybe just because his strength was not enough. Maybe when he really broke through to the nascent soul stage, he will be able to figure out what the world is like now. Lu Chuan stood up, came to Situ King Hun, and said with a smile, "Let's go and deal with that fake sect master." Situ King Hun nodded without any nonsense. After all, the master was still in their hands, and this matter should be done sooner rather than later. The two rushed towards the direction of Xuanzang and soon disappeared in the dense forest. At the foot of Xuanzang mountain, a ring has been built here, and many Xuanzang disciples are patrolling nearby. Do you think that Lu Chuan will really come? In my opinion, he will definitely be a coward. Even if the elder died in his hands, he will never be the opponent of the sect master. As long as he dares to come, there is only one way: to die waiting for him. This is true. The sect master is the strongest person in our Xuanzang. Not everyone can challenge him. If Lu Chuan really dares to come, the sect master will definitely avenge the elder. Guan Qian and Guan Luoxu are also in the patrol team at this moment. Guan Qian's face was full of depression. He had never thought that Zheng Aniu, who joined Xuanzang with them, was his idol Lu Chuan. If he knew Zheng Aniu was Lu Chuan at that time, he would definitely ask Lu Chuan for an autograph, and try his best to cooperate with Lu Chuan to sneak into Xuanzang to do what he wanted. But he never expected that his supreme idol would be betrayed by his sister. Now because of Guan Luoxu, he must be on the blacklist in Lu Chuan's mind. Not only can he not be liked by his idol, but he has become a thorn in the idol's eyes. Anyone would be upset. Guan Luoxu looked at Guan Qian with some self-blame, and said, "Brother, don't think about that. How would I know that the hateful Zheng Aniu is Lu Chuan? Besides, we are now disciples of Xuanzang, and Lu Chuan is the enemy of Xuanzang. How can you regard an enemy as an idol? Considering that the sect has given me so many rewards because I reported Lu Chuan, you should not be unhappy." Guan Qian looked at Guan Luoxu speechlessly and said, "I brought you to join Xuanzang because the Shen family's quota for recruiting disciples this year has been filled, and I'm almost over the best age to practice martial arts, so I had to come to Xuanzang to practice martial arts. Although my idol and Xuanzang are not in harmony, there must be a reason why Xuanzang can become the #1 martial arts sect. I just want to pursue martial arts, so I don't care about these. But you can't make me a traitor in the heart of my idol." Guan Luoxu was dissatisfied and said, "You keep calling him an idol here, and it makes me upset. What's so good about that guy? Why do you have to treat him as your idol? Now the sect master has set up the arena here for several days, waiting for that Luchuan to come and compete, but he turned out to be like a coward, hiding and not daring to show up. He even abducted the sect master's wife. How can such a guy be qualified to be someone else's idol? Guan Qian was furious when he heard this and retorted, "You are talking nonsense. My idol didn't show up just because he was making preparations. He is not a coward. He is alone, and the entire Zuan sect is waiting for him here. He didn't come rashly, which only shows that he is steady and thoughtful. When he is ready, he will naturally show up." Guan Luoxu was speechless and said, "Brother, I think you are really crazy. You are actually defending a coward like this. In my opinion, he just doesn't dare to come. No matter how much preparation he makes, he will never accept the sect master's challenge. If he really comes, I will eat shit." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the arena with a bang. All the patrolling disciples of Xuanzang were startled. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, they were all shocked and exclaimed, "Luchuan! It's Luchuan! Go and inform the sect master and the elders." Guan Luoxu was stunned for a moment. He. Why did he come after I said that? He is deliberately doing something against me. Guan Qian was excited and said, "I knew my idol is not a coward." Then he looked at Guan Luoxu with a cold face and said, "Luoxu, my father has taught us, since we were young, that we should do what we say when dealing with people." Guan Luoxu's heart skipped a beat and said, "You, what do you mean?" Guan Qian pointed to a pile of horsemen not far away and said, "You just said that if my idol comes, you will eat shit directly. Now you should fulfill your promise." Guan Luoxu's face changed, and he shouted with a red face and thick neck, "I just said that." Guan Qian said, "I took it seriously." After that, he grabbed Guan Luoxu and walked towards the horseman. Guan Luoxu struggled for a while, her face full of horror, and shouted, "Are you my brother or not? How can a brother force his sister to eat shit?" Guan Qian said seriously, "It is precisely because I'm your brother that I should hold you accountable for what you said. Luoxu, I'm doing this for your own good." Guan Luoxu was furious. "You want me to eat shit for my own good? Why don't you eat it yourself?" Guan Qian said, "If you eat shit alone, people will think you are crazy. If I eat it with you, people will think that people in our Guan family like to eat shit, which will bring discredit to the family, so you should eat it yourself." Guan Luoxu was so anxious that she started crying directly. "I know I was wrong. Brother, please let me go. I will never talk about your idol again." Woo woo woo. Guan Qian gave up and let go of Guan Luoxu. On the other side, not long after Lu Chuan appeared on the ring, Lu Zuan brought the four elders and the elites of Xuanzang to rush over. When Lu Zuan saw Lu Chuan on the stage, he sneered and said, "It was this kind of bastard who killed the elder. It seems that the elder is not a powerful person." The four elders were unable to refute, thinking that it was fine if you belittled Lu Chuan, but why did you bring the elder into it? If you say that about the elder, isn't it the same as saying that about us? Lu Zuan didn't care about the feelings of the four elders. He jumped onto the stage, stared at Lu Chuan, and said coldly, "Are you Lu Chuan? A bastard like you dared to accept my challenge. It seems that you are very courageous." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm just curious about your background, a fake. Now I know that you are just like that." Lu Zuan's aura suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "You are so arrogant. You should first consider how to beg for mercy from me later." After that, he quickly rushed towards Lu Chuan. Elder Feng looked at this scene and murmured, "Although Lu Chuan killed the great elder and is quite powerful, he is still far behind the current sect master. The two are not on the same level in terms of momentum. It seems that there is no suspense in today's duel." The other elders also nodded in agreement. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up in excitement, and the power of the golden core perfection suddenly burst out, and the arena under his feet was shaken to cracks. The momentum released by Lu Zuan was suppressed in an instant. Seeing this, the faces of the four elders changed wildly, and Elder Feng exclaimed, so strong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 388, Elder Feng's Proposal. At first, the Xuanzang disciples who were watching the scene all felt that Lu Chuan could not match the sect master in terms of aura, and thought that he was not the sect master's opponent. But when Lu Chuan's aura broke out, they were all stunned and unbelievable, and finally understood why the other party had the courage to accept the sect master's challenge. Guan Qian felt the aura of Lu Chuan, his eyes shone, and he said excitedly, "It's really amazing, worthy of being my idol. I know Lu Chuan is definitely not weaker than the sect master." Guan Luoxu on the side whispered, "TSK, it's just that the aura is scary. If we really fight, he may not be the sect master's opponent." Guan Qian looked at Guan Luoxu and said coldly, "What did you say?" Guan Luoxu was afraid that Guan Qian would force her to eat shit again, so she quickly squeezed out a smile and said, "I said that Lu Chuan is so handsome and powerful, he will definitely beat the sect master to a pulp." Guan Qian stopped at this point. Lu Xuan felt the momentum released by Lu Chuan and frowned. He realized that he had underestimated this guy. Then he did not dare to be careless, and attacked Lu Chuan with all his strength. Lu Chuan did not dare to neglect it at all, and fought with Lu Xuan with all his strength. When the two fought, the temporary arena could not withstand it at all. In the blink of an eye, it was blown to pieces by the power released by the two people fighting. In a short time, the two people fought to a draw and there was no way to determine the winner for the time being. Lu Xuan frowned. According to his guess, no matter how powerful the people in the secular world were, they were just clowns in front of Kunlun domain. So even if he was bullied and excluded in Kunlun domain, he was still a superior existence when he came to the secular world. He should be able to easily defeat those masters in the secular world. But this Lu Chuan was obviously about the same age as him, but he showed such terrifying strength. Even if he couldn't defeat him for a while, he was very unhappy. The sense of superiority in his heart was hit, making him gradually irritable. "You damn ant, you are just a joke in front of me. What qualifications do you have to be my opponent?" Lu Xuan's moves became more and more violent. Seeing his appearance, Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "I'm a joke. You can't even subdue a joke. Aren't you a joke among jokes? Ah. Come and die. You are not qualified to fight me for so long." Lu Xuan shouted hysterically. "Then you beat me to death. Do you want me to let you go?" Lu Chuan also began to show his best skills, and the fight between the two was upgraded to another level. Not far away, the four elders watched the fight between the two and narrowed their eyes. "Elder Yu said, according to the information we have obtained, this Lu Chuan should not have been so strong when he killed the Great Elder. In such a short time, he has grown so much. This speed is simply incredible. If he is given more time, no one in the entire martial arts world may be able to be his opponent." Elder Shuang nodded and said, "This man is extremely talented, but unfortunately he has a grudge with my Xuan sect. If we keep him, it will be a disaster for us." Elder Zhu heard this and said, "But it is not an easy task for our sect leader to take down Lu Chuan. If the four of us help, we can ensure that he is defeated. Although it is a bit shameless to do so, it is nothing to get rid of a huge disaster. Everyone, should we take action?" The three of them looked at Elder Feng in unison. Elder Feng was concentrating on thinking at this moment. After hearing what Elder Zhu said, he suddenly asked back, "Why do you think Lu Chuan will become the enemy of our Xuan sect? He is so talented. If he becomes a friend of our Xuan sect, wouldn't it bring infinite benefits to our Xuan sect?" The three elders were all surprised. They didn't expect that Elder Feng would have such an idea. Elder Zhu said, "This guy killed the Great Elder, so he is the total enemy of my Xuan sect. Elder Feng actually wants to be friends with this guy. What is your intention?" Elder Feng smiled and said, "Elder Zhu, I know you admire the Great Elder and have a secret crush on him. Lu Chuan killed the Great Elder, so it's normal for you to hold a grudge against Lu Chuan. But don't forget, the grudge between the Great Elder and Lu Chuan is nothing more than a personal grudge. According to the information we have investigated, the Great Elder wanted to kill Lu Chuan more than once, but was eventually killed by Lu Chuan. This is his fate. You can't impose the hatred between him and Lu Chuan on the sect. Among the four elders, Elder Zhu and Elder Shuang are both women. Although they are not young anymore, they have maintained themselves very well. They look like young women in their 30s or 40s, and they still have charm. And the reason why I say this is nothing more than that I'm dissatisfied with our current sect master. You should know very well that after the arrival of the current sect master, how many young female disciples of the sect have been abused by him, and how many resources in the sect have been spent by him on wine and women. If we let him go on like this, the only result we will get in the end is probably the destruction of the sect. Instead of this, why don't we take this opportunity to help Lu Chuan and get rid of the current sect master? In this way, we can not only get rid of this trouble, but also make a good relationship with Lu Chuan. Isn't it the best of both worlds? The other three elders fell silent when they heard this. Elder Zhu wanted to refute, but considering the future of the sect, she finally shut up. Elder Yu suddenly asked, "You want to help Lu Chuan get rid of the current sect master? Could it be that you want Lu Chuan to be the sect master of our Zuan sect?" Elder Shuang and Elder Zhu were both surprised. Elder Feng looked calm and said calmly, "It's possible." Elder Yu frowned and said, "Although our leader is missing now, it doesn't mean she is dead. You support Lu Chuan as the leader. What should she do when she comes back in the future?" Elder Feng laughed and said, "You all know that our leader is a girl, and she is only in her 20s. She will get married one day. She can't stay in this position for long. Our Zuan sect needs a leader who can stabilize the situation for a long time. In my opinion, Lu Chuan is more qualified for this position than her. Even if she comes back, we can still match her with Lu Chuan. In this way, we can legally have two leaders with extraordinary strength and talent. Isn't it wonderful?" The three elders Shuang, Yu and Zhu were all stunned and looked at Elder Feng, and they were speechless for a while. Just when the four elders were discussing whether to help Lu Chuan, the battle between Lu Chuan and Lu Zuan had reached a white-hot stage. Lu Zuan used several moves of heaven-level martial arts in succession, hoping to end Lu Chuan's life with them, but what he didn't expect was that Lu Chuan also directly used several moves of heaven-level martial arts, and took all his moves. How can you, a pariah in the secular world, master so many heaven-level martial arts? Who are you? Lu Zuan shouted angrily. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "These are just a few ordinary fighting skills. Why can't I master them? According to you, you are the only one in the world who is qualified to master heaven-level martial arts?" Lu Zuan's eyes were full of anger. He was not angry about Lu Chuan mastering so many heaven-level martial arts, but about a pariah in the secular world who forced him to use all his means. In the end, it was still unclear whether he could win. This was even more aggrieved than being bullied in the Lu family. "Boy, you have succeeded in angering me. In this case, I can only use my last trump card. This is the only heaven-level top-grade martial arts I have mastered. Its power is enough to destroy the world. Although it is an insult to this martial arts to use it on a lowly person like you, I can't care so much in order to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the momentum around him suddenly climbed to the peak, and a strong wind began to blow around. The Xuanzang disciples who were watching were a little breathless. They all ran away quickly when they sensed the danger to avoid being affected. Even the four elders were stunned by this momentum. They stopped discussing and looked towards the direction of the arena with frowns. What a terrifying aura. Is this a heaven-level top-grade martial arts? Elder Feng muttered to himself. Elder Yu said, "If this move is used, there is absolutely no chance of survival for those below the Saint Realm. Even if we want to help Lu Chuan now, I'm afraid we are powerless." Elder Shuang and Elder Zhu both looked solemn, knowing that if this move was used, there was an 80% chance that Lu Chuan would die tragically on the spot. All the strength in Lu Zuan's body gathered on his palm, and then he slapped Lu Chuan fiercely. A huge flaming palm appeared and flew towards Lu Chuan at a high speed. Fire palm. When Lu Chuan saw this giant palm burning with blazing flames, his eyes condensed, and he did not dare to hesitate. A small flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and the small flame quickly formed a fireball with terrifying power, and it quickly grew larger. Seeing this, Lu Zuan sneered and said sarcastically, "My fiery palm is a top-grade martial art of the heavenly rank. The flame burning on it has a temperature of 1000 degrees. Do you think you can resist it with a small fireball?" Elder Zhu looked at Elder Feng and said with a hint of sarcasm, even if you want Lu Chuan to be the sect master now, I'm afraid you don't have the chance. Elder Feng looked solemn and ignored Elder Zhu. Not far away, Guan Luoxu showed a hint of excitement on her face and said, I said that Lu Chuan is not the opponent of the sect master. Now believe it, the broken fireball that Lu Chuan made is definitely not as good as the sect master's fiery palm. Shut up. Guan Qian shouted angrily, staring at the direction of the arena with an extremely solemn expression. Guan Luoxu quickly closed her mouth, but the pride on her face was still gone, as if she was the one who defeated Lu Chuan, and she became even more majestic. But Lu Chuan finally threw the fireball in his hand. The fireball expanded rapidly, turning into a large fireball with a radius of several meters, and rushed towards the fiery palm. As soon as this huge fireball appeared, the sky and the earth changed color, and the temperature within a radius of several kilometers suddenly rose. The people of Xuanzang who were closest to him felt like they were being roasted in a raging fire. They sweated profusely and showed a painful look. The flame on Lu Xuan's fiery palm was eclipsed the moment the huge fireball appeared, and was reflected as a small flame, appearing pale and powerless. After the golden core was perfected, Lu Chuan became more and more skilled in controlling the sun god fire, and the power of the fireball released was naturally stronger. Everyone was shocked by Lu Chuan's inconspicuous fireball, and their faces showed an incredible look. Lu Xuan's face changed wildly, and he exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" After shouting, he turned and ran, because he knew very well that Lu Chuan's fireball was far more powerful than his fiery palm. If he didn't run, he would only wait for death. However, at this moment, the fireball and the fiery palm collided. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the fireball instantly swallowed the fiery palm, and then exploded. A huge flame shock wave appeared, and instantly burned all the trees within a kilometer radius to ashes. The four elders were all horrified, and quickly used their means to protect the disciples of Xuanzang, so that they did not die in these terrifying flames. After a long time, everything returned to calm. The raging flame slowly dissipated, because there was nothing to burn. Lu Chuan stood there calmly, unharmed. On the other side, Lu Xuan's mask, clothes, and even hair had been burned to pieces. The whole person was almost roasted, and lay on the ground like a corpse. If he hadn't been spitting blood, everyone would have thought he was dead. Everyone in Xuanzang was watching this scene in deathly silence. Elder Zhu was stunned and murmured, how can he be so strong? Elder Feng showed a touch of excitement on his face and said, do you still think there is anything wrong with me nominating him as the sect leader? Elder Shuang and Elder Yu did not speak, obviously agreeing with Elder Feng's proposal. Not far away, Guan Qian felt relieved, and was so excited that he reached out and knocked Guan Luoxu on the head. Do you still dare to say that my idol is not a match for the sect leader? Guan Luoxu did not react at all after being knocked, but stared at Lu Chuan in the distance, and said in a daze, is he still a human? Chapter 389 Killing Lu Xuan. Lu Chuan looked at the fake sect master lying on the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this fake sect master and the previous elder were both at the level of a second grade saint, the strength of the two was completely different. It can be confirmed that this fake sect master definitely came from a powerful force and received the top resources. His amazing fighting power, combined with the heavenly level top grade martial arts, was far better than the elder. Fortunately, he broke through to the golden elixir perfection this time, which greatly increased the power of the sun god fire. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in this battle today. He walked towards the fake sect master, then grabbed his neck and lifted him up from the ground. Lu Xuan looked at Lu Chuan with horror on his face and said weakly, don't kill me. I'm from the Kunlun domain Lu family. If you kill me, the Lu family will never let you go. Lu Chuan's eyes condensed, and he secretly thought that this guy was indeed from the Lu family. He remained calm and said, I'm sorry, I've never heard of Kunlun domain, let alone the Lu family. Lu Xuan's face was immediately filled with anxiety, and he said, Kunlun domain is the holy land in the eyes of all warriors in your secular world. The world's top masters gather there. People like you will only be a gatekeeper in Kunlun domain. And the Lu family is the top family in Kunlun domain. In the eyes of the Lu family, you are not even an ant. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "You talk so powerful, but you don't seem to be that powerful." Lu Zuan hurriedly said, "That's because I'm just the bottom of the list among the younger generation of the Lu family. If I couldn't find a sense of existence in the Lu family, how could I have come to your secular world to be the patriarch? But even so, I'm also a direct descendant of the Lu family. My father is the current head of the Lu family, Lu Fusheng, and my mother is his 13th concubine." Lu Chuan thought to himself that your Kunlun region is not a monogamous place, and the head of the Lu family actually has a 13th concubine. It seems that the Kunlun region is a good place worth visiting. He said tentatively, "What, Lu Fusheng? I've never heard of him. But now that you mention it, I remember a great hero named Lu Kangsheng. It seems that he also came out of your Kunlun domain." Upon hearing this, Lu Zuan immediately retorted, "Bullshit. Lu Kangsheng is a great traitor of my Lu family. How could he be associated with the word hero?" Lu Chuan quickly asked, "Traitor? What did he do to be considered a traitor?" Lu Zuan snorted coldly and said, "Back then, he coveted my father's position as the head of the family and secretly designed to frame my father. Not only did he snatch away the inheritance that should have belonged to my father, he even seriously injured my father and almost killed him. If it weren't for the timely arrival of a group of masters from our Lu family and exposing Lu Kangsheng's true identity, my father would probably have died at his hands. But this Lu Kangsheng is powerful, and he eventually snatched away my father's inheritance and fled from the Kunlun domain. If he is not a traitor, what else can he be? And this beast doesn't care about the life and death of his wife and children at all, and only thinks about his own ambitions. It was my aunt who reported him, and the people of the Lu family knew that he had long had the idea of killing and usurping the throne, so they stopped him from attacking my father in time. In addition to these, he even ignored the ethics and hooked up with my father's 6th concubine. The other party ignored him, so he wanted to use force. If my father hadn't discovered it in time, the 6th concubine would have been molested by him. This kind of scum is not worthy of living in the world." When Lu Chuan heard Lu Zuan's words, he felt a headache and couldn't react. My father took away Lu Fusheng's inheritance? He already had a wife and children in the Lu family? He even wanted to molest his sister-in-law? These pieces of information undoubtedly had a very big impact on Lu Chuan, making him a little bit unable to accept it for a while. But soon, he noticed the clues. When he got the inheritance, his grandfather once said that his father had awakened the inheritance at the age of 18, and the inheritance only existed in his mind, and it required a specific method to open it, and there was no such thing as robbing it. This made Lu Chuan suspect that the Lu family had deliberately fabricated a lie to frame his father. As for his father's wife and children in the Lu family, they might really exist, but he couldn't understand why they would stand on the side of the Lu family and slander his father together. The doubts in his heart deepened. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and decided to stand on his father's side. He believed that what Lu Zuan said was all slander against his father by the Lu family. Then he said, "This is impossible. Lu Kangsheng is a great hero, and what you said is just fabricated." Lu Zuan snorted coldly and said, "Fabricated? This is a fact that my entire Lu family knows. And I heard that after Lu Kangsheng left my Lu family, he ran to the secular world and married a woman. As a result, after he had enough fun with this woman, he abandoned her and disappeared without a trace. My aunt hated Lu Kangsheng, so she regarded this secular woman as a thorn in her eyes. After hearing that I had contact with people in the secular world, she entrusted me to find someone to kill this woman, so I notified the elder to arrange for someone to kill this woman. The elder told me that when this woman died, no one came forward to save her. If Lu Kangsheng was really a hero, how could he let his woman be killed by others? So he is just a selfish scum who only cares about himself." This touched a sore spot for Lu Chuan, who often complained about where his father was when his mother died. This incident made Lu Chuan feel that his father was very unreliable and irresponsible, but when he thought about how his mother had always told him that his father was a great hero who valued friendship and loyalty, he felt that there must be some hidden story and he just misunderstood his father. He suppressed his emotions, stared at Lu Zuan with his eyes, and said with gritted teeth, "So all this was arranged by you? It seems that I came to the right place today. Lu Zuan was stunned and didn't understand what Lu Chuan meant, but he soon reacted. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart, and he quickly said, after Lu Kangsheng betrayed my Lu family, this person became a taboo in my Lu family. Few people dared to mention him. How did you, a person in the secular world, know Lu Kangsheng? Why do you say he is a great hero? Who are you? Lu Chuan's eyes were filled with murderous aura, and he said in a cold tone, the woman you just mentioned who was abandoned by Lu Kangsheng is my mother. The reason why I killed the elder was to avenge my mother. Lu Zuan was dumbfounded for a moment, and suddenly thought of Lu Chuan's name. Lu Chuan. Your surname is Lu. I actually overlooked this point. You are Lu Kangsheng's son. That's right. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. Thank you for telling me that it was you who ordered the elder to kill my mother. Otherwise I really don't know who to take revenge on when I went to the Lu family. Lu Zuan panicked immediately. He originally thought that when he mentioned the Lu family, it was like putting on a talisman, but he never expected that it would become his death warrant. He quickly said, yes, it was my aunt who asked me to do this. Lu Chuan, I just followed orders. It has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go find my aunt. I'm innocent. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, none of the people involved in the murder of my mother is innocent. I will go to the Lu family to seek revenge on your so-called aunt, but before that, I have to kill you first to sacrifice my mother's spirit in heaven. After saying that, he did not hesitate, and the hand that was pinching Lu Zuan's neck exerted force instantly. No! Lu Zuan screamed, and then the sound stopped abruptly as his neck was twisted. After confirming that Lu Zuan was dead, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and threw the body to the ground. This time to deal with this fake clan leader was a great gain for him. Not only did he find out who wanted to kill his mother, but he also learned about some of the conditions of the Lu family. At the same time, he felt a lot of pressure in his heart again. This Lu Zuan is just the bottom of the young generation of the Lu family, but he still has such strong strength, not to mention those outstanding ones. He wants to go to the Lu family to avenge his mother and find out the truth about his father. He has to face not only the young generation of the Lu family, but also the Lu family's super powerful existence. So he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise he will not be able to compete with the Lu family. The people of Xuanzang did not know what Lu Chuan and Lu Zuan said, but they clearly saw Lu Chuan twisting Lu Zuan's neck, and they all showed horrified expressions on their faces. He actually killed our sect master. This guy not only killed the elder, but also killed our sect master. As disciples of Xuanzang, we must be irreconcilable with this person. That's right. The sect master just competed with him in the ring. It's not enough for him to win, but he actually wants to kill people. We, Xuanzang, will never reconcile with him. A group of people shouted. When Lu Chuan heard these shouts, he immediately took out a token from his arms. This token is the Xuanzang's master's token. Seeing the master's token is like seeing the master. This is what Sita-King Huan gave him, so that he could help clarify the fake master. He raised the token and said loudly, everyone, the one I killed, is not your master at all. He is an imposter. The recent rumors that Sita-King Huan is his wife and I killed the elder for Sita-King Huan are all made up by him. This is a Xuanzang's master's token in my hand. This is given to me by your master. She asked me to get rid of this imposter and tell you the truth. I hope you will not be deceived by this imposter. Everyone was shocked when they heard Lu Chuan's words. Many of them did not believe it at all, but when they saw the master's token in Lu Chuan's hand, they could not help but waver. After all, the master's token has always been the only one in the hands of the master, which undoubtedly increased the credibility of what Lu Chuan said. At this time, Guan Luoxu suddenly appeared and said, although you have the master's order, who knows if your master's order is stolen? Since the master asked you to clarify this matter, why didn't he come here in person? This question made everyone nod their heads and began to doubt whether what Lu Chuan said was true. Lu Chuan glanced at Guan Luoxu and thought, you dead girl, are you deliberately going against me? He didn't know how to explain for a while. After all, the master's order was taken out. If they didn't believe it, there was no other way. And Sita-King Huan was a girl at the moment and had no strength. If she came out to speak out, she would be suspected of being a liar. Just when Lu Chuan was thinking about how to make the people of Xuanzang believe him, Elder Feng stood up and said loudly, what he said is true. The master who was killed by him was a fake. Everyone was shocked. Elder Feng came out to prove it for Lu Chuan, so it was probably true. Elder Feng continued, during this period, we had to succumb to the tyranny of this fake, because he was too powerful. We had no choice. And the news that the elder was killed by Lu Chuan is not true. The person who killed the elder was actually this fake leader. Everyone was shocked. Lu Chuan was also stunned. He didn't understand why Elder Feng suddenly excused him. Lu Chuan got rid of this fake scourge for us, which is tantamount to saving our Xuan sect from fire and water. At present, our leader is missing, and Lu Chuan holds the leader's order, so I propose that Lu Chuan be the new leader of our Xuan sect. Elder Feng said loudly. Seeing this, Elder Yu stood up and shouted, I agree. Elder Shuang also said, I agree. Elder Zhu hesitated, but finally made up his mind and said, I agree too. Chapter 390 Welcoming the Sect Master's Wife. Everyone in Xuanzang was stunned. They never thought that the four elders would recognize Lu Chuan as the new leader of Xuanzang on the spot. However, in Xuanzang, besides the leader and the great elder, the four elders have the highest status. Now that the leader is missing, and the great elder is dead, the four elders are undoubtedly the highest decision-making body of Xuanzang. Since the four of them all agree to let Lu Chuan be the leader, then the disciples would naturally have no objection. Moreover, the means Lu Chuan used just now really shocked them. I'm afraid that even the missing leader may not be able to use such a terrifying trick. If Xuanzang can have such a powerful leader, it is not a bad thing. Elder Feng excused Lu Chuan at that time, and put the death of the great elder on Lu Xuan, just to make the disciples of Xuanzang accept Lu Chuan as the leader. The terrifying fighting power that Lu Chuan showed just now directly strengthened Elder Feng's idea of supporting Lu Chuan as the leader. He was worried that Lu Chuan would not accept it, so he stepped forward and said loudly, Xuanzang disciples, listen to the order. Welcome the master. All the disciples of Xuanzang immediately knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, welcome the master. Welcome the master. Guan Luoxu was confused and murmured, isn't he the target of our Xuanzang's pursuit? How come he has become our master in the blink of an eye? Guan Qian was excited, pulled Guan Luoxu to kneel down, and shouted loudly to welcome the master. Then he looked at Guan Luoxu and said, this shows that my idol is impressive in both strength and charm. Even the four elders can't help but admire him, so they just let him be the master of our Xuanzang. Lu Chuan, who was not far away, was also confused at this moment, and it can even be said that he was confused. He just came to clarify the matter of this fake master. How come when he turned around, these people recognized him as the master? Besides, Sita Qinghuan was hiding not far away at the moment. If she saw this scene, she would be so disappointed. He hurried to the four elders and said, Elder Feng interrupted him and said, Sect Master, you don't have to say more. We have discussed this matter and the four of us unanimously agree. So from now on, you will be the leader of our Xuan sect. I hope you can take on the responsibility as the leader of a sect. Lu Chuan said, no, your sect master is. Before he finished speaking, a clear and melodious voice sounded, no need to explain. Lu Chuan turned his head and found that Sita Qinghuan was walking towards him with a cold face. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly explained, it is not me who said I wanted to be the leader of your Xuan sect. It is you four elders who have no idea what is wrong and want me to be the leader. This has nothing to do with me. Sita Qinghuan curled his lips, and it can be seen that he was very unhappy, but relatively restrained, and said coldly, since the four of them want you to be the leader, then from today on, you are the leader of Xuan sect. This is also my compensation for taking away your magical powers. Lu Chuan didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't expect Sita Qinghuan to agree to this. After all, Xuan sect has come to this point today, and she has devoted countless efforts. How can she let others do it? Sita Qinghuan looked at the four elders with a cold face. Although she is an ordinary person now, her aura at this moment makes people feel that she is the boss among all the people present. From the moment Elder Feng announced that Lu Chuan would be the leader, she had guessed the thoughts of these old guys. Lu Chuan came with the order of the leader, So the four elders must know that the person behind Lu Chuan is the original leader, but they have learned from Lu Zuan that the true identity of the leader is Sita King Hun, a woman. These four old-fashioned people cannot accept a woman as the leader, which can be seen from the time when the old leader passed on the throne. At that time, the old leader tried the four elders and asked them if they could accept a woman as the leader, but they were strongly opposed. Therefore, the old leader gave her an idea and asked her to wear a mask and pretend to be a man, so that she successfully took over the position of leader. Now Elder Feng knew that Lu Chuan was sent by himself and deliberately let Lu Chuan be the leader, which has already explained his thoughts. They still cannot accept a woman as the leader of Xuanzang. Even if the woman's strength is not weak, in the eyes of these old stubborn people, women are not as reliable as men. Fortunately, after experiencing all these things, she has completely let it go. Now she is tired of this position, and there is nothing wrong with giving it to Lu Chuan. The four elders did not expect Sita King Hun to suddenly appear, and they all became nervous. After all, they had just decided on the new leader without authorization. If Sita King Hun made a fuss, the four of them would definitely be in trouble. The disciples of Xuanzang did not know that Sita King Hun was the original leader. At first, they thought that this beautiful woman was the leader's wife, but they just learned that the leader was a fake and the news released was all fabricated, so they began to speculate. Since the sect leader is a fake, then what he said before, that Lu Chuan stole his wife, must be fake. If Sita King Hun was his wife, he would definitely not be so calm now. Then we can reasonably guess that Sita King Hun is actually Lu Chuan's woman, and this fake sect leader coveted her beauty, so he spread such rumors. If this is true, the fake sect leader is too shameless. Yes, that must be the case. Sita King Hun is so beautiful, I'm afraid only a hero like Lu Chuan can match her. It must be the fake sect leader's own fantasy, so he said that Sita King Hun is his wife. Now that you mention it, I also think that the two of them are a good match. Lu Chuan became our sect leader, and Sita King Hun is a sect leader's wife. This is so enviable. The three elders Frost, Rain, and Snow all felt the anger from Sita King Hun, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. They looked at Elder Feng together and gave him a look, indicating that he should quickly find a way to ease the current situation. They didn't know that Sita King Hun had lost his power and turned into an ordinary person. They were worried that Sita King Hun would suddenly attack, so they were extremely scared. Elder Feng was also overwhelmed and was thinking quickly about how to deal with it. The discussions of the disciples around him reached his ears, and he suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. So he quickly bowed to Sita King Hun and said loudly, "Welcome to the sect master's wife." All the disciples of Xuan sect were surprised. They were still guessing whether Sita King Hun was Lu Chuan's wife. As a result, Elder Feng directly said that she was the sect master's wife, which undoubtedly confirmed their guess. So they no longer hesitated and shouted one after another, "Welcome to the sect master's wife. Welcome to the sect master's wife." Chapter 391 I want you to marry more wives. Sita King Hun was stunned. Then she looked anxiously at the disciples around her who called her the sect master's wife, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not the sect master's wife." She looked at Elder Feng, frowned and said, "What the hell did you get out of saying that I'm the sect master's wife? Tell them quickly that you are talking nonsense." Elder Feng bowed and said, "Madam, I know you are angry because we exposed your identity, and we are willing to accept the punishment." The three elders Xuan, Yuxu and Zhu also hurriedly said, "We are willing to accept the punishment." Sita King Hun stomped her feet in anger, then turned to look at Lu Chuan and said, "Hurry up and clarify to everyone that there is no relationship between you and me." Lu Chuan did not expect Elder Feng to do this. After a moment of daze, he couldn't help but smile on his face. After hearing what Sita King Hun said, he smiled perfunctorily and said, "Alas, we are all family sooner or later. Why bother about these things? Let's go to the sect to see how your master is doing." After that, he pushed Sita King Hun towards the sect, and then quietly gave Elder Feng a thumbs up. Elder Feng was relieved immediately. He knew that, although doing so would offend Sita King Hun, it would undoubtedly please Lu Chuan. As long as Lu Chuan stood on his side, his risky move would be right. "Don't push me. I'm not the wife of the sect master. Please explain it to everyone." Situ King Huan said angrily. Lu Chuan said, aren't you worried about your master's safety now? Let's go to the sect first. As for other things, it's not too late to talk about it later. Situ King Huan was taken to the sect. The 4 elders hurried to follow. Inside Xuanzang, Elder Feng brought Lu Chuan and Situ King Huan to the door of a hall. Madam's master is in this hall, Elder Feng said. Lu Chuan nodded and said, okay, madam and I will go in. You can leave first. Yes, Elder Feng replied. Situ King Huan rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan, obviously too lazy to refute. Anyway, she is not the wife of the sect master. No matter what they say, it can't change this fact. She was concerned about the condition of her master and hurriedly walked into the hall. Lu Chuan followed in, wanting to see what kind of person Situ King Huan's master was. In the hall, the old man was lying on the floor, leisurely crossing his legs, and humming a little tune. Hearing someone coming in, he quickly got up, and the ropes scattered on the ground flew up automatically, tied him to the pillar, and even tied a knot by itself. Ouch. The old man let out a painful wail. Situ King Huan ran over, and saw his master tied to a pillar, wailing weakly, with many scars on his face. He felt distressed, and ran over to untie the rope for him. Master, they didn't do anything to you, did they? That fake has been dealt with, you are safe now. The old man said weakly, the damn thing has been dealt with. That's great, he almost tortured me to death these days. At this time, Lu Chuan was surprised, after seeing the old man's appearance and the wine gourd on his waist. Isn't this the master who appeared in the Shen family? This person turned out to be Situ King Huan's master. He immediately said, Senior. The old man quickly winked at Lu Chuan, signaling him not to speak. Lu Chuan didn't know what the old man meant, but he still shut up. The old man pretended not to know Lu Chuan, and asked Situ King Huan, who is this young man? Situ King Huan turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said, Master, it was he who solved the fake, so I was able to come to save you. The old man was surprised and said, really? Great, that's great. This boy's handsome, talented, and so powerful. He is really a dragon among men. King Huan, you must repay him well. Situ King Huan thought of the conditions he agreed to Lu Chuan, and a blush appeared on his face. He said unnaturally, disciple understands. Lu Chuan listened to the old man praising himself, and wanted to laugh in his heart. He didn't understand what medicine he was selling in the gourd. Master, you have suffered these days. You should rest on the couch in this hall first. I will ask someone to get you medicine for healing and recovery. Situ King Huan said. The old man nodded and said, okay, I haven't had a good rest for a few days. Now I have to have a good rest. By the way, please get me some good wine. Yes. Situ King Huan helped the old man to the couch, then turned and walked out of the hall. When she passed by Lu Chuan, she glared at the guy and said, follow me. Lu Chuan quickly followed Situ King Huan out of the hall. After getting outside, and making sure that his words would not be heard by the master, Situ King Huan said, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. Since you have helped me save the master, I will fulfill my promise and sleep with you tonight. Lu Chuan showed an excited smile on his face and said, that's great. I will remember your great kindness to me for the rest of my life. Situ King Huan snorted coldly and said, this is just a deal between you and me. I have a request. You can't tell anyone about this. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, this is a secret between the two of us. Situ King Huan rolled his eyes at him, and said nothing more. Lu Chuan asked, are you really going to give me the position of the sect master? Situ King Huan said, after I finish that thing with you, I plan to retire from the martial arts world, and do what I want to do. It's okay for me to give you the position of the sect master. Lu Chuan said, look, we are both going to do that thing anyway, why don't you just make do with it? I will be the sect master and you will be the sect master's wife, isn't it wonderful? Situ King Huan glared at him and said, get lost. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan was forcibly taken by the 4 elders to understand the situation of the sect, and was informed of the rights and obligations of the sect master. Elder Feng also found many sect affairs for Lu Chuan to make decisions. Although it is a good thing to pick up a sect master position for free, Lu Chuan has never liked to do management things, so he directly issued an order that all the affairs of the sect will be discussed and decided by the 4 elders in the future, and he will be a hands-off boss. The four elders were obviously not satisfied with Lu Chuan's approach, but they had to obey the orders issued by the sect master, so they had to stop saying anything. In a garden somewhere in Xuanzang, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and recovering from the previous battle. At this time, the old man came over. Lu Chuan felt something in his heart and immediately stopped recovering. He stood up, bowed to the old man, and said respectfully, "Senior." The old man smiled and said, "It's been such a short time since we last met, and your strength has improved a lot. It seems that you are indeed a rare genius." Lu Chuan said, "Senior, you are too kind. Compared with you, my strength is nothing." He was not flattering, but he really believed so. Even though he had reached the state of perfection of the golden elixir, he could still smell a strong sense of danger after seeing the old man. This is a feeling that only occurs after an insurmountable gap in strength appears. But because of this, he wondered why such a powerful person was caught by the fake leader of the Lu family. So he asked, "Senior, with your strength, you can destroy the entire Xuanzang with just a wave of your hand. But why were you caught by that imposter?" The old man laughed and said, "You are smart, not as easy to fool as my silly apprentice." Lu Chuan's eyes condensed. When he heard this, he knew that there must be something fishy, and said curiously, "Please give me some advice, senior." The old man looked at Lu Chuan and asked with a smile, "Let me ask you first, did my silly apprentice agree to sleep with you?" Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the old guy even knew about this. He knew that there was no point in hiding it in front of a person of this level, so he said, "Agreed." The old man smiled and asked, "But is it to get you to save me?" Lu Chuan nodded, "That's right." The old man touched his beard with satisfaction and said, "This is exactly why I was caught." Lu Chuan was surprised. Senior was caught on purpose, and the purpose was to make King Huan agree to sleep with me? The old man said, "Yes, in order to make her agree to you, I also spent a lot of effort, but fortunately, in the end, you two were brought together, so my efforts were not in vain. My apprentice is a good girl. You must treat her well in the future, and never let her suffer any grievances." Lu Chuan never thought that all this was a trap set by this old man. Although this matter was a good thing for him, he couldn't understand why the old man did this. He asked with full of doubts, "Senior, before in the Shen family, you tried your best to make Mingyao and I get together. Now you are trying your best to let King Huan and I sleep together. Why is that?" The old man glanced at Lu Chuan and asked, "Why, are you not happy?" Lu Chuan said, "I'm happy too, but with you fanning the flames, I always feel that there is some conspiracy here." "Well, I'm not saying that you are a bad person, senior. You are so attentive to help me, there must be a reason, right?" The old man laughed and said, "Reason? The reason is that I hope you can marry a few more wives. If you can have a few more fat babies, it would be great. Is this reason okay?" Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of reason is this? You are not my grandfather. I'm afraid he is the only one who wants me to do this. But soon, he thought of a possibility and asked, "Senior, you were not sent by my grandfather, were you?" The old man did not answer this question, but said, "Boy, if I had any bad intentions, with your little strength, you would have died countless times in front of me. You just need to know that I do all this for your own good." Seeing that the old man did not answer his question directly, Lu Chuan became more suspicious that there must be some kind of connection between him and his grandfather. But what the old man said was indeed right. If he really had any bad intentions, he would have died long ago, and now he has given his apprentice to himself, which means that he really has no bad intentions, but what his real purpose is unknown. Lu Chuan knew that the other party didn't want to say it, and even if he insisted on asking, he wouldn't get an answer, so he cupped his hands and said, "Junior understands." The old man said, "Okay, you must treat my apprentice well. If I find out that you bully her, I will make you pay for it." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely love her well." Neither of them noticed that Sitter King Huan was hiding in a corner not far away, listening to the conversation between the two. She had 2 bottles of pills in her hand, and she was going to give them to Lu Chuan for recovery, but she just happened to hear the conversation between this guy and the master. It turns out that all this was set up by the master. His purpose was to make me agree to Lu Chuan and sleep with him. Master, I respect you and appreciate you, but why do you treat me like this? Situ King Huan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she felt unspeakably uncomfortable in her heart. Then she threw the 2 bottles of pills directly into the trash can beside her and turned away. Chapter 392, Master and Disciple Betrayal. In the evening, Lu Chuan took a shower and changed into new clothes, thinking that he was about to share a room with Situ King Huan and break the cause and effect with the Great Elder. Before doing that, he had to cultivate feelings with Situ King Huan first. He couldn't just hug her and nibble on her, as that would seem too unromantic, so he planned to chat with Situ King Huan first. He walked all the way to the residence of the sect master. Although Lu Chuan had become the sect master of Zuan sect, this residence still belonged to Situ King Huan. He came to the door, tidied his clothes, and knocked gently. After a while, the door opened, and Situ King Huan appeared in front of Lu Chuan with a cold face. Lu Chuan realized something was wrong the moment he saw Situ King Huan. For some reason, he felt that this woman was a little colder than before, and suddenly became aloof. Is it because she is about to do something, and she pretends to be reserved, in order to show her modesty? He didn't care, and asked with a smile, are you ready? Situ King Huan said lightly, I'm ready, but before that, I want to recover my strength first. Lu Chuan was a little confused and asked, why? Situ King Huan suddenly became a little shy and said, because you are too strong, and I have no strength. I'm just a weak woman. I'm afraid that I can't bear it when the time comes. Lu Chuan was stunned at first, and then laughed. He never thought that Situ King Huan would consider such a problem. It was really beyond his expectation. Situ King Huan saw Lu Chuan laughing so loudly, and his face turned red. He quickly looked outside to see if there was anyone else, and then looked at Lu Chuan with a reproachful look and asked, what are you laughing at? Is this funny? Lu Chuan resisted the urge to laugh and said, I have to say that your consideration is indeed necessary. In this case, I will help you recover your strength first. Situ King Huan nodded and said nothing more. In fact, the reason why she seemed shy just now was not because she was shy, but because it was the first time she told such a lie, and she felt guilty. After accidentally hearing the conversation between her master and Lu Chuan in the afternoon, her mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and she felt that she was sold out by the person closest to her. She didn't understand why her master did this. Although she could guess that her master did not do this out of malice, this kind of deception that was designed and at the cost of her most precious thing made her heart unable to accept it. So she decided to go back on her word and not fulfill the promise between her and Lu Chuan. After all, her master could design a deception, so why couldn't she go back on her word? It was her master who was unkind first, so naturally she couldn't be blamed for being unjust. However, in order to prevent Lu Chuan from using force on her, after she went back on her word, she decided to trick Lu Chuan into restoring her strength first. At her peak, her strength was also at the level of a second-grade saint. Even if she might not be able to beat Lu Chuan, she would definitely have no problem running away. Lu Chuan and Situ King Huan came to the hall where the Great Elder had set up the formation before. In order to prevent accidents during the process of restoring strength, Lu Chuan called the old man over as well. When Situ King Huan saw her master coming, her eyes became obviously wrong. She was not the kind of person who could control her mind. Once she showed dissatisfaction, it was difficult to hide it completely. The old man also quickly noticed that something was wrong with Situ King Huan. He always felt that this girl seemed to be full of hostility towards him, as if she had become an enemy in an instant. The way this girl looked at me was not right. Could it be that she found out something? This shouldn't be the case. My acting skills can easily win an Oscar. She definitely can't see the clues. Is it just my illusion? The old man thought to himself. Lu Chuan went to check the situation of the reversal of the yin-yang formation, and found that the formation was well preserved. It contained a majestic force, which should be the force that Situ King Huan had been drained of. Now they only need to reverse the formation to release the forces in it. Situ King Huan only needs to stand in the center of the formation to absorb all the forces back into his body, so that his strength will return to its peak. Lu Chuan looked at the old man and said, "Senior, I just checked the formation and didn't see any problems, but for safety reasons, you should check it again." The old man stared at the formation on the ground and said, "There is no problem with the formation." Lu Chuan's eyes widened, thinking that I had checked for a long time to confirm that there was no problem with this formation, and you only needed to take a look to know that there was no problem. This is too amazing. He did not doubt the old man's words at all. After all, his strength was there, and it was his apprentice who had to restore his strength, so he could not be perfunctory. Lu Chuan looked at Sitoking again and said, "Since there is no problem with the formation, then you stand in the center of the formation. I will use the gem you used before to reverse the formation and inject all the power hidden in it into your body." It should be noted that once the formation begins to reverse, there is no way to stop until all the power is released, and then it disintegrates on its own. So you must not leave the center of the formation halfway, otherwise you will fail. Sitoking nodded and then walked to the center of the formation. Lu Chuan took out the gem, channeled the power from it, and then injected it into the formation, causing it to reverse. Rays of light appeared on the ground of the hall, and a complete formation pattern appeared in the hall. Rays of power emerged from the formation, all converging towards Sitoking in the center of the formation. The old man stared at Sitoking, still feeling that the way this girl looked at him at that time was very wrong, and finally he couldn't help but asked, "King Hun, didn't you agree to sleep with Lu Chuan? Why do you suddenly want to recover your strength first?" When Lu Chuan heard this question, he really thought that Sitoking chose to recover her strength before having sex in order to give himself a better ability to bear it. He was worried that Sitoking would be embarrassed, so he coughed twice and said to the old man, "Senior, don't ask this question. I asked King Hun to recover her strength first." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Did you ask it?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes. After all, these powers originally belonged to King Hun. The sooner she recovers, the easier it will be for her to let go of the worry in her heart." But Sitoking suddenly said, "The reason why I chose to recover my strength first is because I heard the conversation between you two this afternoon, and then I realized that your arrest was just a scam specifically targeting me. The fundamental purpose of your doing this is to make me desperate, so that I can beg Lu Chuan and agree to sleep with him to rescue you. I found out that I was fooled, so I don't plan to fulfill the promise between me and Lu Chuan. Only when I regain my strength, you can't do anything to me, otherwise I will just let you control me. Master, I really can't understand why you treat me like this. Did you accept the benefits of this guy Lu Chuan? You even calculated the innocence of your own disciple." Her eyes turned red as she spoke, and it can be seen that she was really sad. When Lu Chuan heard her words, he was dumbfounded. After all this fuss, it turned out that Sitoking didn't restore her strength in order to make herself better able to bear it. She didn't want to sleep with him at all. "No, you can't go back on your word. In fact, I didn't know that it was your master who was behind it. I'm innocent. You can't stop helping me because of this. If you do this, I will lose my life," Lu Chuan said anxiously. Sitoking snorted coldly and said, "Even if you don't know, you are the one who benefits in the end, which shows that you are not a good thing either. Now the formation has begun to reverse. You can't stop me." Then she looked at the old man and asked, "Master, I want to know what's so good about this guy that makes you go to so much trouble to help him." The old man sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The reason I helped him is because he is the person I said was going to be engaged to you. Although you didn't get his marriage certificate in the end, in my heart, you will marry him after all, and that's why I helped him." When Sitoking heard this explanation, the resistance in her heart deepened. It was because of this marriage that her relationship with the master gradually became estranged. She never thought that Lu Chuan was the person her master wanted her to marry. Lu Chuan was also surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between him and Sitoking. However, according to the old man, Sitoking's name was not included in his 9 marriage certificates. It was probably because he was rejected by Sitoking and his grandfather replaced her with someone else. Situ Kinghuan bit her lip and looked at the old man resentfully. She said, I told you at the beginning that I would not accept this marriage, and you're using this trick will only make me more disgusted with him. As long as I recover my strength, I will leave here immediately and never come back, and no one of you can find me. The old man said helplessly, then I can only stop you from recovering your strength. Situ Kinghuan said, once this formation is reversed, it cannot be stopped. Master, you can't stop me. Really? Kinghuan, don't forget, I'm your master. I really can't stop the operation of the formation. I can prevent you from recovering your strength. After the old man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and shook his fingers at Situ Kinghuan. A force appeared and directly pulled Situ Kinghuan out from the center of the formation. Situ Kinghuan's face changed drastically. He looked at his master whom he had always respected with some heartache and said, Master, in order to force me to be this guy's woman, you are willing to destroy the power I have accumulated for so many years. The old man said lightly, of course I will not destroy your power, nor will I let it dissipate like this. After that, he released another force and threw Lu Chuan into the center of the formation. The power in the formation quickly gathered towards Lu Chuan's body. I don't know if it was because of the old man's trick. The speed of the formation releasing power was 7 or 8 times faster than before. Lu Chuan didn't react at all, and these powers had already rushed into his body. If he didn't have the Zuanhuang immortal body, the impact of such a huge force on his body would have killed him instantly. When Situ Kinghuan saw the old man letting Lu Chuan absorb the power he had worked so hard to cultivate, a trace of grievance appeared on his face again, and he said, why do you treat me like this? Is it only right to follow your ideas? The old man said, Kinghuan, I'm doing this for your own good, you will understand later. Not long after, Lu Chuan absorbed all of Situ Kinghuan's power, and the formation dissipated. Suddenly absorbing so much power at once, he felt his body getting hot, and felt like he was about to explode. Senior, I feel like my body is about to explode. Please take this power away from my body. I can't bear such a powerful force all at once. Lu Chuan said. The old man ignored Lu Chuan, and said to Situ Kinghuan, Kinghuan, your power is now in Lu Chuan's body. As long as you have sex with him, you can get these powers back. Moreover, he can't bear so much power now. At most 3 hours, if you don't take the power away, he will explode and die. Even so, are you unwilling to have sex with him? Situ Kinghuan glanced at Lu Chuan, gritted his teeth and said, I don't want these powers. Even if I'm just an ordinary person in the future, I will never listen to your arrangements. The old man didn't expect Situ Kinghuan to be so determined. He frowned and said, Kinghuan, why can't you listen to me once? Why do you insist so much? Situ Kinghuan shouted, you keep saying that it's for my own good, but you have never considered my feelings. I have someone I like, why should I be with someone I don't like? The old man said, where is the person you like? You can't even find the person, why are you still obsessed? Situ Kinghuan said, I will spend the rest of my life looking for him. He has 3 moles on the soles of his feet. Even if it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him, I will never give up. The old man was stunned when he heard this. Then he quickly put Lu Chuan to the ground, took off the shoes and socks on his left foot, and then pointed to the 3 black moles on the soles of his feet and said, are the 3 moles you mentioned like this? Chapter 393 Recognition. Situ Kinghuan was in a state of excitement. Seeing her master suddenly knock Lu Chuan down and take off his shoes and socks, she was a little confused. When she saw the 3 black moles on Lu Chuan's soles, her expression suddenly became stunned, then turned to shock, and finally to disbelief. Then she ran over strangely, squatted down and grabbed Lu Chuan's feet, looked at the 3 moles and murmured, this? How is this possible? The 3 moles on Lu Chuan's soles, both in position and shape, are very similar to the 3 moles on Brother Lu's soles in her memory. The only difference is the size. At the beginning, she and Brother Lu hid in the bridge hole and snuggled up to each other for warmth. Because her shoes were lost and her feet were frozen, Brother Lu took off his shoes for her to wear. Although they didn't fit, they still allowed her to avoid the invasion of the cold. However, Brother Lu's feet were frozen and full of frostbite. At that time, she felt sorry for Brother Lu and helped him clean his wounds. Only then did she see the 3 moles on the soles of his feet. Because this experience was so unforgettable, she remembered the 3 moles on Brother Lu's feet very clearly. She was almost certain that the 3 moles on Lu Chuan's feet were the 3 moles on Brother Lu's feet. Brother Lu. Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan is Brother Lu? Situ King Huan stared at Lu Chuan in a daze and only realized at this moment that Lu and Lu are homophones. The Brother Lu she was looking for was probably Brother Lu. But if Lu Chuan was Brother Lu, why didn't he remember me? At this time, she remembered that she had never mentioned anything about Brother Lu in front of Lu Chuan and only told him that she had a lover, so it was normal for him not to realize this. So she hurriedly asked, 18 years ago, did you save a little girl who was sleeping on the street and depend on her for a while? Lu Chuan's face was full of pain at this moment. The power suddenly injected into his body made him miserable. He didn't know why the old man suddenly took off his shoes and socks. Now he felt even more puzzled when he heard Situ King Huan's question. However, this question did remind him of the time when he was sent to the orphanage and tried to escape from the orphanage because he could not accept the fact that he had become an orphan. At that time, he was penniless and could only sleep in the bridge hole. He lived a life of having no food to eat every day. It was under such circumstances that he met a little beggar who fainted on the street. The little beggar was a girl, dirty and looked like she was fainted from hunger. Lu Chuan thought she had also run away from the orphanage and felt a sense of sympathy for her. He took the little beggar back to the bridge hole and fed her with his remaining rations. Later, he felt that he was almost unable to eat enough. If he brought such a burden, they might both starve to death. So he wanted to abandon the little beggar. But what he didn't expect was that after the little beggar woke up, he would cling to him and refuse to leave. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the little burden to solve the problem of eating every day. They were all children at that time and they had no ability to work at all. They could not even think about making money through labor, so they could only rely on some crooked ways to fill their stomachs. Originally, he didn't have to go hungry, but since he had this little beggar, he had to share most of his food with the little beggar every day, which caused him to have to endure hunger every day and bite the bullet and say that he was not hungry. He was determined to get rid of the little beggar, and he didn't even tell her his name. He said that he was a deer, so that when he got rid of her in the future, she would not be able to find him again. However, who would have thought that the little beggar not only relied on him, but also fell in love with him and insisted on marrying him. He couldn't stand the little beggar's soft and hard grinding, so he had to agree. The two lived together for a long time. Most of Lu Chuan's memories were that he was starving and had to coax the little beggar to sleep every day. Of course, he had many happy times during that time, and later he liked this little beggar very much. Later, the little beggar's family came and took the little beggar away, and he was sent back to the orphanage. Because it was too long ago, his memory of that time was a little vague. If Situ King Huan hadn't mentioned it suddenly, he might have almost forgotten what happened at that time. He looked at Situ King Huan and said, "It was indeed the case. Why are you asking this?" Situ King Huan saw Lu Chuan admit it, and combined with the 3 moles on his feet, she could confirm that this guy was the Brother Lu she had always wanted to find. She never thought that the person she had been thinking about was actually by her side, and so many things had happened between the two of them. If she had known that Lu Chuan was her Brother Lu, how could she dislike this guy everywhere? Tears slid down her face. The joy and emotion of suddenly finding her beloved made her unable to control her emotions. She looked at Lu Chuan excitedly and said, "I'm the little girl you rescued. Brother Lu, don't you remember me?" Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, looked at Situ King Huan in disbelief, and said, "You are the little beggar? How is this possible?" In his memory, the little beggar was dirty and looked like a black coal ball. He could never associate a peerless beauty like Situ King Huan with a little beggar. Situ King Huan said, "It's me. Have you forgotten our original agreement?" "Agreement? What agreement?" Lu Chuan was confused and couldn't remember what agreement he had with her. After all, they were all children at the time. Who could remember what they said at the time? But looking at Situ King Huan's serious look, he and her might have really agreed on something. He admitted that girls are more emotional and precocious. Although they were young at the time, there was still a possibility that the little beggar took his words seriously. Suddenly, he realized something and asked quickly, "So the sweetheart you mentioned is actually me?" Situ Kinghuan wiped her tears and nodded, saying, yes, otherwise why do you think I insisted so much? My heart has been all on you since I slept with you in the bridge hole. Lu Chuan's mood suddenly felt like riding a roller coaster. At that time, Situ Kinghuan was unwilling to sleep with him no matter what. Even if he had to give up the power he had worked hard to cultivate, he had to refuse. He felt desperate and felt that he was doomed this time. But now, after a sudden turn of events, he suddenly became Situ Kinghuan's sweetheart again. Doesn't that mean that he still has a chance to break the cause and effect of the Great Elder? The old man also looked at Situ Kinghuan with surprise on his face and said, so after all this fuss, your sweetheart is actually Lu Chuan? Situ Kinghuan nodded shyly. The old man looked helpless and said, since you like him, you should have told me earlier. Why would I have gone to so much trouble to bring you two together? Situ Kinghuan also felt a little embarrassed and said, who knew that the person you wanted me to marry was my brother Lu? If I had known earlier, I would not have gone against you everywhere. This is probably the mockery of fate. But fortunately, I finally recognized him, so it's not too late. The old man laughed and asked, so are you willing to sleep with him now? Situ Kinghuan's face suddenly blushed. After knowing that Lu Chuan was brother Lu, she naturally lost her resistance. But she felt that she had just recognized Lu Chuan. If she was going to sleep with him so rashly, wouldn't it seem too unreserved? So she said, I have to think about this matter again. The old man had guessed Situ Kinghuan's thoughts and said with a smile, you can still consider it, but Lu Chuan doesn't have time to wait. If you don't take away the power in his body as soon as possible, he will explode and die. Since you are so hesitant, I won't force you. It happens that I have accepted a little junior sister for you in the past 2 years. She is much more obedient than you. I can only take Lu Chuan to find her for help. After that, he was about to take Lu Chuan away. Situ Kinghuan became anxious upon hearing that and quickly stopped the old man, saying, no. The old man smiled and said, you still have to consider it, but Lu Chuan can't wait any longer. Situ Kinghuan gritted her teeth, made up her mind and said, can't I save him? After that, she walked up to Lu Chuan and said, I have to do this to save you. I'm not the kind of loose woman who wants to do that kind of thing with you. Just after I met you. Lu Chuan nodded quickly and said, yes, when we were young, I knew that you were an infatuated girl. You can wait for me for so long, because of a promise you made, when you were a child. How could you be a loose woman? Situ Kinghuan then got rid of the psychological barrier, and said to the old man, master, send him to my room. The old man smiled, without any nonsense, released a force, lifted Lu Chuan's body up, and sent him into the attic through the air. Situ Kinghuan looked at the old man again, and said a little embarrassedly, master, I have wronged you all these years. I don't object to the marriage you arranged for me. I have to go save people now, so I won't say more to you. Thank you for helping me find brother Lu. I will never go against you again. After that, she ran away in a hurry. The old man smiled and touched his beard and said lightly, it seems that I don't need to worry about them anymore. It's time for me to deal with some of my own things. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a burst of hearty laughter. In the attic, Lu Chuan fell on the bed, and the power in his body almost burst him, making him miserable. At this time, Situ Kinghuan ran in, her face full of shyness. After closing the door, she pretended to walk to the bedside, as if nothing had happened and said, are you okay? Lu Chuan endured the pain and said, what do you think? Situ Kinghuan sat on the bedside and said shyly, I have never done this kind of thing. How can I help you? Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan knew in his heart that she had agreed to this matter. He didn't care about communicating his feelings. He pulled her into his arms and said, it's very simple. You just need to talk to me about a project worth several $100 million. Situ Kinghuan's eyes widened. I still have to give you money? And it's several $100 million. I don't have that much money. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, I gave it to you, but it wasn't money. Then what was it? Situ Kinghuan lay in Lu Chuan's arms like a well-behaved and nervous kitten, and asked curiously, you'll know later. Lu Chuan didn't care about explaining too much, and lowered his head to kiss Situ Kinghuan. At the foot of the mountain, the old man suddenly appeared. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of Xuanzang, muttering, I forgot to tell that kid that the younger generations of the Kunlun Lu family have marks left by the elders of the family. Once they die, they can instantly transmit the scenes before death back to the family. Now the Lu family probably knows that Lu Xuan died at the hands of Lu Chuan. Even if Lu Xuan is not welcomed at home, he is the son of the head of the family after all. The Lu family will certainly not tolerate the younger generation of the family being killed by a secular person. Lu Chuan will probably have a lot of trouble in the future. Forget it, this is also a kind of experience for him. I believe that with his strength and talent, he will be able to turn danger into safety. If I help him everywhere, how can he shoulder his responsibilities in the future? After speaking, his figure disappeared again, and the whole world returned to peace again. Chapter 394 Lu Fusheng. Kunlun Territory. Lu Family. 13th concubine Qiao Rong ran into the study room of the head of the family with a face full of grief, and immediately knelt on the ground, wailing, Master, Xuana, Xuana. Lu Fusheng, who was sitting at the table handling affairs, saw Qiao Rong's panic-stricken look, and said coldly, You are crying, how can you be so disgraceful? What happened to Xuana? Was he bullied by his brothers again? Qiao Rong wailed, Xuana was killed in the secular world. Lu Fusheng frowned when he heard the words, and his hand that was writing suddenly stopped and asked, What's the matter? Qiao Rong cried and said, Xuana said that he was a little depressed recently and wanted to go out to relax. It happened that Lu Ziulian, who was expelled from Lu family, was the chief elder in a prestigious sect in the secular world. Xuana had some contact with him, so he ran to him to relax. I don't know what happened in the meantime, but not long ago, the mark on Xuana's body was triggered, indicating that his breath had been cut off. I saw the last scene of Xuana's life through the mark. It was this guy who killed him. As she spoke, Qiao Rong took out a bronze mirror. On the bronze mirror was the scene of Lu Chuan strangling Lu Xuan's neck. Lu Fusheng stared at the bronze mirror, and when he saw Lu Chuan's face, his brows furrowed. The young man's eyebrows reminded him of his brother, Lu Kangsheng, who had turned against him. It's just that their eyebrows are somewhat similar. It's probably a coincidence. That bastard has no other descendants except for a pair of children with his brother and sister-in-law. It's also common for eyebrows to be similar. I must be overthinking. Lu Fusheng thought to himself, denying one of his guesses. Qiao Rong's face was full of despair, and she said, Master, I only have Xuana as my son. He can't just die in such an unclear way. You must take care of Xuana. Lu Fusheng glanced at Qiao Rong and asked, The mark shows where Xuana died? Qiao Rong said, It's at the foot of the mountain of the sect where Lu Ziulian is. Lu Fusheng thought for a while and said, If I remember correctly, Lu Jing from the third team of the Lu family guard is doing business in the secular world. The murderer who killed Xuana may be very powerful, but Lu Jing is a 4th grade saint. He is already a top master in the secular world, and is enough to deal with the murderer. I will notify him, and ask him to rush to the place where Xuana died, investigate the cause and effect, and kill the murderer by the way to avenge Xuana. Qiao Rong was obviously dissatisfied with Lu Fusheng's arrangement, and complained, Master, Xuana is your own son. He was killed, and you only sent a 4th grade saint to deal with this matter. Do you really have him as your son? Lu Fusheng's expression turned cold, and he said, I have found someone to avenge him, which is considered to be fulfilling my responsibility as a father. Don't push your luck here. I still have a lot of important things to deal with. You go out. Master. Qiao Rong wanted to say something else. Lu Fusheng gave her a look, which made the temperature in the entire study drop by several degrees. This small room seemed to have turned into an endless hell, which made people shudder. Qiao Rong's body was instantly covered with goosebumps. She was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare to say anything. She turned around and left here. Kunlun domain is different from the secular world. It is the world of warriors. Everyone respects martial arts, and strength represents everything. Although Lu Xuan is Lu Fusheng's son, he is at the bottom of the Lu family's younger generation in terms of talent and strength, so he naturally cannot be seen by Lu Fusheng. Moreover, Lu Fusheng has a lot of sons, so it is naturally impossible for him to invest too much affection in his children like the families in the secular world. As long as the sons he cared about the most were safe, The death of a marginalized son like Lu Zuan was actually the same as the death of a Lu family guard, which was not much different. Lu Fushan was willing to send someone to avenge Lu Zuan, which was already a consideration of the father-son relationship. After Cairo Rong left, Lu Fushan continued to review the documents on the table with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Zuanzang. In the attic, Lu Chuan lay on the bed and felt that the cause and effect that belonged to the elder quietly dissipated. His mood suddenly became very good, which meant that he would no longer have to worry about the trouble of cause and effect in the future. At the same time, after a night of hard work, he finally understood why the elder was so obsessed with Sita King Hun. This woman, who was like a fairy on earth, was not only beautiful, but also had fair skin and a flexible waist. Most importantly, she was very moist. Because of this, although he had passed all the power in his body to Sita King Hun last night, he still shamelessly said that there might be some residue, and came a few more times. Now Sita King Hun has recovered her strength, but at this moment she is still like a kitten, curled up in Lu Chuan's arms, with a remnant of shyness on her face and a sense of satisfaction between her eyebrows. "Brother Lu," Sita King Hun suddenly called out. Lu Chuan glanced at the lovely girl in his arms. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just calling you." Sita King Hun's face was full of mischief, and she buried her face in the quilt shyly. Lu Chuan smiled and turned around and asked, "Why, do you still want to talk business with me?" Sita King Hun was embarrassed after finding out what the several hundred million business Lu Chuan was talking about last night, and she was tossed around enough last night. Now when she heard that Lu Chuan wanted to do business again, she was scared and quickly refused. No, we have talked enough about business, and we will go bankrupt if we talk about it again. Lu Chuan laughed and didn't embarrass this girl who had just experienced sex for the first time. Although Sita King Hun had recovered her strength and her temperament as a clan leader had returned, she was still like a little sister in front of Lu Chuan, looking cute and shy, just like when she was a follower behind Lu Chuan. At this time, she suddenly asked, "Brother Lu, I have always remembered the agreement we made back then. Although I was young at that time, I was mentally mature, so I valued every agreement I made, so I have been waiting for you until now. I think you must have remembered the agreement between us like me, right?" Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, I have always remembered it." Sita King Hun knew that Brother Lu would not lie to her, but to be on the safe side, she still opened his telepathy to hear Brother Lu's true thoughts. "What agreement? I have forgotten it completely. Now I only remember that you ate up all my rations back then, and I was so hungry that I wanted to kick you away." When Sita King Hun heard this voice, her eyes suddenly widened. "I've forgotten it all long ago. He even thinks I'm eating his food and wants to kick me away. This bastard, is this how I'm in his mind?" Sita King Hun was filled with anger, but she held back from showing it because she suddenly thought that she could use his telepathy to check whether her beloved Brother Lu had done anything to let her down over the years. She sneered and said, "I knew Brother Lu wouldn't forget our agreement. By the way, Brother Lu, since you remember our agreement so well, then you must not have touched other girls over the years, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 395. You are perverted. When Lu Chuan heard this question, his heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile on his face and said, No, I remember the agreement between us, so how could I touch other girls, right? If she knew that I have touched so many women that I can't count them on one hand, and even touched non-human ones, wouldn't she kill me?" Sita King Hun's eyes widened instantly, looking at Lu Chuan in disbelief, and exclaimed, "You even touch a non-human you? You are so perverted." In fact, she didn't think it was a big deal that Lu Chuan forgot the agreement that year. After all, they were both just children at that time. How could they understand what an agreement was at that time? She just remembered this for so long because she was too precocious, and the time she spent with Lu Chuan was unforgettable. If Lu Chuan had been with other women in the past, she could accept it. After all, she couldn't force Lu Chuan to remember the agreement like herself. But she never thought that Lu Chuan had touched other women, and even touched non-human things. Non-human things? What kind of thing is that? Because this inner voice was too terrifying, she couldn't help but ask directly. When Lu Chuan heard Sitter King Huan's words, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at the woman in his arms in disbelief, and asked in horror, how do you know what I'm thinking? Sitter King Huan stared at Lu Chuan and said, first, explain to me what is going on with things that are not human. Could it be that you have that kind of disgusting habit? Lu Chuan didn't want Sitter King Huan to think of him as a pervert, so he had to tell her about the accidental relationship between him and Fuxiang, and explained that Fuxiang was a fox spirit who had achieved success in cultivation, so he said that he had even touched things that were not human. Sitter King Huan was surprised after hearing this, but she was from a noble family after all, and knew that there were many things in this world that were beyond people's cognition, so she didn't show too much surprise. After learning that the non-human thing that Lu Chuan was talking about was a fox spirit in human form, she breathed a sigh of relief. In her opinion, there was not much difference between a goblin in human form and a normal person. As long as Lu Chuan liked someone who was not in human form, it would be fine. Let's deal with Fuxiang's matter first. I was forced to do this anyway, so it's not unreasonable. As for the matter between Yunji, let's not talk about it, so as not to cause any more trouble. Sitter King Huan heard Lu Chuan's inner voice, narrowed his eyes, stared at him and asked, who is Yunji? Lu Chuan's eyes glared. You can really hear my inner thoughts. Sitter King Huan snorted coldly and said, tell me who Yunji is first. Lu Chuan sighed, and had to tell the story between him and Yunji again. After hearing this, Sitter King Huan's face was full of jealousy. He hit Lu Chuan's chest and said, it's okay for you to provoke a vixen, but you even didn't let go of her master. You are just a playboy. Lu Chuan said helplessly, actually, I don't want to be like this, but because of my special physique, there's nothing I can do about it. Sitter King Huan showed a trace of doubt. Special physique? Lu Chuan nodded, and told him about the power of Long Yang. After she knew that I had such a physique that attracted peach blossoms, she probably didn't want me to be her brother Lu anymore, right? Lu Chuan showed a trace of helplessness on his face, but he still felt that it was appropriate to tell Sitter King Huan the truth. As for what Sitter King Huan would choose, after knowing the truth, it had nothing to do with him. But Sitter King Huan showed a resentful look to Lu Chuan, and then he actually stuck to his arms again. Lu Chuan was surprised. King Huan, you. Sitter King Huan said, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and this is because of your special physique. As long as you don't have that kind of perverted habit, I won't blame you. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Sitter King Huan to accept a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Thinking that she must be from a big family, he suspected that she was also from Kunlun domain, so he asked, King Huan, are you from Kunlun domain? Sitter King Huan said, no, I have heard of this place, but my family is not in Kunlun domain, but overseas. We respect the strong over there, and it is common for powerful men to marry several wives. After all, only in this way can more offspring with good genes be born. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, then how can you hear what I'm thinking in my heart? Sitter King Huan told Lu Chuan about his telepathy. Lu Chuan was surprised. He never expected that the parrot wood carving would hide such a magical power. It's too scary to be able to hear other people's thoughts. Then I won't have any secrets in front of her in the future. I have to find a way to stay away from her. Damn, could she have heard my thoughts? But Sitter King Huan's face was gloomy. He immediately caught Lu Chuan's handle and threatened with gritted teeth. Do you think I'm scary? Want to stay away from me? Are you planning to just pick up your pants and leave? Lu Chuan's face was immediately full of nervousness, and he said, don't be impulsive. How could I just pick up my pants and leave? It's just that your magical power is indeed a bit too scary. If I had such a magical power, would you be afraid? Sitter King Huan thought about it, and felt that what Lu Chuan said made some sense, so he said, then I won't use this magical power casually in the future, right? I also know that people's hearts are complicated. Although they will have many ideas, they may not really act according to these ideas. Being able to hear people's voices is actually a painful thing. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's great that you can have such an understanding. It's best not to use this magical power in the future. If you don't listen to other people's voices, you are still very beautiful and cute, and most importantly, very smooth." Situ Kinghuan showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, "Very smooth? What does it mean?" Lu Chuan glared and said, "Didn't you say that you would not use this magical power casually?" Situ Kinghuan said, Okay, I will stop using this magical power, but you have to tell me what very smooth means." Lu Chuan leaned close to Situ Kinghuan's ear and said something. Situ Kinghuan's face suddenly turned red with shame, and he looked at Lu Chuan with a reproachful look, and he was actually a little embarrassed. Lu Chuan said, "It's getting late, we should get up." Situ Kinghuan said, "Why are you in a hurry? Didn't you say it was very smooth? Don't you want to feel it a few more times?" Lu Chuan glared. Aren't you tired?" Situ Kinghuan said, "No, why is it that you can't do it?" Lu Chuan was immediately aroused to fight when he heard this, and said, "You dare to say that I can't do it? I'll let you see if I can do it." After that, he covered the two of them with the quilt. "Ouch, you pressed my hair." Near noon, Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan came out of the attic. Both of them looked pretty good. Situ Kinghuan had the strength of a second grade saint. Even though it was the first time he did this, and he had been tossed around many times, he didn't feel any discomfort. Just when the two were about to go eat something together, a huge explosion suddenly came from the direction of the sect, followed by a deafening voice over Xuanzang. "Let that Lu Chuan come and die quickly, otherwise I will bloodbath your entire sect." Hearing this shout, Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan frowned, looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the sect. As soon as the two arrived at the sect, they saw a figure flying backwards. It was Elder Feng. Lu Chuan quickly caught it, and saw that Elder Feng was seriously injured, with blood on the corner of his mouth, and frowned, and asked, "What's going on?" Elder Feng looked at the burly figure standing in the direction of the sect and said, "Sect Master, this guy has no idea what his origin is. He has been hanging around my Zuan sect for a long time, and has inquired about many things. I found him suspicious, so I wanted to test his purpose, but I didn't expect him to fight me directly and threaten to kill you, Sect Master. I thought I could deal with him, but I didn't expect him to be so strong that he seriously injured me with just one move." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Elder Feng, please heal your wounds first, and leave it to me next." He asked Elder Feng to sit on the steps aside, and then walk towards the direction of the sect. Looking at the burly man standing there with an aggressive look, he had already felt the other party's realm. 4th grade saint. This person was Lu Jing, the Lu family guard who received Lu Fusheng's order to come to investigate. He had already investigated the cause of Lu Zuan's death. He learned that Lu Zuan pretended to be the leader of Zuan sect and challenged Lu Chuan. As a result, he was defeated and died at the hands of the opponent. It was clear that he died. But even if Lu Zuan lost his life by his own will, he was also a member of the Lu family in Kunlun domain. Naturally, he could not die in vain. After receiving the order from the head of the family, he naturally had to avenge Lu Zuan. "What do you want to see me for? Why did you attack my elder of Zuan sect?" Lu Chuan stared at Lu Jing and asked. Lu Jing said coldly, "I'm the guard of the Lu family in Kunlun domain. Did you kill our Lu family's young master Lu Zuan?" Lu Chuan frowned. He didn't expect that it was someone from the Lu family, but soon he was relieved. After all, the elders of Zuan sect all had the means of posthumous communication. Lu Zuan must have had similar means. The moment he died, the Lu family had received the news. But he didn't expect that the Lu family would come so quickly. He thought that they should have come to the secular world to do business, and come to investigate Lu Zuan's death. He looked at Lu Jing and said, "Yes, I killed that man, but he deserved to die. He set up the arena to challenge me, and I killed him. Even in your Kunlun domain, he deserved it. Your Lu family actually sent people to avenge him. Aren't you two against the rules of the martial arts world?" Lu Jing sneered and said, "Rules are always set by the strong. What's more, you are just an ant in the secular world. Do you think you are qualified to talk about rules in front of me?" For me, the rule is that, if you kill the young master of my Lu family, you must pay with your life. As soon as the words fell, his aura burst out instantly, and he rushed towards Lu Chuan. Chapter 396 The horror of his telepathy. Lu Chuan didn't expect this guy to attack right away, so he immediately mobilized all his strength to resist Lu Jing's attack. Lu Jing punched Lu Chuan in the chest, and Lu Chuan fought hard. The power of the 4th grade saint made his body retreat rapidly to the back, leaving a deep gully directly on the upward steps. At this time, Lu Chuan felt someone appear behind him, stabilizing his body. He turned his head and looked, and it was Situ Qinghuan. Situ Qinghuan looked at Lu Jing's direction with a serious expression and said, "This person is too strong. If we two join forces, there may be a glimmer of hope to defeat him." Lu Chuan nodded. Although he has now reached the realm of golden elixir perfection, he can only deal with the 3rd grade saint at most. The guy in front of him is not only a 4th grade saint, but also a leader among the 4th grade saints. It is not so easy to deal with. If he and Situ Qinghuan join forces, the probability of defeating the person in front of him is less than 30%. At this time, Situ Qinghuan suddenly sent him a voice message. Telepathy can not only be used to eavesdrop on the little secrets in your heart, I think it should be a very useful auxiliary magical power in combat. Remember to listen to my voice transmission command later. When Lu Chuan heard Situ Qinghuan's words, his eyes lit up. In the normal competition process, false moves are a very important means of fighting against the enemy. Sometimes, only a combination of false and real moves can make the opponent make a major mistake and gain an advantage. And this kind of false move is undoubtedly a decoration in front of Situ Qinghuan, who has the magical power of telepathy, and Situ Qinghuan can even rely on telepathy to predict the opponent's moves. After all, in the competition process, every move made by the opponent must be carefully considered and thought about in his mind, which happens to be a weakness in front of telepathy. With the assistance of this magical power, coupled with the cooperation of Lu Chuan and Situ Qinghuan, the confidence of fighting Lu Jing has increased to about 50%. Lu Chuan nodded to Situ Qinghuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes and looked towards Lu Jing. The two did not hesitate and rushed towards Lu Jing together. Lu Jing showed a sneer on his face and said, "Do you think that you two can be my opponent together? Let me tell you, even if you are already the top masters in the secular world, in my eyes, you are just two ants. I can kill you in a flash." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Don't pretend. It's not too late to say such big words when you really kill us." Then he directly hit Lu Jing with a force. Lu Jing snorted coldly, turned his hand to block the force, and then used a set of dazzling moves to attack Lu Chuan. Two clowns. My best fighting method is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. I don't know how many masters have been confused by my moves and finally fell into my trap. Just relying on the two of you, you are still a little naive to deal with me. Look, I will use 3 fake moves to trick you into using your best moves, and then I will use my real killer moves to take your lives. Situ Qinghuan heard Lu Jing's thoughts and immediately sent a message to Lu Chuan. His first 3 moves are all fake moves, and then the killer moves, you should be careful. Lu Chuan immediately responded by making 3 fake moves. When Lu Jing released his real killer move, he seized the opportunity to dodge the opponent's moves and released a force to hit the opponent. Lu Jing stepped back and frowned. "Damn thing, you actually guessed the timing of my killer move, but you can be lucky once. I don't believe you can be so lucky every time." He attacked Lu Chuan again. Lu Chuan and Situ Qinghuan resisted together. With the help of his telepathy, any fake moves of Lu Jing were like nothing in front of them, and with the wonderful cooperation of the two sides were evenly matched for a while. Lu Jing could only rely on the suppression of strength to remain invincible, otherwise his moves would be seen through again and again, and he would have died under the attack of Lu Chuan and Situ Qinghuan. Damn it, how come the two of them seemed to know what moves I wanted to make, but they were not fooled by my moves once? It's really weird. Could it be that I haven't made a move for too long and my level has dropped? Lu Jing frowned, puzzled, and couldn't figure out why the other two could break his moves every time. Situ Qinghuan raised the corner of his mouth, looking a little proud. Qinghuan looks really good when she laughs. Speaking of which, she is quite different in bed. No one would have thought that this fairy-like girl would be like that in bed. Anyone who sees her would definitely not be able to control themselves. Situ Kinghuan was carefully analyzing Lu Jing's thoughts, and suddenly among the many voices, this one popped up. She immediately turned her head and glared at Lu Chuan, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. What am I like in bed? My body reacted instinctively. What's wrong with that? Why did this guy say I was different? Wasn't my appearance appropriate? When Lu Chuan saw Situ Kinghuan looking at him, he immediately knew that his thoughts had been heard. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, and then he quickly thought to himself, Kinghuan is the most beautiful woman in the world. Kinghuan is the most beautiful woman in the world. Situ Kinghuan was angry and amused when he heard this idea. After snorting at him, he ignored him and thought about settling accounts with him. After solving the current trouble, the two of them fought with Lu Jing for a long time. Finally, Situ Kinghuan relied on his telepathy to catch a flaw in Lu Jing, allowing Lu Chuan to use a fake move to lure him to concentrate all his strength on his hands and release it. After deceiving Lu Jing's strength, he could no longer use powerful moves in a short time. At this time, a fireball suddenly appeared in Lu Chuan's palm and pressed it towards Lu Jing's stomach. Lu Jing thought that Lu Chuan would retreat quickly after he released a powerful move. After all, the opponent would not dare to act rashly without knowing whether he had a backup plan. But Lu Chuan seemed to believe that he had no backup plan and suddenly attacked him, catching him off guard. He really had no backup plan. He didn't even react to Lu Chuan's sudden move and watched the fireball press on his stomach. Bang! The fireball exploded on Lu Jing's body, and the huge waves of flame spread out in all directions, and cracks appeared on the ground around the impact. Lu Jing screamed, gritted his teeth to resist the impact of the fireball explosion, and his body quickly retreated to the back. After a long time, the power of the explosion dissipated, and Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan saw clearly that Lu Jing's clothes were already torn, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he was injured. However, unlike Lu Zuan, who completely lost his ability to move after being hit, although Lu Jing was injured, he still had a certain combat effectiveness and was not so easy to be solved. After all, he was a 4th grade saint. Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan were lucky to hurt him like this when they were 2 realms lower than him. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Jing and said, I can only use this move once. I don't know how badly he was injured. If he was only slightly injured, it would be troublesome. Situ Kinghuan also showed a solemn look on his face. Lu Jing took a deep breath, looked at Lu Chuan and Situ Kinghuan, and shouted, I didn't expect you two to force me to this point, but this should be your most powerful trump card, right? I tell you, your little tricks only made me slightly injured. If you don't have any other means, just surrender. Damn it, this move just now was really terrifying. Although I was lucky enough to resist and only suffered minor injuries, this move did trigger my hidden disease. Now I must deal with them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the hidden disease breaks out, it's really uncertain who will win in the end. I hope they can be more sensible and surrender on their own initiative. Otherwise I can only fight to the death. Situ Kinghuan heard this and immediately told Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan learned that Lu Jing's hidden disease had relapsed, he immediately released his spiritual sense to observe the other party's body and found that this person's heart seemed to have been seriously injured. Originally, this injury had been cured, but there were some hidden dangers. The fireball condensed by the sun's true fire just now directly detonated the hidden dangers in his heart, causing him to fall into a very bad state. We can hold him back until his hidden disease relapses, so that we can easily kill him. Situ Kinghuan said in a voice transmission. Lu Chuan shook his head and said in a voice transmission, this method is not appropriate. His hidden illness has flared up, and he is in the worst condition now. If we delay, it will give him time to recover. Once he overcomes the discomfort caused by his hidden illness, we will really be helpless against him. Situ Kinghuan frowned and asked in a voice transmission, then what should we do? Lu Chuan thought about it and said in a voice transmission, take advantage of his illness to kill him. I have a way to kill him. You just watch from the side. Then he acted as if he had just used up a killing move. All the strength in his body was exhausted and the whole person was weak. He took 2 steps forward and shouted, this is indeed our last trump card. I didn't expect that you were only slightly injured. We are not your opponent. We admit defeat. I killed Lu Zuan. It has nothing to do with my wife. As long as you promise to let my wife go, I can surrender and let you deal with me. Chapter 397. Husband, are you okay? Seeing that Lu Chuan had really used up all his cards and chose to surrender, Lu Jing showed a sneer on his face and said, "You are smart. This time I was only ordered to kill you to avenge the young master. It has nothing to do with other people. Since you are willing to surrender, I can let you live a few more days and take you back to the Lu family to listen to the head of the family. Come here and let me capture you, and I will naturally let your wife go." Situ King Huan was stunned. He actually said that I'm his wife. So shy. But thinking that she and Lu Chuan had married 18 years ago, it was nothing wrong to be called his wife. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, looking very happy. Since Lu Chuan and I were the first to marry, can I be the first wife in the family in the future? No matter how many wives Lu Chuan marries in the future, they will all be under my control. She happily imagined her life with Lu Chuan in the future. Your wife looks like a fairy. Which man wouldn't be tempted by her? I will capture you and destroy your Danshan, and then I will attack your wife and ravage her in front of you. When I have enough fun, I will take you back to Kunlun domain. Situ King Huan heard Lu Jing's voice and showed a trace of disgust on her face, but she did not show it. After all, Lu Chuan said that there was a way to kill this guy, and she chose to believe Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan walked towards Lu Jing. When he was about to walk in front of Lu Jing condensed a force in his hand and said coldly, "Boy, in order to prevent you from playing any tricks with me, I can only destroy your Danshan first. If you don't want your wife to die with you, just take my palm." Lu Chuan grinned and said, "Of course, for my wife, I won't resist at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he burst out with all his strength and attacked Lu Jing. Seeing this, Lu Jing snorted coldly and shouted, "I knew you wouldn't surrender so easily, but no matter how you resist, you'll die today." After saying that, he slapped Lu Chuan with his palm. Lu Chuan barely took the move, and his figure quickly retreated. After forcibly stabilizing his body, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was already injured. Lu Jing sneered and said, "With this little ability, you want to sneak attack me? You're still far away." Lu Chuan grinned and said, "Really?" Lu Jing's heart sank, and a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart, and then he quickly turned around, only to see a small exquisite tower flying towards him at a rapid speed. After seeing what it was, he curled his lips and said, "I thought you had some powerful backup plan, but it turned out to be just a sneak attack with a hidden weapon. However, this is the first time I have seen a toy tower used as a hidden weapon. Do you really think this thing can cause me much harm?" The top of the demon suppressing tower pointed directly at Lu Jing's heart. Lu Jing did not take the small tower seriously at all. He just stretched out his hand and released a force, intending to intercept the small tower and crush it in his hand. However, what he did not expect was that his force could not restrain the small tower. The demon suppressing tower was unstoppable and hit Lu Jing's heart. Lu Jing realized the problem at this time and quickly created a barrier with his hands to resist the impact of the demon suppressing tower. When the demon suppressing tower touched his barrier, he felt how terrifying the power carried by the small tower was. He could feel that the weight of the small tower had reached an appalling level. The reason why he could not restrain the small tower was entirely because the weight of the tower was too large, and the inertia it carried was far beyond the power that Lu Chuan could release. He couldn't figure out how Lu Chuan threw out such a terrifying little tower. If he used this thing as a hidden weapon, by the time people reacted, it would have been smashed through. Fortunately, he was a 4th grade saint. After trying his best, he still contained the impact of the little tower on him. However, at this moment, a force passed through the barrier and hit his heart in the form of a shockwave. This force was not worth mentioning compared to the power he carried, but it was enough to detonate the hidden disease in Lu Jing's heart. Lu Jing used all his strength and mind to resist the demon suppression tower. He never thought that Lu Chuan could release another force through the demon suppression tower, so he didn't react at all and was hit by that force. There was a sharp pain in his heart, which instantly disordered the power around him, and he could no longer resist the impact of the demon suppression tower. In just a moment, the demon suppression tower broke through the barrier he created, then quickly penetrated his body, and then returned to Lu Chuan and disappeared. Lu Jing stood straight in the same place, and a fist-sized blood hole had appeared in his chest, which was exactly where his heart was. Unfortunately, through the blood hole, he could no longer see the existence of his heart. He looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, wondering why he died in the hands of an ant in the secular world. He wanted to ask what the small tower that penetrated his body was made of, and why it was so terrifying. Unfortunately, he no longer had the opportunity to ask the questions he wanted to ask. Almost 10 seconds later, Lu Jing's body was blown by the wind, and then fell limply. Lu Chuan used his spiritual sense to confirm Lu Jing's condition, and when he saw that he was dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dare to hesitate, and directly stretched out his hand and pointed, releasing a flame that fell on Lu Jing's body. The body burned instantly, and in a few breaths, it turned into ashes. He was not sure whether this guy also had the means to communicate after death, so the best way was to deal with the body as soon as possible to make those means ineffective. Of course, this guy came to kill him. Once the Lu family confirmed that this guy was dead, they would definitely know that he was the murderer, so it didn't matter whether there was a means of posthumous communication. Situ King Huan was relieved when he saw Lu Jing burned to ashes. He quickly ran to Lu Chuan, supported him, and asked, "Husband, are you okay?" Lu Chuan's eyes widened. "Old husband?" Situ King Huan's face climbed up with a touch of shyness, and said, "At that time you said I was your wife. I called you husband. Is there a problem?" Lu Chuan thought to himself that I said that to fool the Lu family, but in order not to disappoint Situ King Huan, he smiled and said, "No problem, no problem. I'll take you back to heal your wounds first." Situ King Huan looked at Lu Chuan proudly, and helped him walk towards the inner part of the sect. In the attic, Lu Chuan took some healing pills, and his injuries have stabilized, and he is not in serious trouble. He looked at Situ King Huan, who was taking care of him at the side, and said with a serious expression, "First, I killed the young master of the Lu family, and now I killed this person who came to seek revenge. The Lu family will never let me go easily." Situ King Huan heard this and said seriously, "No matter how terrifying the Lu family is, I and the entire Xuanzang will always stand on your side." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm very touched that you have this intention, but the most important thing for us now is to improve our strength as soon as possible, rather than going to war with the Lu family. After all, the Lu family is too powerful, and Xuanzang is nothing in their eyes. I plan to leave Xuanzang after my injuries are healed, and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. As long as I have a breakthrough in strength, I will be more confident when facing the people of the Lu family." Situ King Huan asked quickly, "What about me?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You stay in Xuanzang, handle Xuanzang's affairs well, and be my good wife. At present, the Lu family's target is only me. If I leave temporarily, you and Xuanzang will become safer." Situ King Huan was reluctant when she heard this, but she knew that what Lu Chuan said was the safest way, so she did not refute it, but asked, "Where do you plan to seek a breakthrough opportunity?" Lu Chuan said, "I need to find a spiritual medicine called soul grass first, which must be more than 400 years old. I have no idea for the time being. Now that his golden elixir is perfect, he is only one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul. And to transform the golden elixir into the nascent soul, it is necessary to fuse the soul with the golden elixir, and finally transform it into the nascent soul, which is considered a successful breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. It is not an easy task to fuse the soul with the golden elixir and transform it into the nascent soul. Throughout the ages, the probability of failure is as high as 90%, and once it fails, the soul will be scattered, and the life will be lost in the world. However, after the exploration of countless predecessors in the cultivation world, a method was finally found to increase the probability of the golden elixir transforming into the nascent soul to 70% or even 80%. That is, to eat a pill called the soul melting pill before the golden elixir and the soul merge. And the soul grass is the main medicine for refining the soul melting pill. Of course, in addition to the soul melting pill that increases the probability of successful fusion, Lu Chuan also needs to raise the power of the soul to the state of great perfection. Only when the golden pill is perfect and the soul is perfect can it transform into the nascent soul and cultivate into the great Dao. This requires Lu Chuan to absorb a large amount of soul power before the breakthrough, so that the soul can reach the state of great perfection. Of course, even if these two conditions are met, there are still many risks in the process of the golden pill breaking through to the nascent soul. Otherwise, the cultivation world would not be a situation where there are golden pill masters everywhere and the nascent soul strongmen are rare. Luchuan has no clue for the time being about finding the power of the soul and making the soul perfect, so he thinks about finding the soul grass first and refining the soul melting pill. Situ Kinghuan heard Luchuan's words, and after a little hesitation, he said, "You will recover in the sect for the next few days. I will ask the intelligence agency of Xuanzang to help you find out the whereabouts of the soul grass. Once there is news, I will notify you immediately." Luchuan nodded. With the help of the intelligence agency of Xuanzang, finding the soul grass naturally became much simpler. Situ Kinghuan looked at Luchuan with some resentment and said, "I can help you take care of Xuanzang, and I won't follow you to find a breakthrough opportunity, but you must accompany me well these days." Luchuan smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely accompany you well." In the next 2 days, Luchuan recovered from his injuries peacefully, and Situ Kinghuan took good care of him. The two of them felt like they were in harmony. However, on the third day, after Situ Kinghuan was sure that Luchuan was fine, he dragged Luchuan to the bed and discussed what Luchuan said about her contrast. He didn't get out of bed for several days. Luchuan completely understood why some people say that women are as pure as white paper before they have ever been exposed to such things, but once they have tasted the sweetness, they will become lustful women and cannot be stopped. Situ Kinghuan is a good example. At first, Luchuan relied on his Xuanhuang immortal body and was not afraid at all, but after being squeezed many times, he began to complain and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Situ Kinghuan did not intend to let him go. After all, this guy would have to leave in a few days, and he had to make good use of his value. It was not until the Xuanzang intelligence agency sent back the news of the soul grass that Luchuan was able to breathe and finally escape from the sea of suffering. According to the investigation, the Luo family in Kyoto once bought a 400-year-old soul grass at an auction, and there was no news of it changing hands afterwards, so this soul grass is likely to still be in the Luo family. Situ Kinghuan told Luchuan the results of the investigation. The Luo family in Kyoto. Luchuan couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard it. Situ Kinghuan was puzzled and asked, "Have you dealt with this family?" Luchuan's face showed a trace of emotion, and he murmured, "I haven't dealt with it, but my mother is from this family." Chapter 398 The attention of the supervisory department. 2 days later, Luchuan and Situ Kinghuan said goodbye affectionately and rode down the mountain on the mule they had ridden. When they went up the mountain, it was not that he was too lazy and did not want to walk down the mountain, but that he had been exploited too much by Situ Kinghuan in the past few days, and his legs were a little weak when he walked. Although I have a close relationship with the Luo family, and the current head of the Luo family is my uncle, my mother broke up with the Luo family for my father, so it is hard to say whether this uncle recognizes me, let alone asking him for the soul grass. Instead of having such a relationship, it is better to become strangers. I need the soul grass, and they must have some needs too. When the time comes, I will take action to meet their needs, and they will give me the soul grass. It is simple for everyone to get what they need. Now there is such a relationship, but it becomes complicated. He was not sure what the Luo family would think of him, and he did not know whether he could get the soul grass smoothly. When he thought that his mother had broken up with the Luo family, he felt a headache. If the Luo family doesn't recognize me as a relative and refuses to give me the soul grass, I can ask Ningxin for help. The Ning family is also one of the 3 major families in Kyoto. The 2 families should have some contacts and it's easier to talk. I haven't seen Ningxin for so long, I don't know how she is now. Speaking of which, my fiancé named Ningtutu is also in Kyoto. This time I can go find this Ningtutu and see what's going on. After going down the mountain, Luchuan went to the nearest county town and took a bus to the airport in the county town. After arriving at the airport, Luchuan went to the counter and bought a direct ticket to Kyoto. Because there were still 2 hours before the flight took off, he went directly to the terminal hall to find a public seat, sat down and pretended to rest, but in fact he was breathing in spiritual energy and practicing. At the same time, Kyoto Supervisory Department headquarters. In a conference room, a group of senior executives of the supervisory department were having a heated discussion. There was a photo on the projection in front of these people, and the person in the photo was Lu Chuan. The topic these people were discussing was also Lu Chuan. I recently contacted my friend who works at the law enforcer organization, and I learned that the transnational human trafficking organization that was suddenly destroyed not long ago was destroyed by Lu Chuan. It is said that he destroyed the entire human trafficking organization by himself. He is so powerful. That's nothing. If we have to talk about the most powerful, it has to be the time when he destroyed the Yunji sect. Although our people from the supervision department also participated in that time, if Lu Chuan hadn't suddenly appeared and turned the tide, the teams we sent over would have been wiped out and no one would have come back. From this point of view alone, our supervision department owes Lu Chuan a huge favor. That's right. Lu Chuan has indeed helped our supervisory department solve a lot of troubles. Not long ago, I heard Lee Heo from the soul hunting team tell me a story. He told me that when he was on vacation and returned to Xianan province, he encountered a terrible incident in which a vengeful spirit attempted to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of couples in exchange for its own resurrection. Lee Heo happened to be present at the time and planned to deal with the vengeful spirit. As a result, the vengeful spirit was too terrifying and Lee Heo was no match for him at all. At the critical moment, Lu Chuan took action again and easily dealt with the vengeful spirit, saving the lives of hundreds of people. It is a great achievement to solve such a big trouble. Lu Chuan has indeed helped our supervisory department solve a lot of troubles, but he also has his moments of confusion. Not long ago, the Grand Elder of Zuan sect died in his hands. Although not many people know about this, our intelligence department still learned about the situation. In any case, Zuan sect has the reputation of the #1 martial arts sect and is a holy place in the minds of countless martial artists. It was not a wise move for him to kill the Grand Elder. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Although Lu Chuan did help the supervisory department solve many big problems, killing the elder did easily anger the public. After all, Xuanzang's reputation was there. In many people's minds, Xuanzang was sacred and inviolable. Sometimes, if you say something bad about Xuanzang, you will be despised, let alone killing Xuanzang's elder. Fortunately, very few people in the outside world know about what Lu Chuan did, and he himself did not publicize it. If it were not for the powerful intelligence department of the supervisory department, these senior officials would not know that Lu Chuan, an ordinary young man, had done so many earth-shaking things. Just when everyone was feeling sorry for Lu Chuan's irrational act of killing the great elder of Xuanzang, the calm middle-aged man who had been silent in the main seat suddenly spoke up. It is true that Lu Chuan did kill the great elder of Xuanzang, but according to the latest intelligence, the great elder of Xuanzang secretly colluded with the Yingizang and killed innocent girls during his lifetime. Moreover, he liked women and often sent people down the mountain to capture young and beautiful girls for him to play with. Do you still think that Lu Chuan killed the great elder of Xuanzang? Is there any problem? This man is Feng Yuanshan, the head of the Kyoto branch of the supervisory department. Although the headquarters of the supervisory department is in Kyoto, the real bosses of the supervisory department are not here, so the various affairs of the headquarters are naturally handed over to the Kyoto branch to handle. Feng Yuanshan received the salary of the branch, but he did 2 jobs at the branch and the headquarters. He can be said to be a very humble worker, and he didn't dare to complain. After all, the bosses at the headquarters were real bosses, and he couldn't afford to offend them. However, handling the things at the headquarters is not without benefits for him. At least the whole capital knows that Feng Yuanshan is the most powerful person in the supervisory department, so people from all the major families and departments are rushing to curry favor with him. When everyone heard Feng Yuanshan's words, they were all surprised. The elder has been secretly colluding with the Yunji sect. He even killed innocent girls. I didn't expect the elder to be such a person. It seems that we misunderstood Lu Chuan. He killed the elder, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Yes, I thought Lu Chuan killed the elder because he was unable to think straight. Now it seems that we are short-sighted. Feng Yuanshan knocked on the table and continued, and according to a piece of news I just received, not long ago, someone pretended to be the leader of Xuanzang, and it happened that Lu Chuan took action and killed this person. After this incident, all the elders of Xuanzang directly supported Lu Chuan to become the new leader of Xuanzang. Everyone was stunned, and took a breath. Lu Chuan became the leader of Xuanzang? If I remember correctly, he is only 27 years old. This guy must have encountered some adventure. Everything he does can shock people. But he did all these things by himself. This is too incredible. Feng Yuanshan was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. He smiled and said, what Lu Chuan did is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. But this is not the point. What did you find from these things? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Feng Yuanshan, waiting for him to give an answer. Feng Yuanshan did not keep them in suspense, and said with a smile, more than a year ago, Lu Chuan was just a delivery man, and he used only more than a year to grow from an ordinary person to a person that even you and I must pay attention to. This is enough to show that he is a real dragon among men. Such talents are rare in 1,000 years. Do you think that our supervision department should miss such talents? Everyone immediately understood what Feng Yuanshan meant, and they all showed expectant smiles on their faces. First Master, if such a talent can join our supervisory department, it will undoubtedly be a great help to us. I think we must dig him over. Yes, Lu Chuan alone is worth 10 soul hunting teams in the supervisory department. We must not miss such a talent. Even if we can't let Lu Chuan join our supervisory department, we must have a good relationship with him. His future achievements will never stop here. When he rises to prominence, even if it's just a little insignificant relationship, it will be enough to bring endless benefits to our supervisory department. Feng Yuanshan saw that everyone wanted Lu Chuan to join the supervisory department, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, because this was also his idea. However, he heard from the people below that they had invited Lu Chuan before, but unfortunately they were all rejected. He is now having a headache about how to convince Lu Chuan to join the supervisory department. After all, Lu Chuan is at an age of high spirits, and his strength has reached a height that many people have to look up to for a lifetime. It is normal for him to look down on the recruitment of the supervisory department. Lu Chuan is extremely talented and powerful. It is not easy to get him to join our supervisory department. If you have any good suggestions, please tell me. Feng Yuanshan said. Everyone immediately began to make suggestions. Some said they would offer high salaries, some said they would provide good resources, and some even said they could marry their daughters to Lu Chuan. As long as Lu Chuan became his son-in-law, he would naturally become a member of the supervisory department. Everyone thought this was a good idea, but there were still serious disagreements, because they all felt that Lu Chuan was such an outstanding talent that they had to let their daughters go, and other people's daughters were not worthy of Lu Chuan. Feng Yuanshan watched everyone finally turn into an argument about whose daughter was more worthy of Lu Chuan, and he also had a headache. If he had known this, he would not have asked these guys. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open, and Feng Yuanshan's secretary walked over quickly. First Master, you asked me to pay close attention to Lu Chuan's movements recently. Just now, I saw that he bought a plane ticket to Kyoto, and will arrive in Kyoto this afternoon. The secretary said. Feng Yuanshan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stood up and asked, are you sure you're right? The secretary nodded, yes. Feng Yuanshan immediately thought about it, and then said to the secretary, notify them that I will take all the elites of the supervisory department to the airport to welcome Lu Chuan in the afternoon. We must let Lu Chuan feel the enthusiasm of our supervisory department. Only in this way can we convince him to join our supervisory department. Yes. Airport. Lu Chuan was concentrating on practicing. At this time, a sexy girl wearing a miniskirt, a belly exposing top, and dressed up came over with a selfie stick. This person is called Cheng Yao, a beautiful internet celebrity with nearly 10 million fans on the internet, and her traffic is comparable to that of some second-tier stars. At this time, she was broadcasting outdoors, making cute expressions to the mobile phone on the selfie stick, and blowing kisses from time to time to thank the big brothers who gave her gifts. After a long time, the live broadcast ended. Chen Yao's originally sweet face suddenly drooped and turned into disgust. She muttered, "You bunch of stinky losers. I'm really exhausted just to make you happy, but today I have tens of thousands of tips. It's worth it for me to keep you smiling and calling you baby." She had been standing for a long time to broadcast the live broadcast and was a little tired. She wanted to find a place to sit for a while, but when she looked around, she found that there was no seat left. These guys have no sense. A beauty like me is standing here, and they don't even know to give me a seat? She complained in her heart. Her eyes fell on Lu Chuan, who was not far away, and she murmured, "That guy over there is obviously a loser. He can only dream of a beauty like me. If I ask him to give up his seat to me, he will definitely do it. So let him be." Thinking of this, she walked directly to Lu Chuan, and then said in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, I'm a little tired. Can you give me your seat so that I can have a rest?" Chapter 399, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Lu Chuan was in the state of meditation, and he didn't hear Chen Yao's words at all, so he ignored her. Chen Yao saw that Lu Chuan had no reaction after hearing her beautiful voice, and her face was speechless. She thought that this guy was pretending to be so, and was trying to play hard to attract her attention. She suppressed her disgust, stretched out her hand, and pushed Lu Chuan, saying, "Little brother, can you hear me talking?" Lu Chuan opened his eyes, stared at Chen Yao, and asked, "What's wrong?" He pretended to be very convincing. Chen Yao was speechless in her heart, but she still pretended to be a lady and said, "I'm a little tired of standing. Can you give me this seat?" Lu Chuan's legs were still a little sore at this time, and seeing that he was young and energetic, he didn't meet the standard of giving up a seat in her mind, so she said, "Sorry, I'm a little tired too. You should find another seat." Chen Yao's eyes immediately glared, thinking that this guy saw that I was so beautiful, but he didn't even give up his seat to me. What did he mean? Are all the losers now so stubborn? She couldn't stand that a loser wouldn't give up his seat for her. After all, those guys used to lick her feet when they saw her. She was a princess who was loved by everyone, so how could she stand such humiliation? So she stopped pretending to be a lady, looked at Lu Chuan with disdain, and said, "Why are you so stingy? What's wrong with giving me your seat? You're a grown man. Shouldn't you give way to a little girl like me?" Lu Chuan laughed when he heard this, and said, "The seats here are public, first come first served. I don't have the obligation to give up my seat to you, right? And I only give up my seat to the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled and pregnant women. Which of these do you meet?" Chen Yao was speechless and said, "I'm a girl. Even if I'm not elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled or pregnant, you should give way to me." Lu Chuan said, "Sorry, I haven't heard of this saying. You should find someone else." Chen Yao snorted coldly and said, "I see. You just want to act different in front of me to get my attention. I ask you to add me on WeChat, okay?" Lu Chuan was speechless and said, "I'm not interested in you. Please stay away from me and don't disturb my rest." Chen Yao realized that Lu Chuan really didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, and she got angry and decided to confront this guy today. She had to let this ungrateful guy know how powerful she was. She looked at Lu Chuan with a cold face and said, "I'm telling you, I'm an internet celebrity with 10 million fans online. You'd better give me this seat, otherwise I'll post you online and cyberbully you." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Whatever you want." Chen Yao saw that Lu Chuan was not afraid of her threat at all, and she felt frustrated again. Now is the internet age, and the power of cyberbullying is quite terrifying. This guy's not afraid at all. Doesn't he usually go online? Seeing that this method didn't work, she changed her mind and said, "Hey, besides being an internet celebrity, I'm also the image ambassador of the recent promotion of gender equality. Your current behavior is a serious violation of the equal relationship between men and women. If I report you, you can expect to be condemned by thousands of people." Lu Chuan couldn't help but sneer when he heard this, and said, "Gender equality? If we are equal, why should I give up my seat to you instead of you giving up my seat to me?" Chen Yao said, "Because I'm a girl, shouldn't you men give way to us?" Lu Chuan said, "Is this what you call equality? I think you just want to use the banner of equality to gain benefits for yourself, right? You emphasize equality when there are benefits, but when something happens, you become a vulnerable group and have to let men give way to you. What kind of equality is this? Cheng Yao's true face was exposed, and she became a little exasperated and shouted, "I tell you, my uncle is a senior official of the Kyoto Supervisory Office. If you offend me, I promise to make you pay for it." Lu Chuan looked indifferent and said, "Even if your uncle is the king of the world, there is nothing wrong with me not giving up my seat to you. I want to see what you can do to me." After that, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and ignored this unreasonable woman. Seeing that Lu Chuan was not moved by soft or hard words, Cheng Yao was completely at a loss and stamped her feet in anger. "You force me, right? Okay, then I'll show you who has the final say in the internet age." She cursed inwardly, took out her mobile phone, took a video of Lu Chuan, and after a simple editing of the video, she added an intelligent voice on it. "Family, who knows, I met a pervert when I went out on a plane, secretly followed me, and took my seat. It's really embarrassing." After finishing the video, she posted it directly on her short video account. However, in just 10 minutes, she received a lot of likes, and the comments area was full of people scolding Lu Chuan for being shameless. There was a comment saying, "Brothers in Kyoto, this low-level man dared to take our baby seat. It's simply lawless. We must teach him a lesson. Why don't we go to the airport to block him and make him apologize to the baby in public?" This comment was instantly pushed to the top, and many fans in Kyoto said they would go to the airport to ask Lu Chuan for an explanation. Cheng Yao was immediately excited when she saw this comment. She directly pulled these fans who said they would go to the airport to block Lu Chuan into a group and then send her flight information. "Family members, I'm so unlucky today. I met such a low-level man. Not only did he steal my seat, but he also threatened to beat me. I was really scared to death. I, a weak woman, dare not argue with him. I can only post it online to complain." Cheng Yao pretended to be pitiful, took a video, and sent it to the group. The fans in the group saw that Cheng Yao was so wronged, and they instantly exploded, and immediately began to plan to go to the airport to block Lu Chuan. "Don't be afraid, baby. We will go to the airport to stop him. We will definitely help you get justice when the time comes." That's right. In broad daylight, someone dares to openly snatch our baby seat. There is really no law. He must be taught a lesson. Don't worry, baby. When we stop him, we will make him kneel down and apologize to you. Then we will record it and post it online. Let's see if he dares to do such a thing without public morality in the future. Cheng Yao looked at the discussion of the crowd with expectation. After sending a heart-shaped emoji to the group, she stopped talking. She looked at Lu Chuan with a hint of pride on her face. She thought to herself, "Just wait to be dealt with. You are far from fighting me." Not long after, everyone checked their tickets and boarded the plane, flying towards Kyoto. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the capital airport. Lu Chuan walked out of the airport, intending to go to the Luo family to test the situation first, to see how the Luo family treated him, and by the way, to ask if the soul grass was still in the hands of the Luo family. Cheng Yao quietly followed Lu Chuan, waiting to see the scene where her fans blocked him and taught him a lesson. At the same time, at the airport exit, Feng Yuanshan was waiting for Lu Chuan with a group of senior officials and elites from the Kyoto Supervisory Department. In order to show his importance to Lu Chuan, Feng Yuanshan also asked everyone to wear the uniforms of the Supervisory Department to show the solemnity. When Lu Chuan comes out later, we must let him feel the enthusiasm and attention of our Supervisory Department to him. Only in this way can we gain his favor. The higher his favorability towards our Supervisory Department, the greater the possibility of joining us. Do you understand? Feng Yuanshan said. Everyone nodded in unison, understanding the importance of welcoming Lu Chuan this time. At the back of the group, there was a middle-aged man, who was considered a middle-level manager of the Kyoto Supervisory Department. Because Feng Yuanshan said that he wanted to have a grand reception, he followed here, even though he shouldn't have been here. This man's name is Cheng Zidong, and he is Cheng Yao's uncle. At this time, Cheng Zidong was still unclear about who was the important person they were going to welcome, who could have mobilized all the senior officials of the Supervisory Department. So he whispered to the person next to him, "Who exactly are we going to welcome this time?" He could have mobilized the chief to bring all the senior officials of the supervisory department. "This person must be someone important, right?" The person next to him said, "I don't know the details. I just know that he is an extraordinary guy who is highly valued by the chief, and I heard that he is only in his 20s, very young." Cheng Zidong was full of surprise and said, "He is only in his 20s? He is so valued by the chief. Could this person have a terrifying background?" The person next to him said, "That's not the case. It is said that this young man does not have any background. The reason why he is highly valued is because his strength is very terrifying. It is said that even the chief is not sure if he is this person's opponent, so he values him so much. And we came to welcome him this time, just to let him join our supervisory department. If this person is really willing to join the supervisory department, I'm afraid that, as soon as he comes in, he will be able to sit on an equal footing with the chief. This is something we would never dare to think about in a lifetime." Cheng Zidong showed a face full of envy and said, "It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The key is that he is still so young, and I don't know if he is married. If he is not married, I can let my niece try. After all, she is beautiful. If she is liked by him, my Cheng family will be prosperous." The person next to him smiled and said, "Don't even think about such a good thing. If there really is such an opportunity, it will not be your niece's turn." Cheng Zidong said, "Although I know my niece is not worthy of such a person, it's okay to think about it. Who can't have a daydream?" At this time, another group of people gathered not far away. They were Cheng Yao's fans who wanted to come over to teach Lu Chuan a lesson. Feng Yuanshan saw these people and asked the secretary beside him, "Who are they?" The secretary said, "I just asked. They are fans of a female internet celebrity. They came to the airport to chase stars. No big problem." Feng Yuanshan nodded and said, "People nowadays are crazy about chasing stars. Pay more attention to them and don't let them affect our welcoming Lu Chuan." "Yes." The secretary nodded. On the other hand, Cheng Yao's fans were also looking at the people from the supervision department curiously. "Are those people from the supervisory department? So many of them are waiting here. Are they welcoming some important person?" "They are definitely important people." The man standing in the middle seems to be the chief of the supervisory department. How could he be an ordinary person if the chief personally came to greet him? Damn, I'm so envious. I don't know when I can have such treatment. Then I can be considered an honor to my family. Don't even think about it. Even if your ancestral tomb is on fire, you probably won't be able to get such treatment." A man named Dashan, who was the leader of a group of fans, said, "Okay, let's stop envying others here. Let's go teach that beast who bullied Yao a lesson first. The people from the supervisory department are over there, so it's not easy for us to take action. Let's block that bastard inside and make him kneel down and apologize to Yao." A group of people walked towards the airport. Chapter 400. He is the chief of the supervisory department. Lu Chuan walked out of the airport. When he was about to reach the exit, he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards him aggressively. He turned his head and looked behind him. After finding that there was no other figure behind him, he was sure that these people were coming for him. He thought about it and felt that these people might be illegal taxi drivers. He thought that there were illegal taxi drivers in such a big airport like Kyoto. The management was really poor. Moreover, these illegal taxi drivers came in groups, and each of them looked like someone owed them hundreds of dollars. They were really not friendly at all. He walked up to the group of people and said, "Sorry, I don't take a taxi." Then he planned to bypass these people and walk outside. Dashan immediately led everyone to stop Lu Chuan and cursed, "Who the hell asked you to take a taxi? Boy, you are in trouble." Lu Chuan looked at these people in confusion and asked, "I shouldn't know you, right?" Dashan took out his mobile phone and showed Lu Chuan the video that Cheng Yao posted online and said angrily, "You are so bold that you even dare to grab the seat of our Yao. You are a grown man. How can you be so embarrassed?" Lu Chuan looked at the black and white captions on the video, frowned slightly, and realized that Yao in these people's mouths should be the woman who wanted him to give up his seat. He didn't expect that this woman would distort the facts so much. She wanted to grab a seat but failed, but instead slandered others for grabbing her seat. It was simply unreasonable. He guessed that these men should be the fans who believed the woman's one-sided story, so he explained, "I didn't take her seat. She wanted me to give up my seat and I didn't, so she slandered me." At this time, Cheng Yao rushed over from not far away and shouted arrogantly, "You are talking nonsense. It was you who took my seat and you want to hit me. I tell you, these are my fans. They are here to seek justice for me. I advise you to apologize to me quickly, otherwise you will not be able to leave the airport today. That's right, apologize to Yao quickly, otherwise we will never let you go. You took a girl's seat. You are not a human being. You must kneel down and apologize." A group of fans followed suit. Lu Chuan was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Cheng Yao and said, "So you have accumulated so many fans online just to distort the facts. If those internet celebrities are like you, is there any justice in this world?" Cheng Yao sneered and said, "Don't say these useless things here. The reality is that I have 10 million fans, and you are just a stinky loser. I want to throw dirty water on you, and you can't wash it off, even if you want to. You'd better kneel down and apologize to me quickly, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will make you never have the chance to be single. You will be scolded by everyone, and everyone will spit on you and drown you." Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Cheng Yao asked, "Who are you calling?" Lu Chuan said, "The supervision department." He knew that facing this kind of internet celebrity who controls the traffic, it was useless to rely on his own mouth to explain. After all, there are fanatical fans behind the other party. No matter how she slanders, these fans will unconditionally believe her words. So when encountering such a thing, the best solution is to find an official organization. The supervisory department represents authority. Only by clarifying this matter can they convince everyone and punish the female internet celebrity who distorted the facts. He was not afraid that Cheng Yao would dare to talk nonsense in front of the supervisory department. After all, there are surveillance cameras at the airport. When the time comes, all he needs to do is to call out the surveillance cameras at that time, and everything will be clear. Cheng Yao couldn't help laughing when she heard Lu Chuan's words and said, "Have you forgotten that I told you that my uncle is from the Kyoto supervisory department? His position in the supervisory department is not low. Even if you ask someone from the supervisory department to come, I can still settle it. And at that time, I can also charge you with the crime of provoking trouble and let you stay in for half a month." Lu Chuan ignored her. The other party's uncle might have some real power in the supervisory department, but with his current strength, he was sure that the people in the supervisory department would not dare to play any tricks on him. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello, I'm in some trouble and I want to ask you for help," Lu Chuan said. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Lu, I wonder what trouble you are in?" Lu Chuan looked surprised. "Hey, how do you know my last name is Lu?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Lu, this is the case. Because your deeds have become famous within our supervisory department, you are now the focus of our supervisory department. I asked them to mark your phone number. As long as you call our supervisory department number, the call will jump to my mobile phone. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Feng Yuanshan, and I'm the head of the Kyoto supervisory department. In addition, I'm a little presumptuous to tell you that we learned in advance that you would take today's flight to Kyoto, so I'm now waiting at the airport exit with the people of the supervisory department to greet you. Have you got off the plane now? What trouble did you encounter?" Lu Chuan was stunned. He never expected that he had become the focus of the supervisory department, and it was the head of the Kyoto supervisory department who personally answered his call, which made him feel flattered. Is this the benefit of becoming stronger? Lu Chuan felt a little embarrassed, and then said, "Since you are at the airport exit, please come in. I was blocked by a female internet celebrity with a group of fans. This female internet celebrity slandered me for stealing her seat, and now she brought these fans to force me to kneel down and apologize. Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I will bring people in now. Don't worry, with us here, we will never let anyone cause trouble for you today," Feng Yuanshan said quickly. Lu Chuan hummed and hung up the phone. At the airport exit, Feng Yuanshan put down his phone and shouted to everyone in the supervision department, "Everyone listen to my order. Follow me in immediately. There is a female internet celebrity who doesn't know how to live or die and is causing trouble for Mr. Liu. Hurry up and help Mr. Liu settle this matter." A group of people walked into the airport in a mighty manner. Cheng Zidong followed behind and said speechlessly, "I don't know which blind person dared to cause trouble to such a big shot. He really doesn't know how to live or die. These female internet celebrities really need to be rectified." The person next to him said, "Isn't your niece an internet celebrity?" Cheng Zidong said, "My niece is a positive energy internet celebrity and an ambassador for gender equality. How could she be the same as such a blind person?" Inside the airport, Cheng Yao saw Lu Chuan hung up the phone and said coldly, "I tell you, even if the people from the supervision department come, you have to apologize to me honestly today. A stinky loser wants to fight with me. It's really a dream." Lu Chuan looked at Cheng Yao with sympathy and said, "I hope you can still say such words later." At this time, Feng Yuanshan had brought everyone from the supervision department to the hall. After finding Lu Chuan's position, he walked over quickly. Dashan saw these people from the supervisory department and couldn't help but frown, muttering, "Aren't they here to pick someone up? Why are they walking towards us?" Cheng Yao didn't expect that the people from the supervisory department would come so quickly, and so many of them came at once, and she was a little surprised. But when she saw Cheng Zidong was also among the group, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She turned her head and said to Lu Chuan, "Should I say that you are really unlucky today? That person over there is my uncle. These people from the supervisory department should all be his subordinates. You are dead today." Lu Chuan looked at Cheng Yao as if he was an idiot, thinking that you only know your uncle in the entire supervisory department, and you don't even know the head of the supervisory department. Feng Yuanshan came to Lu Chuan and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Liu, I'm Feng Yuanshan. They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Lu Chuan shook his head. Feng Yuanshan looked at Cheng Yao and asked, "Is this the female internet celebrity who caused you trouble?" Lu Chuan nodded. Cheng Yao didn't take Feng Yuanshan seriously at all, thinking that he was just a pawn, so she ignored him and walked to Cheng Zidong, pretending to be pitiful and said, "Uncle, you must make the decision for me. This bastard bullied me and wanted the supervisory department to do justice for him. Fortunately, it was you who came to deal with this matter today. Otherwise I would definitely be wrongly accused to death today." Cheng Zidong was stunned when he saw that the female internet celebrity who was causing trouble for Lu Chuan was his niece, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Feng Yuanshan turned his head to look at Cheng Zidong and asked, "Do you know her?" Cheng Zidong swallowed and said, "She is my niece." Feng Yuanshan sneered and ignored him first, but asked Lu Chuan, "Mr. Liu, can you tell me what happened in detail?" Lu Chuan told the story again. After listening to this, Feng Yuanshan frowned. He didn't expect this girl's behavior to be so bad. She relied on her large number of fans to slander others so casually. She simply didn't take the law seriously. Cheng Yao tried her best to defend herself and said, "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. He stole my seat and slandered me in turn. I'm the victim. My fans are just standing up for me." Dashan and others nodded quickly. Lu Chuan said calmly, "Who is slandering whom? Just play the surveillance footage from the airport at that time and the truth will be revealed." Feng Yuanshan nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, I will notify the airport over there and ask them to play the surveillance footage and send it over." Cheng Yao panicked when she heard this and quickly shouted at Feng Yuanshan, "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? What qualifications do you, a pawn, have to play the surveillance footage?" Then she turned her head to look at Cheng Zidong and said, "Uncle, it is too troublesome to play the surveillance footage, and it will waste public resources. I'm your niece, and I will definitely not lie to you. You are their leader, and you have the final say in this matter. Just arrest this guy and lock him up for a few days, and this matter will be over." Feng Yuanshan couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and looked at Cheng Zidong and said, "Cheng Zidong, you are so brave. Could it be that you always think of yourself as the leader at home and treat us as your pawns, right?" Cheng Zidong turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and was a little speechless. Cheng Yao glared at Feng Yuanshan and said, "How dare you talk to my uncle like that? You don't want to do this anymore." Cheng Zidan finally couldn't help it, raised his hand and slapped Cheng Yao. Bang! Cheng Yao was stunned, covering her face, and looking at Cheng Zidan, asking, "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Cheng Zidan roared, "You just scolded the head of the Kyoto Supervisory Department. When did I tell you that I was their leader? Do you want to kill me?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.